Okay then. Let's do a little bit of liquify before I have to create the whole thing. Yeah, let's do that. And then adjust. Like that. Huh. So erase. Like that. But let's color it. Let's put the color layer. Because I had it a bit darker than I wanted it to be. Wait, what? Why is it not working? Ah, I know why it's not working. There you go. Because I had her a bit too dark skinned. Her skin was darker than I want. Yeah, it should be around like there. Not too crazy. Yeah, not too crazy. You see, even right there. It's not even as crazy as I had it. Okay. And now let's do it's good enough. It's good enough. Let's do turn it. Let's do like that. And let's go YouTube.
First base is open.
Yep, I know.
First base.
Yep, I know. It is so hot right now. I mean, I am a hour late, I guess. Yeah, it's really hot. I'm gonna turn on the air. And then let's do this, and then let's do this, and let's do that, and then that, and then that, and then that. No, not this one. I don't like that one. And this one is fine. And then I'm about to turn on the air right after this.
He's just dragging us.
Yeah. Okay, give me one quick second. All right, we're here. We're back. And yeah. So what I've been doing, as you guys know, I've been writing a lot, and I have like a few characters in like name alone. I have a few other things like like male or female, their heights. I have a rough idea of what I want their ages to be or how I want them to appear, body types, skin, hair. So I have practically a good amount of things here. I have their traits and everything like that, but I don't have a full design of them out yet. And I've mentioned this last time, like a couple streams ago, I think. I've just been going through the old character designs that we've been doing on stream. Not just this stream, but like in all streams. And I've been working through that. So if I have like an old design that I did like 20 years ago, I'm kidding, not 20 years, but like, many years ago, I'll just use that as the reference for, oh crap. Let's open this up right now. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, I'll just use that as the reference for the new thing. So, you named your character after Hercules' mom? No, I didn't. But how did you like? Did you realize that now, or were you always thinking about that and you just wanted to say? But yeah, like I named her that, and then I found out that was the name of his mom, and I was like, ah, really? Uh huh. And it's written exactly the same too, because I was looking up a whole bunch of different names and that one stuck. But yeah, like I was saying, I'm going to just continue to do that. I have so many characters here, so many character designs that we created, but of characters that are just sitting in the dust, you know, because I just create so many different designs. Like this one right here, I really love the hair. Let's see if I can show you real fast. I just love these hair designs that I did, and I am thinking of one of the characters to use them in, like Raya. Raya. Wait, what the heck did I just do? What the heck did I? Oh, wait, what the heck did I? Oh, that was terrifying. But yeah, so like these braids and stuff, I really like them and how this hair looks. And I was thinking of like, is there a character that I can use these for like right now? I don't know. So I've just been playing around with the idea. Um, I was researching Hercules and his mom's name. Yeah, yeah. I literally for her, I just put in a few characteristics, especially like in her place, like what like the names are, like how the names were. I was like, you know what, I kind of want to name around this region, and then they said, oh, Alchemy. I was like, ooh, Alchemy, I like that name, and then I did it, and then I found out it's his mom's name, and I was like, ah, it is his mom's name, isn't it? But yeah, I'm like I have this design right here of this character, and then I look at my characters. I have a character named Yuto. He is a twin. Yeah, he's a twin. And I actually have a dark elf character too, Titan. Her name is where is she? 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 There she is. Talia. Talia is her name. Yeah, really cool, really cool. I have a half giant, half human character. She is 7'10", by the way. She's like, um, yeah, and she will only get taller. Really cool, really cool. Let's see. So yeah, so that's what I've been playing around with. Ow. I was eating some chips, right? And I kind of like like my not my tooth, but like my gums. Not my gums, but like cuz you know how like the chips are, right? It just pricked my like right there. It hurts, bro. And I'm going to be like this for the whole stream, man. I know it. I know it. I'm going to have to deal with it. I'm going to have to let it ride, man. I'm going to have to let it ride. But how's your day today, Titan? What did you do today, man? Did you just look up some Hercules stuff, or how was the day, man? All right. Let me see. Okay, so yeah, we have her. I'm gonna delete. Maybe not delete. Oh, and also, I mean, you guys like, if you want to, it's fine. I appreciate the support, but like, I just opened up memberships and I created some emotes. Hold on, let me see if I can. They're funny. I like them. I wanna do a few more. Like we'll do it like a different time. But let me see if I can show it to you, just so you can see what they look like. Yeah, I can just go back, right? Can I? Yeah. All right. So this one right here is a Kiro one, right? And I made an Alchemini, I made a Nissa, and I made a Fita one. Let's, let me do it this way, like normally. So like, hold up. Trying to get inspired? Okay, okay. So this is the Kiro one. This is the Alchemy one. This is the Nissa one, and this is the Fita one. Pretty cool, pretty cool. I actually got to draw Fita as well, like a full body of her too. Really cool, really cool. I actually feel like I made her skin tone too light here, but we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. All right, let's go back and let's get back to this one. Okay, there you go. We're back to this. Okay. Alrighty then. So now we're gonna get started. I already have this one, like I said. Cause I think what I'm gonna do, cause I'm not going in any order right now. I guess I can start from the top, cause Mira is the top one, like the first one on the list, and I didn't even start with her. It's like I'm cherry picking. I'm just going to whichever one that I want to work on more, you know. And the dark elf character, by the way, Talia, she has a crush on her brother Mars, right? And it was just cool, like having those little things, and just how she acts around him and stuff. It's so nice, and like Brian, what's going on, man? What's going on, my guy? Um, yeah, I think we'll go from there, or we can do Faye. Faye's pretty cool. Okay, we'll just see what ends up happening. We'll see it ends up sticking, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, we're just going to continue our these things. Where is this? Okay, so this one's there. This is there. I feel like this is pretty much fine. I can change little bits and pieces here and there. So I'm gonna flatten this. Excuse me. And her too. I think we're pretty much fine on here as well. What I can do actually before anything else, I want to do a little liquefy on her, bringing her a little forward there, because I'm trying to think about the balance here. Yeah, there you go. The balance makes more sense there. It was a little too tilted. Dang, what happened? You kicked the curb, bro? What happened, man? What happened, man? Alright, so we have that. All these are just one layer, one layer, one layer. I'll just erase the other ones. And we'll do, what is this? What the heck? What was I doing that for? Let's delete it. What the? Okay, let's delete that too. And we have this one and this. And above that, oh yeah. This. We'll keep it. I think I'll just put it on a different layer or a different canvas just so I can worry about it later. Yeah. So let's get started, everyone.
Bada bing, bada boom.
All the moms are gathered around the school bus stop. They're Northern Virginia parents, Nova parents. This particular part of Nova is very upscale. It's a wealthy neighborhood that's very family oriented. It's about 30 minutes from Washington, D.C., so a lot of the residents, they work for the government, they're politicians, or...
Oh, shit. What the heck? You were attacked by your dad's pit bull. Oh, and then you tried to kick it, and then you realized, oh snap, this is a pit bull, and then it kind of 16. Dang, right? Dang, the pit bull never seen you before. Pit bulls don't be doing that like that. I mean, dogs in general. Dang, bro, I went and visited unannounced, and the pit bull wasn't ready. Dang, 16 stitches? I mean, it's your dad, so you can't sue him. Dang. You just gotta have to eat that, huh? No pun intended. Sorry. I mean, listen, I'm only making jokes because you're fine, bro. Because you fine, man. You good. Everything is good. You got the stitches, so the doctors let you go and thought everything was fine. But dang, bro.
Maybe they're even
Dang.
obvious. Some people say that if you don't find the right Nova moms or Nova dads, the energy there is going to be very stuck up. Newcomers are not welcome. Some of the moms at the school, they even rant about this on social media. One mom wrote on a local forum of how she's struggling because her son is having a hard time making friends at the school, not because kids don't even like him, but because of the parents. Some of the parents will see their kid playing with her son, go over and drag their kid away. She said, first of all, it feels very racist.
What
Second of all,
the freak?
people have been commenting, it's been happening.
Now it's on the loose. Bruh. So, let me get this straight. You went to your pop's house, you opened the door, and the pit bull just ran out. But before running out, it took a quick chunk out your foot and then went running? Oh my gosh, man. Bro, I was like, yo, it's Father's Day. I just wanted to say what's up. And you got hit by a pit bull? Oh, man. What the heck is going
All
on, man?
races. A lot of people agreed. They said, yeah, it even happens if you're white, which obviously is a crazy thing to say, but they're saying it's just how Nova parents are. They don't like people that are not on their pre-approved list. Maybe this is true, maybe it's not, but at this school bus stop in Nova, there is probably one woman that every single person is likely trying to avoid. She comes every morning to drop off this adorable girl who is absolutely precious. It's her that's a problem. It's not the child. She just, likely people don't want to get too friendly with her. I'm sure they try to play nice, they wave, they smile, and then they run back to their house glancing over their shoulder. The whole thing is eerie. She is the girlfriend of the federal agent that lives down the street. She moved into his bedroom just months after the federal agent's wife, the mother of this precious girl, was brutally murdered in that house. In that
Oh,
bedroom.
wow.
But it seems like everyone in that house is trying to act like none of that happened. And here she is just dropping off the murdered woman's child at the school bus stop.
No, I was babysitting my nephew and the dog got loose. Dang. Ah, man. Dang. Dang, man. Dang. But it's a pit though, man. Like I don't I don't know what to say. Gosh. I mean, at least you're good, man, and your nephew good, hopefully.
Months later, I mean, I'm sure the feeling is weird for the neighbors. It feels like she's trying to take her place. It makes you question, did she have something to do with the wife's murder? And what about the other guy that was found dead in their house?
Copyright, 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 copyright. All right, so let me get this straight. So, woman goes to stay with guy who recently lost his wife, but he's an FBI agent. We gotta remember that. And two people got deleted in that house. Interesting. Okay.
Rotten Mango to support the Joyful Heart Foundation, whose mission is to transform society's response to SA, domestic violence, CA, and support survivors' healing. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we would also like to thank you guys, our listeners, for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Today's case has mentions of suspected SA, so please watch at your own discretion and take care of yourself. This case is still ongoing, and although a charge has been
Bruh.
made, the defendant is...
Yo, I was watching this video. I will listen. You gotta listen to it. You gotta listen to it. I'm not gonna put it up. It was on Instagram. Bright. When I tell you this is the funniest thing, this is the funniest freaking video that I've seen in such a long time. And listen, this might May, how's it going? This might make you feel better for what happened. All right, you're not even gonna think about the stitches after listening to this. Well, listen to this.
Breaking news, this video behind me is going viral and causing a lot of controversy because this woman behind me pretty much explains why a woke society won't work and nothing will get done. Check this out.
No, nothing gets done in a woke society. There's this video of like a conference going on.
Hi, I am Andy P. From Los Angeles, they, them pronouns. There was a previous point of privilege about waving around signs.
And then another guy gets up and he's like, I'd just like to say to all the people chattering in the audience, I have sensory issues, so I need you all to be quiet while each person is speaking. And
Hi, James Jackson, Sacramento DSA, he, him. I have already asked people to be mindful of the chatter of their comrades who are sensitive to sensory overload, and that goes double for the heckling and the hissing. It is also triggering to my anxiety.
it's like, well, don't call them guys because they might not be guys. They're girls and boys and they, thems and non-binaries and all this stuff.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
Now the lady. Yo, oh, you saw that video? I'm just sitting there, I'm just like, hold up. What the? I'm sitting there and I'm just like, wait, what the freak is the, like, we're trying to handle stuff, right? And then everybody keeps jumping in saying, wait. Listen, everybody stop talking because it's, you know, messing with my anxiety, please. And people have sensory issues. I'm like, okay. And then she said, okay, guys. And she said, wait, everybody, wait, stop saying guys. The lady looks so... I'm like, yo, like half of this like conference was just trying to make everybody act right. It's so crazy, man. It like when I saw it, man, I was like, okay. Like, first of all, what is the point of this conference anyways at this point? I don't even know what's happening. Crazy. Don't clap. Yeah, you can't do nothing. So you gotta sit there, and then I saw people putting their hands up and like waving. I'm like, oh my gosh. Now I'm at a conference. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. I was going back inside. The dog ran past. Oh, so bro, I forgot it was a pit, and pits don't take no orders, you know, like normal dogs do. Wait, does the dog have like a collar and like, I mean, most likely, right? Because you said it's ran away. Like, hopefully somebody will find it and, you know, put like a name on it. I mean, put like a name tag. I mean, call the name tag. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, but the pit is on the wild. You know, hope everything goes well. You know, you get the pit back. But dang, bro, it's wild out there. You know.
Waiting for trial. So the trial hasn't even happened yet, meaning that everybody that we are mentioning today is legally innocent until proven guilty, and most of what we're talking about are police, netizen, assumptions, speculations, ideas, theories, and pure opinions on the case. Hopefully the truth will come out during the trial that is set to resume in November. So with that being said, let's get into it. February 24th, 2023, last year. A 911 call is placed from a $1 million home in Nova.
$1 million.
At 7:49 in the morning. 911, what's the location of your emergency? The operator is likely already on the edge of their seat by this point because they have an open line. This is crucial. That means that somebody dialed 911, the call went through, but nobody's saying anything. The caller may be unable to verbally communicate for whatever reason. Maybe it's a medical emergency, maybe it's domestic violence, maybe they're being kidnapped somewhere. So they made that call, but they cannot communicate with you verbally. So they're quickly searching for that location. I mean, there is nothing the operator can hear on this phone call. The call ends. Then another call from the same number, and it's another open line. Then for 13 minutes,
now so everyone agreed that he gotta go. Oh, that's what I was about to say, bro. I just didn't want to say it because I didn't know if you cared about this, like if you had like a care for this dog. I was about to say, yo, nah, bro, it might have to get gone. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, I just didn't want to say it because you said it was your pops' dog, but he bit me and I got 16 stitches. And this, oh nah, bro. Nah. I mean, did you at least get a few licks? I'm playing. I'm joking. YouTube, I'm kidding. Especially because YouTube just, you know, kind of like partnered me. So we gotta be on our best behavior, guys. Appreciate it, YouTube. You know, listen. I'm listen. You don't gotta worry about me. Man, listen, bro. Listen. As soon as you said pit, I agreed, bro. As soon as you said pit, I agreed. I have bad experiences with pit bulls.
Nothing. Then finally, another call comes in from the same number. So this is their third time calling on a random Friday morning. A woman's voice is heard, allegedly saying that a friend had been hurt, or somebody's friend had been hurt. It was a little bit unclear who's the friend, who are we talking about, before a man's voice comes over the line. So it seems like she passes the phone to a male or something, and he explains, "Hi, I'm the homeowner," and an unknown male entered the home, so I shot him. Authorities are dispatched to this $1 million house in the safe suburbs of Nova, and they're confused. I mean, they're believing that this is an intruder suffering from a gunshot wound type of situation. But when they get into the house, things are just weird. Instead of one person being gravely injured, there's two people inside the primary bedroom of the house. Christine Banfield, the owner's wife, a mother, the wife of the 911 male caller, also a pediatric ICU nurse, is laying in the bed completely nude. Her upper body had multiple stab wounds near
Oh
the
my
neck area.
gosh.
She still has a weak pulse. They need to get her to the hospital now. Laying on the ground in the same room is this random man, shot at least twice, and he's dead. He's laying lifeless near Christine's body. Christine, the wife of the 911 caller, is the only one with the weak pulse. She's rushed to the hospital, but she is pronounced dead at the hospital. The whole thing is bizarre, and police, they really only have two people's stories to go off of. The husband that spoke with the 911 operator and the lady that was on the phone before him, the family's au pair. Juliana
was
is
trying
the
to
live-in
calm
au
my
pair,
nephew
and
down. Yeah, I bet.
think
How old's your
nanny
nephew?
is usually the more recognized term in America, but there are key differences. An au pair is typically there for a cultural exchange, meaning they're coming from abroad, they're coming to live with the host family who provides room and board while they exchange child-caring services. Au pairs are also financially compensated, but there's a huge emphasis on au pairs having that cultural exchange with the family as well as feeling more like the family. Nannies are typically professional caregivers who are hired to provide childcare, and they may or may not have specialized training. Nannies are typically compensated a bit more on average and may live in or may commute to work depending on the agreements. So the au pair typically comes on a visa of being an au pair.
6? Oh yeah,
So
definitely.
obviously there's clear differences.
He saw the
and
blood and he was
using the
freaked
word
out.
nanny instead of au pair is not
Bro,
to
bro, where you
diminish
put
one
at?
side
Where
or
you
one
put at,
side or
bro?
the other, but I've just read so many articles. during the
It's right
recent
here. Just chill
weeks
out, man.
and the
Chill out, man. It's right here.
comments on what's an au
We good. We
pair?
good, man.
So just to make it a bit simpler, nanny. Juliana, the nanny, she says that morning she left the house around 7:30 a.m. She was on her way to take the 4-year-old, the Banfield daughter, to the National Zoo, and she's in the car with the little girl when she realizes that she forgot to get the lunches that they packed for the zoo. So she turns the car back around, drives into the neighborhood, pulls up to this 5-bedroom house, and she
Dang,
sees
bro.
a car
Look at that house.
parked outside the front that she's never seen before. She doesn't recognize this car, and she lives in the Banfield house. She's the au pair, so she lives with this family. It's not the owners, it's not a friend of the owners that she's familiar with, so it's very strange. She calls the mom, Christine Banfield, who's the only one home because dad, Brandon Banfield, he already left for work. He's the federal agent.
He's an FBI agent.
So he's a federal agent that technically, okay, so this is where it gets confusing. Some sources identify him as an IRS agent, others identify him as an FBI agent. It seems that his official capacity is working under the Federal Bureau as an agent, but he is working under the National Treasury Department. He's an FBI agent that basically works for the IRS. He's fighting tax fraud with a gun.
Okay, so he is an FBI agent.
Yes, it seems like that's his official role.
Got it.
Now, she calls Christine. Christine is not picking up. She doesn't indicate why, but clearly Juliana, the nanny, feels so suspicious about this whole thing, or she feels very on edge about it. She calls Brandon, the agent, the dad, to tell her, hey, I came back for the lunches. There's this strange car, and I think I saw a man in the house. Brandon Banfield rushes back home, and he gets back in perhaps 5 minutes. Technically, he's supposed to be on his way to work, which is all the way in DC, but he had stopped by a nearby McDonald's to get breakfast. This is near the house. So he just turns around, comes back home, and Juliana is waiting outside for him, and they decide that they're going to enter the house. There's no clear signs of a break-in or anything too strange, but when they enter the house, Juliana states that she and Brandon heard some sort of noises coming from the main bedroom. She didn't know if it was consensual or not, but there were some sort of interactions, she states. Brandon then goes into the primary bedroom that he shares with his wife, Christine. Juliana states she's taken the kid and they're gonna go hide in the basement. Now, she calls 911.
What the
That's
freak?
The first open line of
That's
the
the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Why the frick is she going to hide in the basement? You're outside. Get in the car. I think this is a whole bunch of like BS. Why didn't you get in the car with the kid? You were already in the car with the kid. You called the husband. You said there's a weird car here. You guys were outside. You meet him. He comes to the house, and then you go and hide in the basement? That don't make no sense. What's good, Zero? How's it going, man? We're gonna new whip that spinner with Lotus and a friend. Not really liking the sketch.
morning. But she doesn't really know what to say because she doesn't know if anything is actually happening inside this house. She just was so freaked out. She called 911 and then she's like, I don't know what to do. I don't even know why I'm calling. I'm just paranoid. She hangs up. Then she calls again and then she's like, why am I doing this? Hangs up. And then she says that she hears someone, quote, say, drop the knife. And then the sound of, quote, flesh being struck. It's stated that Brandon had made his way into the primary bedroom. He finds his wife naked in bed and this unfamiliar, fully clothed man holding a knife up to his wife, and he tells him to drop the knife. Brandon, the husband, whips out his gun, a government-issued federal weapon, and the man tells him to drop the knife, and he tells Brandon, drop the gun. But neither do, and this unfamiliar man starts stabbing Christine several times near the neck area. Brandon shoots the man in the head. He gets knocked down, but he's not dead. So he has a bullet through his right eyebrow.
You got any pops? OCs? Like, what do you mean pops? Like old guys? Fathers? First of all, Zero, where the heck is Nova's drawing? Don't tell me you just gave up on it, man. Yeah, I do. I mean, yeah, of course. Yeah, I have some. I have like Roy's dad, Leo's dad, alright, number 2. When you're drawing a head, Zura, you always need to put that center line. And that center line, the reason it's there is so you can get, everything in order. And while I'm looking at your drawing, it looks like you have the center line. I mean, you didn't put a center line there because the nose isn't in the center. And the mouth is in the center, but the nose is off center. And the eyes aren't, like, in the same position. You should definitely finish that one before you start moving over to other things. No Father's Day piece for them? Dang. You're right, Zara. I mean, Titan. Father's Day piece for them. I mean, they're not good fathers. That's my excuse. They're not good fathers. I mean, they're not bad either. But, Wait, did I do one for Mother's Day? I didn't do one for Mother's Day either, did I? I don't know.
Mistaken. So he shoots the man. Juliana hears this in the basement, hears some sort of interaction, freaks out, runs upstairs, and this man is not dead. This strange man in this house is not dead. So Brandon, the federal agent, tells the nanny to hurry up and grab another gun from the safe. So
this is so dumb. It makes no sense. I don't believe this story at all.
That this man cannot harm Christine anymore because she's about to die. They have to defend themselves. Juliana, the nanny, runs to grab the gun from the bathroom safe. He tells her the code. She punches it in, grabs the gun. She freaks out and shoots the strange man on the bedroom floor, piercing a bullet through his chest.
Wait, what?
This is stupid.
They call 911 to try and explain what was going on, and thankfully, the Banfield's 4-year-old daughter was physically unharmed.
But was in the house too?
Why was she in the house?
It's It's unclear if she was left in the living room or still in the basement when Juliana
That's
left
so
her. It's
stupid.
unclear where in the house she was.
I don't
I'm sure
believe this story.
authorities know, but to the public, we don't know. Now, one of the biggest questions authorities had early on is, who is this man that has been shot? Everybody else has a reason to be in this house. Christine, the wife that is now dead, she is the mother. She is the owner of this house, along with her husband, the one with the gun that shot the man. They own the house. Then you have the nanny who lives in the house. You have the kid who lives in the house. That's their child. But who is this man that's been shot? He's now dead, but what relationship does he have with this Banfield family? The people in this house, how does he connect with them? At first, it kind of made sense to assume that he was an intruder. There's no
Why would he make
connection. It's not a family friend. It's not someone she went to school with or he knew.
She's probably
or that
having
he
an affair
worked
with
on a
him.
case with. It's just a random guy.
This is what I
It's
feel like
so
happened. This is
random.
what I think happened. I think she was cheating, right? And then, she got, and then he was, he wasn't done, getting clothes off yet. And then she called him and said, there's a weird guy here. There's a weird car here. And I think I saw a guy. He breaks inside. He sees her, right? He sees her with this guy. And then he starts getting mad. He pulls out his gun, right? And then he looks at her. And with a cry of passion, right? Turns around, looks at him again. And he's just like, he's like, yo, whoa. All right, listen, hey, chill. And then, and then tells the nanny to lie. I don't know what that means, Titan. Like, they're not the best dads. I'm kidding. I know. I just didn't do it. But I probably should, draw like a group thing.
They have no connections. They don't even have like a local church that they both attend. Zero connections. So intruder makes the most sense, but there's no signs of forced entry, no signs of a break-in, no signs of any sort of intrusion. So who the hell is Joseph Ryan? That's his name. And why was he killed inside the Banfield's bedroom? Is he just like a serial killer that climbed in through the window or something? The police start searching through the computers in the family home, and they find the link. The link between this random man, Joseph Ryan, and the Banfields. He's not a neighbor or a friend of a friend or even really a stranger. There's these fetish websites that you can create accounts on.
What the freak?
The way it's supposed to work is that you're an adult, you find another consenting adult, and you can potentially, if you hit it off, both meet up and arrange dates together. Prosecutors believe that Joseph Ryan met Christine through one of these websites, the mother of the house. And perhaps both of them bonded over knife play. So to give you some context, knife play is considered part of the BDSM world. It incorporates fear and risks. It's supposed to evoke strong emotions of excitement, but also, honestly...
You weren't talking to me? Oh.
There's definitely a power dynamic at play. Someone writes, it's a form of sensory fear play, which, side note, please do not try this at home randomly. Many experts state that they use super sharp knives as display knives. In the beginning, they will show off how powerful the knife is to whoever they're engaging in consensual activities with by cutting into fruit and show how sharp it is, how cold it is. But once the consenting adult that welcomes this activity is blindfolded, they will replace the display knife for a dull, basically dummy knife that's been chilled, thrown into the freezer to make it feel sharper and colder. But even that, I mean, there should be rigorous protocols and full trust from both sides. So please don't just randomly try this at home. It's not really something that you just go online and try to meet a stranger for. Typically, people who engage in knife play, it's after multiple times of knowing someone, meeting someone. It's not something that you're like, hey, are you into knife play? Let's hang out. So the BDSM community, I mean, they're very good about making sure everything is safe. So this is already strict.
What the hell?
Just meet someone online and be like, hey,
I know, man.
There's also no evidence that Christine Banfield was into knife play, so this is not me insinuating that she is. This is just the connection they find. There's a fetish website on the family computer under Christine Banfield's name. It seems like her account, and she bonds with Joseph Ryan over alleged knife play. Prosecutors do not believe Christine Banfield set up that account on that website.
Why?
They do not believe that she even knew she had an account on there.
Why?
They believe someone else set up that account, used her computer, created it to lure Joseph Ryan to the house that day.
Why?
Likely without Christine even knowing.
Why?
That's their best guess.
That's crazy. Why would they think that?
Exactly. And why would anyone do that, first of all? Who would have a motive to do something like that?
Yeah.
October 2023, 7
The
months
nanny, huh?
after the murders, an arrest is made for the charges of use of a firearm in the commission of a felony, basically using a firearm to commit a felony, and second-degree murder. This person is facing 43 years in prison.
The nanny, ain't it?
23-year-old Juliana Perez Magalianes, the au pair, the nanny, is arrested. The medical examiner concluded that after the first shot from Brandon, the husband's gun, Joseph, this stranger in the bedroom, would have been blinded. He had been hit on his right eyebrow. He's not dead, but he's severely incapacitated. It is argued that he would have not posed any sort of imminent threat at this point to anyone in this condition. He would have limited vision and mobility, meaning Juliana did not need to go to the safe to grab that gun and fire that second shot, at least not in the prosecutor's belief. They did not believe that her shot was in self-defense. They cannot prove that Brandon, the husband's shot, was not in self-defense, but her shot, not self-defense. Now, Juliana argues, and so does her attorney, that he could have possibly done something in that heightened emotional state that posed some sort of threat to somebody. It's unclear what they're saying, but they're kind of insinuating, let's say Joseph tried to get back up. He's trying to get help. He's holding his eye. He gets up. Maybe in that state, Juliana freaked out and then shot him to protect the family. Regardless, it doesn't really matter because the second shot is what killed Joseph Ryan, and it's up to the jury now to decide if it's self-defense or murder. Now, there's a lot of reasons why Juliana might look suspicious to the prosecutors. The timing of everything just doesn't make sense. Brandon, assuming he works in Washington, D.C. or Arlington, which is where all the agents go, there's a 25-minute to 30-minute drive, which means if he was on his way to work, he would have been a lot further out, unless he's casually eating breakfast at McDonald's even though he might be late. He wouldn't have been able to come home that quickly, is what they argue, to which he states he was just grabbing breakfast. This is part of his daily schedule. I don't know this man's exact schedule, so I don't know if he was for sure going to be late or anything, but it just seemed odd to the prosecutors. From all that I can gather from the sources, he was supposed to be at work. Why is he casually eating breakfast? Regardless, it's while he's eating breakfast.
He was like, I'm late anyways, man. Might as well.
She went back to the house to grab the lunches, and she saw a stranger, a man, inside the house. And she explained she tried to call Christine, but she didn't pick up, which is why now she's calling Brandon. And that is still a bit odd. To a lot of prosecutors and the police, it's a weekday morning. It's Friday morning. Would you not just assume that maybe it's a maintenance worker or a neighbor or a visitor? There's no signs of forced entry, so again, he's not actively breaking into the house. Why is Juliana so freaked out that she not only called Christine, but called Brandon? Some netizens speculate that Christine might have been having an affair and Juliana had been suspicious. She's like, my boss is having an affair. I'm catching her in the act. She sees this man pull up and she knew that she was right, so she calls the husband to tattle on Christine. So the theory feels a bit icky, but also, it doesn't make sense why Juliana would call Christine first then, which is what she stated she did initially to the authorities. If she wanted Brandon to catch his wife in the act of cheating, why call and give her a heads up? Regardless, she allegedly waits for Brandon to get back to the house, which takes about 3 to 5 minutes. She then proceeds to take the baby, the 4-year-old.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying.
To protect and make good decisions on behalf of, into the basement.
Yep.
Which
Stupid.
is very odd. If there was something in the house that was alarming enough for her to call both the mom and dad, specifically even making Brandon come back to the house, then would you not just wait in the car with the 4-year-old?
Yeah.
Instead, she brings the child into the basement to wait there.
That is odd.
The story is supposed to be that Juliana and Brandon are so scared for what's going on with Christine Banfield, the mom. This intruder is here. Brandon comes back home to investigate, and yet they bring the baby into the house. It's just weird. Someone comments, hiding from a potentially dangerous situation by going indoors to face the
Exactly.
unknown?
Exactly.
My biggest question was, you're saying the husband went to the bedroom and saw the man holding a knife towards the wife. And then the guy, proceeds to stab the wife? Like, how many times did he stab?
Okay, that is not public, but it says multiple stab wounds.
Yeah.
So now there's a question of, was Christine already stabbed when Brandon walked in? Brandon, refuses to say anything anymore. So we don't know. I'm sure we'll find out during the trial. It's a question of, the way that Juliana said it happened made it sound like she wasn't stabbed. But then later, it only makes sense that she was already stabbed when he walked in. But even that doesn't really make sense.
So we're just kind of
Then Brandon shoots Joseph once in the head, tells Juliana to grab the gun. She shoots Joseph in the heart. But that's weird too, isn't it? If Brandon was on his way to work, his gun is probably fully loaded. Typically, law enforcement weapons are fully loaded when they're on duty, and some law enforcement officers are even required to carry an additional fully loaded magazine to be fully prepared, so they can quickly...
And this man's professional. Why did he miss? Or he did shoot, he did in the head, but he just thought it was going to be over, but it didn't.
To describe it, a magazine full of bullets. Which means, why did he need Juliana to go to the bathroom safe and grab another gun? And if she had that amount of time, if you're the federal agent, wouldn't you be like, give me the gun?
Yeah. Like, he's already took charge of the situation. Why would she need a gun?
Yeah, and why would he trust her to shoot Joseph when he's the trained law enforcement officer? Either his firearm was out of bullets, which if he had enough time for Juliana to get the other gun, didn't he also have time to get them all away from Joseph Ryan? Away from the situation if it truly is self-defense?
Oh my gosh.
This part just feels even more suspicious when you factor in that just 2 months before
I'm
this,
laughing at Zura, by the way,
Brandon,
not the video.
husband, took the nanny to Silver Eagle shooting range in Virginia. They allegedly went to the shooting range a few times that month leading up to this incident, and then on January 28th, 2023, just a month before the incident, Brandon went to purchase a Glock for $558. That gun is supposedly the gun that Juliana used to shoot Joseph Ryan. Also, if he is a federal agent, a lot of netizens question if his wife hadn't been stabbed yet, which is kind of how Juliana's side of the story makes it sound. Isn't he trained to shoot before his wife gets stabbed? If anything, it would be more understandable if he's a little overzealous, if he shot too quickly, because that's his wife, right? You're like, I'm not waiting for you to actually visibly do something. Then this is very strange.
Oh my
But
gosh.
again, it could be that she would
Oh my
already
gosh, I
stabbed
knew you were
at
going to say
this point.
something.
But earlier the report was that he told Joseph to drop the knife. I mean, I guess you could still say that if she was stabbed and he's just holding the knife or he's actively stabbing. But still, it's just a little bit odd. Regardless, there's so many things that don't make sense. When too many things don't make sense in a case, usually the truth is, that's probably not how it happened. And what about the missing 13 minutes? 911 is called twice in the basement. There's an open line both of those times, and then 13 minutes later, they call 911 again. And this time, Brandon tells dispatch what happened. So what happened during those 13 minutes? What does all of this mean? Does that mean that instead of shooting for self-defense, Brandon shot in anger because his wife is having an affair in his bedroom? Not exactly. So the next reasonable theory is, okay, maybe he didn't shoot the intruder in self-defense. Maybe it's not an intruder. Maybe his wife, Christine Banfield, is having an affair with this man that she met on this fetish website, and he catches them in the act. He's upset. He's angry. Somehow Christine gets stabbed by that man, and he shoots the man.
You go back to John Thickle's again.
Well, that theory doesn't even make sense. And again, these are just allegations, theories,
Oh my
and
goodness,
opinions.
guys.
But people believe that Christine Banfield absolutely did not know Joseph Ryan. Authorities believe someone else in the house had set up that account pretending to be
Yeah,
Christine.
but why do they
And
believe
even
that? That's
say,
so
sure,
weird.
you never really know what somebody's interests are in their
Exactly.
private lives. But the way the account messaged Joseph sounded nothing like the way that Christine communicated. And I'm sure the authorities are somewhat smart. I'm sure it's not just, oh, well, she never talked about bondage at work, so why is she doing it now? I don't think it's that. It's probably more so the way she spells things, capitalizes things, her punctuations, things that typically don't alter too much unless you're going from a very professional to a very personal setting. Those types of things. They say it's not consistent.
You're alive. Sorta. What happened, Morgan? Oh my goodness, Morgan. We've been worried sick. There. been sick? Dang, sorry to hear that.
Banfield. We do not believe it is Christine Banfield. But the weirdest part would have to do with the fact that when authorities came to arrest Juliana, the au pair, she was still living in the family home, still taking care of the 4-year-old daughter, but instead of all of her clothes being hung in her room, she had moved out. She had moved out of her room and moved into the primary bedroom. Her clothes were found hanging inside of Christine Banfield's closet. She had all of her things in the master bedroom. Netizens dug up this picture that Juliana
Oh my
allegedly
goodness.
posted onto her Instagram stories a while
Juliana,
back.
cover
Allegedly
up,
posted
miss.
After the death of Christine and Joseph,
Okay, we'll
but it's a
see.
picture of
Yeah.
her and Brandon, allegedly. The two look like they're on some sort of restaurant date. Listen, I could be just too demure, but I personally would not be comfortable wearing that type of.
That's what I was saying. You see, at least, Stephanie know up to look. She gotta come up a bit. Hey, gosh, like I mean, like y'all don't. Okay, let's calm down. Oh my goodness, man, this is your boss. Chill out. Oh, you watched this story?
Around my male boss that I live with. The pose of his arm is around her waist. It just feels very intimate. And beyond that, if you translate the words on the story, it reads, she asked people on Instagram to ask her questions. You know how you can do the question feature?
Q&A?
Yes, a Q&A. She said that the most frequently asked question was, she literally writes, this question is from a few days ago that I posted but never answered. This was the one that most people sent me. Smiley face, smiley face. The question reads, are you dating a Brazilian or an American? Tell us more. Licking face emoji, heart. She responds, no, he's American and it's been a month. I'm just living a bit more low
Excuse me.
profile. Laughing emoji, heart emoji. He's 38 years old, which is consistent with Brandon's age. Treats me like a princess and is handsome. He's a hottie. Laughing emoji, heart emoji.
This is after
Christine Banfield's murder. Yeah. She writes, to satisfy your curiosity, laughing emoji. She also writes that both of them are crazy about the band Fall Out Boy. The song that she used on the Instagram story is The Last of the Real Ones by Fall Out Boy. The lyrics go, I was just an only child of the universe, and then I found you, and then I found you. You are the sun, and I'm just the planet spinning around you. You were too good to be true, because you're the last of a dying breed. You're just the last of the real ones.
You want to be a dad, really?
Be for real.
Yeah, I understand that sometimes,
Yet
man.
after the initial incident,
But then-
Juliana denied
But
that she
then I get
ever
snapped
had
back to reality, and I'm like, hold up, who this mom? You know what I mean? We gotta find out who that is first, okay? Cause bad things happen, you know. So, like, I get like at times I'll just be sitting there, and like my friends and like people who I know who have like kids and stuff, I'm just like, man, I want a kid, man, right? And then I wake up and I'm like, oh shoot, what the? Whoa, hold up, man, chill out. You gotta, what? But yeah, I understand. But no wife, no money. No wife, no money. Oh, you saying you don't have a wife and you don't have money? That's why?
an affair with her boss. I mean, with Brandon. I'm sure he probably denied it too. But after Christine passed, like I said, when authorities went to arrest Juliana, all of her clothes are now hanging in the closet of the master bedroom. On top of that, they found really, really alarming stuff. They found framed pictures of her and Brandon placed on the nightstand next to the bed that was originally Christine Banfield's bed
Yeah, this is
that
crazy.
she was murdered in. Prosecutors said that both Brandon, the dad, and Juliana, the nanny, got rid of their old phones and purchased new phones just 4 days before the attack.
Why is that, you think?
Probably getting rid of text message, I don't know, metadata, pictures. They're like, we don't even know if it's going to get rid of it if we just delete it, so we might as well just get new phones. So if they take our phones in during that time, there's nothing. So both of them getting new phones 4
No
days
house,
before
no
the
clothes, no
attack is very
car,
odd.
no dog.
Now, after getting arrested, Juliana, lawyers up.
Crazy,
She
this
said
one.
that she shot Joseph
the
because Brandon told her to.
and
so
the
that
host
she could
family?
defend
Yeah, I believe
Christine
it.
And the family. Her attorney states that aside
Random
from
people in your
Juliana's
house
own
is
statements
crazy
to the
anyway.
the police have nothing to prove that she shot and killed Joseph. At this point, Brandon Banfield has not been charged with any sort of crime. I do think the authorities are being quite careful about how they're handling this case, considering Brandon Banfield is a federal agent that works for the IRS. So, like I said, think of it as a mixture of FBI and IRS. He's a criminal investigative agent for the IRS. So I'm sure he seems pretty familiar with how the law works. When asked about if he returned to the shooting range to purchase the gun, the same gun that Juliana would be using to shoot Joseph,
He pled the fifth.
Brandon pled the fifth.
I know, yo. I'm telling you right now. Listen, I never seen this before, but I knew he did that because he know the law. He's like, man, I don't gotta answer that question. What the heck? That has nothing to do with this. I don't gotta answer that. Oh! People would be like, what? You're like, nah, man, I plead, bro. I knew it, man.
Got new phones 4 days before the murder. He pled the
Of course he
fifth.
did.
For most things that he was just out here being asked about, he's invoking the fifth. I plead the fifth, I plead the fifth, I plead the fifth.
So, as a federal agent, he knows that's
Exactly.
the best thing to
He
do.
knows.
Even though from the outside it makes him look incredibly suspicious, but he knows that's the smartest move, right?
And
Yep.
it's working because she was arrested October 23. It is now July 2024. He has not been arrested. From rumors
They don't
of
got no
Nova
evidence.
parents on Nova parent forums, they believe that he's under administrative leave.
So he's still employed.
Yes, because technically he hasn't been charged with anything.
Yeah, he
Again,
did
not
nothing
saying
wrong.
He's guilty, not saying he needs to be charged with anything. I'm just saying my personal opinion is that it's very suspicious. I've been watching a lot of Chinese dramas lately. I say it's to improve my listening and pronunciation skills when it comes to learning Chinese. I'm
But
gonna be
some
honest,
families
I don't
treat-
know
yeah,
how much I'm
exactly.
really learning through these C-dramas. But the
Yeah,
one
they
thing
do. It gets really tricky, especially when you start doing that, you know? It gets really tricky. I know it doesn't look the best in their favor, but like, if you know what you're going to say is going to incriminate you, right? If he says, yes, I did, that's going to incriminate him, right? Him pleading, people might be like, that kind of sounds suspicious, but they don't know what it is. But if he says, yes, I did, that can, mess things up in its own right.
I hate when watching Chinese dramas is Rotten Mango listeners can get Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership for 50% off. Visit rosettastone.com/rotten. That's 50% off unlimited access to 25 language courses for the rest of your life. Redeem your 50% off at rosettastone.com/rotten.
I never used Rosetta Stone. Have any of you guys used it?
The judge stated that Brandon does seem to be a, quote, adverse witness, not cooperating. The only new thing that we gathered was that Brandon claims it's part of his routine to go to McDonald's every morning. Other than that, he's just pleading the fifth for all the questions that he's asked. Juliana's attorneys are talking a little bit more because they have to make up for all the talking that she did previously.
See, this is why you don't talk.
The idea that she and Brandon created the fetish website profile for Christine. They argue it was all Christine. Christine was trying to have an affair. They argue that the profile was set up on Christine's computer, and she even purchased tickets for Juliana to take their daughter to the zoo that day, thinking Juliana and the baby will be gone. Her husband's gonna be at work. They think Christine thought that she's just gonna invite this man over to have an affair.
I used Duolingo, but then I stopped using it, especially when the languages that I was learning, I watched videos of native speakers use it, and they're like, yeah, I don't think it's the best idea for you to learn. And I was like, ooh, okay, let me chill out then. Because if you were a native speaker and you say it's not the best way to learn, then yeah, that's why I stopped using it. You did it? It was so-so? What did you learn, May? And what do you learn on Duolingo, Morgan? Pray for me, dude. I'm going to do some warfare. Really? You'll be in the prayers, man.
Is that it wasn't Christine Banfield that made the account.
And by the way,
It just
on
seems
Discord,
like a
we have like a
difficult
prayer
thing for
request thing
me
if you
to
guys want
accept
to,
that somebody other than Christine would be
put
going
some
on
in.
her computer, which the prosecutors and netizens believe is highly doubtful. Also, I'm not even sure these are good arguments. My sister is a mom of two. What used to be her computer, her things, her belongings, is now the family computer. She could be sending an email for work 1 second, and now it's on the living room floor playing Bluey.
But also, let's say that happened. They were having an affair, and the guy comes over, and they were supposedly doing knife play, right? Why why would he kill her in that kind of situation? If you get caught cheating, your first reaction is not to kill someone.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I'm sorry, like, you know.
I feel like what could have happened was he accidentally cut her. Oh, but I didn't say how many times. So never mind. It couldn't have been an accident. Never mind. Morgan, I know you've seen this. Don't say anything. Japanese, yes, of course.
To do, but to commit
Yeah.
a murder
Mm-hmm.
and then ended up being killed. Like that story, that plot makes zero sense.
Yeah, even if we try to make it make sense, what the
Yeah.
lawyer is saying, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It's just there's no logic in it. And additionally, I would expect Christine to buy tickets for the zoo. I don't expect the au pair to purchase it. And likely these days, places like it when you purchase online tickets rather than at the counter. It's just more convenient. So that doesn't necessarily mean that Christine is out here like, you guys need to go to the zoo today. You need to leave the house today. Here, I booked you tickets. Juliana could have easily been like, hey, we want to go to the zoo today. I say all of this just to state those aren't necessarily the most convincing
Excuse me.
arguments in my personal opinion. Now, Juliana's lawyer argued that Christine was luring Joseph in, this strange man, for months on these websites. Would anyone else spend all that time doing that? The lawyer also states that yes, initially Juliana denied having an affair with Brandon, but you know what? They did have a relationship, but she's had many relationships, none of which were that exclusive or that serious, stating that Juliana just likes to have a good time. I'm not sure how this helps to prove a point here because they're still having an affair. I guess the attorney is trying to make it look like a casual affair that took place, a casual thing that just happened here and there. But prosecutors hit back with statements that they found photos of the two of them taking trips to New York City together. They said, quote, this is not a mild thing that was going on.
It's
in
so
that house."
crazy how bold people get. Like, you're obviously cheating. Why is she posting pictures on the internet? I mean, she did say it was after, but still, especially in an open investigation, why the heck are you posting pictures of you guys together? It's literally going to ruin everything. This lady doesn't think, and it had to have been just her thought, because this man is an FBI agent. He has to know, like, because I'm pretty sure he set this all up for this to happen to her. Morgan, you seen this? Don't say anything. I'm pretty sure he set this all up. So, if that's the case, this man, I don't want to say genius, but this man knows what he's doing. So he would not slip up and just, like, post a picture on social media of them two together.
It did not look like a affair. It looks like a full-blown relationship at this point.
And the New York trip happened before the murder or after?
It's unclear. They did not state. But the lawyer also accuses Christine of being unfaithful by stating Brandon and Christine were each having their own affairs and each being unfaithful to each other. So he's trying to make it appear like, yes, Brandon is having intimate relations with the live-in nanny, but Christine is also having her affairs. And even if that were true, even if a couple were in an open relationship, I highly doubt that you would keep employing the person that your partner is having an affair with. Just in terms of moral, the power exchange there, the legal ramifications, the emotional ramifications, I just don't see
And
it
in the
happening.
house with your
If you're
kid?
in an open relationship, it would be more believable if they're going outside to have their own affairs with random
First of all, open
strangers
relationship is
versus
not good
your
anyway.
employee. That's crazy.
Why don't you
There's
just
no evidence
say,
to indicate that Christine was even having an affair. Juliana and Brandon
never mind.
passionately deny that they did nothing wrong. They're like, we did not do anything. This was all self-defense. That Joseph Ryan was the one that killed Christine, and they killed Joseph out of self-defense. Juliana's attorney states he had just stabbed Christine Banfield. It seems perfectly reasonable that a second shot would be fired to make sure that he's not a threat to Brandon, to Christine, to Juliana, to the child. Clearly, the prosecutors do not agree, considering she's being held for second-degree murder charges. If it was
What? What's the, but also foreign women especially are you take advantage of. Like, if you bring them to the States, I could see that happening. Especially in her situation, he could have tricked her, bamboozled her. In her situation, of course, she doesn't want to leave the States. She's in the States now. So, like, women, or just people in general who are foreign to the country, are easily to take advantage of, you know. Because if you go to their country, yeesh, but like they won't be foreign in their country. So I guess what you mean is like foreign people that are in our country.
Questionable self-defense. If they even thought, it's a little unclear, we don't know exactly where we're going to charge her, she would have likely gotten manslaughter charges. The difference being, typically in second-degree murder charges, you're talking about an intent to cause serious bodily harm, extreme recklessness, and disregard for human life. Juliana has since been denied bail, and an interesting part of this is a lot of netizens believe that the authorities are using Juliana to get to Brandon. That the authorities need a slam dunk case on him because the ballistics, when he fired the shot, nobody else was in that room, so it's hard to say if it's self-defense or not. He's lawyered up, he's pleading the fifth. They need someone to basically rat him out, which is why they're turning up the heat on Juliana, telling her, you gotta tell us what happened. Tell us if Brandon played any sort of role in this.
And she has not?
Not yet.
Wow.
There's more theories about that as well. Now, it's pretty clear that police and prosecutors are very suspicious of Brandon. They're calling Juliana not the Banfield's au pair, but in relation to Brandon, they're calling her his girlfriend, his live-in lover. They also said, we believe that all persons responsible for what happened here today are known to us and we're inside the home. We're gonna do what's right by that child. The truest victim of all is that 4-year-old. The Fairfax County Police Chief states, it's my expectation that we will eventually be able to hold more than just one person accountable for this crime. Another law enforcement officer says, just because we've made an arrest does not mean that this case is closed. During COVID in 2020, so this is 3 years before Christine's death, Christine was actually working as a frontline ICU nurse during COVID. She has this Instagram picture trying to find the silver lining, and she writes, this is my COVID couture, which is not her taking things lightly, of course. A lot of COVID ICU nurses, they had to get therapy afterwards. Nurses, especially in the ICU, I mean, they're dealing with some of the most critically ill patients, and they said prior to this, a lot of the nurses said they took so much pride in doing the absolute best for their jobs. They did so during COVID as well, obviously, but during COVID, it's a different feeling. They said it felt like everybody they touched just died. It's not even about how hard you worked or how much you sweat trying to save someone. They were all just dying. Another ICU nurse said, it broke me as a human being. Despite being in therapy all the way through it, holy hell, it wrecked my whole life. Another one writes, I was a COVID ICU nurse back when we shared refrigerated trucks with the neighboring hospitals. We had so many bodies to load. It was awful. I remember people dying alone in their rooms, having to choose which one gets the ventilator because we were short on vents, trying to facilitate Zoom calls so people could say goodbye to their parents. It was brutal. One person said about Christine being a nurse, I don't think I've ever met someone so passionate about being a nurse or a fiercer patient advocate. She mentored new nurses and took on every new challenge, and man, she was something to watch. In the way that she could just connect with families, and above that, my God, did she love her daughter. Christine served in the ICU during COVID, but still took time to try and protect other people's futures outside of work. So, for example, in 2020, the White House suspended the entry of a lot of visas that they felt were unnecessary into the US during COVID. Now, unnecessary is subjective. Christine wrote on Facebook, the executive order banning visas to America is also impacting young adults coming to America in programs for cultural exchanges, such as au pairs. The role of an au pair cannot be fulfilled by an American as outlined by the Department of State's explanation of the program, so why is it included in this executive order? They are not taking any jobs from Americans. Our au pair has become a part of our family, and we share our love of America with her, and she shares her Brazilian culture with us. They are not nannies or babysitters. They have education requirements while in America and live with the host family for the length of their stay. Au pairs
This
with
is
J1
Brazil.
visas should not be included in this executive order. She linked a change.org petition, which, aside from the connotations or how someone feels about this issue personally, I think a lot of this passion to try and protect the au pair programs is, before Juliana, the couple had another au pair from Brazil. She was like family to Christine. They were such good friends. She only left the family because she was getting married, which is why Juliana was then hired. The former au pair spoke so highly of Christine. It's unclear if she ever spoke about Brandon at all, but Christine called her the previous au pair. She is my daughter's best friend, her sister, her third parent, her everything.
Dang.
Christine wrote on Instagram, a lot of people don't understand the au pair program, but this is it right here. It's opening your home and your heart up to someone with big dreams of changing their life while they're in America, and in the process, they change your life more than you could measure. After Christine's murder, her previous au pair posted on Instagram an excerpt from a book. It reads, "The reality of loss. Here's what I most want you to know. This really is as bad as you think. No matter what anyone else says, it sucks. What happened cannot be made right. What is lost cannot be restored. There is no beauty here. Inside this central fact, acknowledgement is everything. You're in pain and it can't be made better." 1 month after Christine's murder, her former au pair post, "1 month without your text, without your FaceTime. The same Friday, the same date. 1 month without you. I really hope you're having the best time of your life up there, Christine. The sky is so blue and beautiful today because I know you're right there. I'll see you again, and you'll tell me everything when I get there. I'll love you forever, and I promise I will always be there for your daughter." Clearly, this was not a one-sided affection. Christine's daughter was the flower girl for the previous au pair's wedding. Christine was super emotional throughout it. She writes about the wedding, "Nobody prepares you for this part of the au pair program." Now, I couldn't find a ton of information about Christine Banfield or Joseph Ryan. I did
All right, Zara. You know we don't like to get too much into politics. I'm not even gonna get into it. I'm just not gonna get into it.
find Christine Banfield's Instagram profile, which this Instagram profile feels like a reflection of everything she cared about. I think this was the first time in a case that going through someone's Instagram page, she's so passionate about working out, and she did these mud runs with Brandon. She was very into self-development, but after having her daughter, she could not help but that her whole world just revolved around this little girl. She would be so proud of her. She's learning her ABC. She would post these videos about her, constantly posting, and even honestly constantly posting about Brandon. They were married in 2010, and in 2015 she posted her wedding pictures and she wrote, "Tomorrow will be our 5-year anniversary." Oh my god, I still remember the day like it was yesterday. "Till death do us part. I still love my dress." They even did a photo shoot at a beach playground, and Christine is in her full wedding gown. And I guess all the kids, they were playing on the little monkey bars. They were so curious. They all climbed into the picture to take a picture with Christine. These are random kids. These are not her kids. These aren't kids from the wedding. Brandon is also in the picture. Yeah, he's also in the picture. But in the picture, she hashtags, "Till death do us part, married life. I love my husband." She went to football games with her husband.
Finding a
and she
diamond?
captioned the photo. "Went to the Cowboys versus Giants
Oh
games
my
last
goodness.
night. Did my research beforehand that you're allowed to bring in food as long as it's in a clear bag and one factory-sealed 20-ounce non-alcoholic beverage. So sandwiches, pickles, clementines, bananas, cucumber slices, and portioned out snail
Dang,
mix
she
get
seemed
packed along
she
with
seems
one
so
drink
cool.
each." The guys
Why is she over here getting play stuff?
behind us make fun of us as we eat our healthy dinner, but the joke is on them. We saved about $25 each, and I probably saved 30 points from my husband saving himself from a bellyache from the stadium food. Not to mention, we didn't have to miss any of the game by waiting on ridiculous lines for foods and drinks. I mean, I get what people were saying about Christine as wanting her as your nurse. If I saw these pictures, I would want her as my child's nurse in the PICU. In one, she's smiling in scrubs, and she writes, "Unexpectedly working a double, hashtag nurse life, but it's okay because my hair is on point. Plus I'm getting OT and an extra day off for it. Score. Hashtag nurse humor, need more caffeine, someone bring me a Diet Coke." Even when they move into the house that she was killed in, she has this picture that's honestly a bit eerie now to look at, but she's sitting on the ground eating off a moving box, and she writes, "New adventures wait, just got the keys yesterday for the new house in Virginia, and then start the new job on Monday. Brandon's still at the Agent Academy in Georgia, but will be joining us here soon. Hope to make lots of memories in this new home."
Wow.
This was November 2019. A few years later, Christine would be killed in that house. There's another picture of Brandon and her daughter, and she writes, "My whole world in one picture." Christine did not die a painless death, and experts stated that when you're stabbed, there's a lot of movement. People are typically conscious still, and the first stab is, even if it's fatal, you're not knocked unconscious typically, so you're trying to move away, you're trying to protect yourself while you're bleeding. She likely wasn't conscious when she was taken to the hospital, but still technically alive, with a weak pulse indicating this was not a quick death. In 2015, Christine posted the definition for her name, and it reads, "Christine, a deity, The best person to be in your corner. Unlimited power and potential. A muse. Someone that can change your life. Someone that takes your side even when you're wrong. Soulmate. Serendipity. Example of Christine used in a sentence. If I only had Christine, I could do anything. As for Joseph Ryan, I think netizens are having a hard time understanding his role in all of this. Most people believe that Joseph Ryan probably met Christine on a fetish website, and he wanted to find like-minded adults that were into the same activities that he was in. The theory being, allegedly, he's under the impression that he's meeting a nice, consenting adult at her house where he's gonna have fun with her. But he arrives and clearly things are not going that way. That's what most people believe. So as for the knife used to stab Christine, I think it would be crucial to find out, was it from Joseph's house or the Banfield residence? But even if it were a knife that Joseph had brought, a lot of netizens believe that he could have been asked to bring it. It wouldn't be the most alarming thing on a fetish website where the point is to meet like-minded people who have not as common interests in the bedroom as the general public. So if done correctly, safely, consensually, knife play is not the worst thing in the world. I mean, who's to say, right?
I guess my question is also, let's say he came here for this activity. How did he get in the house and all the way to the bedroom? Because that part, I just don't imagine Christine open the door and just guide him to the bedroom.
So netizens have some of all of this. If she set it up, she could have left the front door unlocked, and in the messages it could have implied, hey, the front door is unlocked, come upstairs to the left bedroom.
I just realized
I'll
what.
be waiting for you.
Really? Yeah.
See,
And then as to how Christine was found nude, because if Joseph Ryan is not someone trying to assault her or kill her, right? Why was she nude? There's a few split netizen theories about this. One is that in the website, in the fetish website, they were communicating about how she might have liked non-consensual play, and he thought it was part of the act, and she probably did not at all because she doesn't know what's going on, and she believes she's being essayed, right?
right.
So it could have been that, or people believe it wouldn't be too impossible for the husband to be like, hey, we've been having a rough time recently. How about I go outside, grab some fun stuff, you wait for me in the bedroom, nude. The nanny's going to the zoo, I'm gonna take a day off work, take a sick day, let's reconnect.
I see, right.
So there's a lot of ways it could play out. And
Yeah.
again, these are all just theories. They're just netizens trying to make sense of a case that doesn't make any sense, because it doesn't make sense that Christine Banfield would willingly go on this website and do all these things. And it doesn't make sense that Joseph Ryan
It doesn't
is
make
there.
sense, but people
So I
be,
would say
you know.
the overwhelming theory is that Joseph truly believed he was just meeting someone online that he liked, got roped into something he probably wanted no part in, and he becomes the fall guy and gets killed. Even prosecutors state that that's what they think it is.
I want to add a comment here, but since I've seen it, you see, that's why you see, I know some of the things I've been saying is trying to pick at Morgan, because I know Morgan knows the ending.
The smaller theory that exists out there is that Joseph Ryan was a hired hitman that was hired to kill Christine, and when he was done with the job, he was killed so that there were no witnesses. This is highly doubtable because hiring a hitman usually requires some sort of communications and transfers of funds even before the act, which is not only risky but eventually discoverable, and I would imagine as an IRS agent, he would probably know how traceable that is. On top of that, the coincidence of setting up the fetish website is also a lot. And I feel like if he was a hired hitman, authorities would have probably found proof by now. I mean, maybe they have and they're just not telling us, but it just, let alone stab a woman. She says, this is ridiculous. This is beyond ridiculous. I can't even tell you. Like, you don't just wake up all of a sudden and decide you're gonna be a killer.
Listen, I love the mom, and I understand it's her baby boy, and she has to say these things, but you don't know, man, that until it ends up happening.
I want people to remember Joe for the good-natured, loving man that he was. For the man who loved his
I'm not saying
family,
anything. I don't know
he loved
him.
other people,
I don't
was
know who
socially
he
aware,
was.
he a
I'm just
kind
saying in
person.
general.
She says it might be possible that her son went to meet up with someone he met online, to which she says, I mean, I think it's possible. Joe was an adult. He was allowed to do what he wanted. You don't get murdered for activity, and if it was between consensual adults. He was a good man. That's what I want him remembered as. The beautiful person he was on the inside.
How old is Joe?
Is buffering for you?
I believe in his 30s as well.
Pissing me off. For real? Is bus fare for you?
Juliana's mother has
I'm
also
looking at it on
spoken to
this other
media,
screen
and
right here,
she
and it looks pretty
states,
fine.
"They are saying horrible things about my daughter, that she only did this so she can stay in the country." Basically trying to get rid of Christine to stay with Brandon and get a visa, which, yes, does feel icky to say, I guess. But her mom says, "It's not true. She wouldn't hurt a fly. I hope all of this is resolved." She also states that her daughter told her before the arrest, essentially, yes, her employer was killed, but the case has been closed, and the police concluded that Joseph Ryan killed Christine because they used to date. They were exes. There's no proof of that. That's just what Juliana's mom claims Juliana told her.
Yeah, everybody
There are
lying
some
now.
concerns that Juliana's primary language is Portuguese and the interrogations were in English, but the prosecutors argue that she never requested an interpreter and only asked for one term to be translated: aluminum foil. So there are a lot of theories about this case. One netizen theorizes, again, just a theory from someone who doesn't personally know the couple or the case, but they theorize given the limited information to the general public. They guess. My best guess, the husband and the nanny, they started this relationship. They hatch up this plan to kill Christine. I don't know who stabbed Christine, though, and I'm not sure the exact role that Joseph Ryan was supposed to play in all
I
of
feel
this,
like the
but
FBI
it's
set it
clear
all
the
up.
nanny messed up during the act a few times. First by calling 911 too early, and then shooting Joseph Ryan. Likely something unexpected happened during the incident that necessitated her shooting Joseph Ryan that second time. Because a lot of people are pointing out their story is almost too long.
Because he's too smart.
For a federal
I
agent
feel like
who's pleading the fifth and
yeah,
lawyering up, the
he's
story
too
is
smart.
too dumb. Why would she shoot him
Exactly.
when he's already
He's too smart
incapacitated?
for
And
these
if you're a federal
mistakes
agent,
to happen.
why would you tell her to go get a gun from the safe
Yeah, I
when
feel
you
like
just shot him
I feel like
with your law
yeah,
enforcement
she
issued
just
weapon? And if he had no more
yeah.
bullets left, a lot of the public believe we would know that by now.
Yeah.
Like, that would have been stated in the press releases or the press conference from the police.
Yes.
Like, because he had no more bullets.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense.
Because
And
he
then
had
there
no
are
more
some
bullets
comments,
and
them saying that they're defending themselves, yet she's going to get another gun out of the safe
and
in
she
order
had to
shoot him
get
again.
she had to
they're
do that.
probably lying.
They had so much
But also,
time.
what a lousy story. It just doesn't even make sense.
And first of all,
So
you
the original
fed,
poster,
right? You hit him in the eye. I mean, I don't know what happened, but I'm pretty sure he probably would drop the knife. Tackle him now. Rush him. Bull rush him. No? Okay.
they believe that something had gone wrong. It did not go according to the plan because the two open line calls, this weird second shot from the second gun, it's just silly to state that this is self-defense. That is their opinion, not a fact. Do your own research. I'm not a judge. What do I know, right? So the netizen is proposing that something happened that prompted her to shoot him once more. Likely something happened that she shot Joseph, and once they call 911 the second time, 13 minutes later, Brandon, the husband, immediately recognizes he needs to tell the police he shot Joseph and it wasn't the nanny. He needs to get the focus away from the nanny as quickly as possible. He does not want the potential of her squealing or getting questioned because while he's a federal agent who can somehow keep his wits intact, which clearly it's working, she might not be able to. The netizen further states, and honestly, judging by her social media posts, it sounds like she's pretty dumb. So he claims to have shot Joseph Ryan, he lawyers up, he won't speak with the police, and at this point, he knows that he has to keep the nanny around, so she's not going to confess, even though it's a bad look to the public. Still dating your nanny, right? She thinks that this is going to work out for them. The husband claims he's keeping the nanny around. He's probably telling the authorities for the best interests of the child, to have some consistency for the child. But they're all trying to basically stick it out together because they have no other choice. And now that she's been arrested, though, she's going to flip on him. It's just going to take time. This is a theory.
That would be wild.
Yeah. But a lot of people seem to have this theory because
Yeah.
nothing else really makes sense. Some people don't even have the space for theories. They're just so angered by the situation. One au pair or nanny states, "Good Lord, I worked as a nanny for years. I always told the parents, whether you hire me or not, put in nanny cams. You should have nanny cams and your nanny should be the biggest supporter of them. If you wouldn't want it captured by the hidden nanny cams, you should not be doing it. That goes for the owner of the home and the nanny."
That is true. Why don't
If
they
you
have
would
nanny
never
cams?
do
Their
things like
baby
this
is
in
so
the first
young.
place, you would want nanny cams to protect yourself as a nanny and as the parents. Someone comments, "Moral of the story is do not bring a strange woman into your home to take care of your children.
Mhm.
She may also
Amen.
take care of your husband." Which is a wild, wild victim-blaming statement to make. To
What do
which some
Oh, you think you're saying victim blaming in the sense of her? No, 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 no. It's a dumb idea in general. Especially, listen. She look pretty good. You know what I'm saying? So like, that is a complete, like, stupid, decision. All right, cause listen, they're obviously both straight. He's married to a woman. She's married to a man. Right? And you just bring a baddie in there to watch our daughter? Oh nah, that's literally the ultimate level of temptation. Next thing you know, you get home late, the wife and kid is asleep, and then she just, was washing her hair, come downstairs. She's like, "Oh," and then she was, "Oh, like what?" Oh nah. Don't bring no, especially somebody like that in your house. That's crazy. That is crazy. Come on now. You saw her, Morgan, when she was sitting in the picture in the restaurant taking pictures? Oh my goodness.
someone
Nah.
comments, "Or just don't marry the type of man to sleep with a stranger and let harm come your way."
First of all, listen. Don't blame the man. I mean, you gotta blame him because this is. But hey, listen. It's like, cause it's like, yeah. Get away with shady activity. Wait, you think it's his fault that there's no nanny cam in the house? You think that?
No victim blaming. Another comment.
'Cause
"Or
why didn't the
moral of
mom
story, men should stop
do that?"
betraying their families?" Someone else comments.
Hold up.
"Absolutely
We ain't even gonna do that. Because most of us is women, and women usually do it because they're not happy. That's the most.
disgusting and disappointing just how many people are victim blaming the poor murdered wife and mother for her own death," which is a very valid observation. There's
Who's
another
blaming her?
comment that reads, "Never bring strangers into your home
Yes.
to take care of things that you should be doing."
Yes. Amen.
That clearly feels pointed at the murdered mother rather than at the father.
No. It's pointed at the parents. Don't bring nobody. And listen, I know the other au pair was amazing and beautiful and just great with the children, and she got married after. Great, beautiful. But don't bring no random people in your house, bro. Don't bring no random people in your house, bro. Come on now. Come on now.
Another comment reads, "Mothers and wives out there, here's a lesson. Don't hire young, pretty nannies."
You see, like I said.
Another-
First of all, don't listen. I'm against hiring nannies, period. But if you're going to, she can't be a bite like that. Come on, man. Come on now. Oh my goodness. As soon as I saw the picture, hold up, I'm on 55:45. As soon as I saw this right here, bro, I was like,
I personally would not be comfortable.
as soon as I saw this picture, bro, I'm like, come on now. This ain't the au pair. What is she out here doing? I was about to say a pun, but but come on, guys. Let's be serious about this. Let's be serious about this, everyone. Definitely not that one. Definitely not that one. So ugly nanny. Listen, I ain't saying ugly. I'm just saying, listen. I'm just saying, listen. All right, this is how it gotta be. Like, you can't be. There can't be any bit of attraction. You can't understand half the words I say? Yeah, I know. I mean, I feel like if anybody, you'd have to understand. Because I know Bride understands. Because, you know, Bride's been in Raw for so long. Come on, Titan. Lock in, man. Is a thing. There's a reason there's no cameras. Let's say wife brings up adding nanny cams. Husband says no. You don't need them. Yeah. Someone here looking after the house. Yeah, but I mean, like, I feel like that wouldn't change it anyway. Because the wife would still, if she wanted to put nanny cams, she could. And because she's the reason, like, she's the one hiring the nannies in the first place. Because she hired the first au pair, right? And she hired the second au pair. So she's the one hiring them. So she could have put the nanny cams. I feel like she didn't want the nanny cams. Because she trusted them. Because she trusted the first one so much. That's what it said. The first one was like her best friend. But I ain't say ugly by it. It's like, listen, let's say you don't like input this type of person, race maybe, right? Just hire one of them. So you're like, yeah, I doubt there's gonna be an issue. Obviously, there's not a 0% chance because just in case something happened, like I said, you just had a tough day at work. You get home, everybody sleep. You're like, You get downstairs, drink a couple, knock a few back, and then she just, oh, you're home, right? Would you like some food? Obviously, that's not what she's here for, but just in case, you know. And then she just, you know, got out of the shower. She gets your food, and then now you don't know how to act. Is that still on you? Yes, it is, because you got to handle that. But, like, that's how these things be happening, you know. And mobile speech. Yeah, but you still got to lock in, Titan. You still got to lock in. 8,080 McDonald's points. You got 3,800 McDonald's. First of all, what the heck is a McDonald's point? Second of all, 3,000. Does that mean you buy a lot of McDonald's, or like what does that even mean? They should have. Yeah. They got millions of dollars. Yeah, but I feel like a lot of people just think, well, the au pair is just, we're doing a good thing, you know? Oh, if you order from the app, you get points? Interesting. Interesting.
It's time to take care of your own kids.
Yes.
Don't ever care for your kids as much as you
Exactly.
do. Don't let a job be the reason you lose your baby.
Exactly. Exactly.
Crazies out here.
Okay. I'm not just talking about the man. I'm talking about, like, your kids. Like, you know how many situations I've seen? Like, actual situations when the kid ends up, like, calling the nanny or, like, the babysitter, like, just a person who watches them, like, mom. They see that person as their mom. Come on now. That's not how it's supposed to be. Come on now. Watch your own kids.
To that?
And the reason why I said mom is because most babysitters and most nannies are women. So, you know. I mean, yeah, most of them. Because I'm pretty sure you might find, like, a few guys out there.
He works for the IRS.
Yep.
She's a pediatric ICU nurse. You
Yep.
tell me which job is more important.
Wait, is she trying to say... What is she trying to say? I mean, she works with kids, right? Pediatric is children, right? Right? Pediatric is children, right? That's a great thing that you're doing, ma'am. Honestly. Right? Honestly. That is a great thing that you're doing. But you got one of them ankle grabbers at home. It's kids? Yeah. My mom left her part-time job to raise us. You see, that's what should have happened. She's trying to say the husband should quit his job. It gets really tricky out here, doesn't it, May? When we get into this situation. Because it's like, we have to understand, at the end of the day, the most important thing, I believe, is the kids. You know what I mean? If you're not willing to, like, and I'm not saying you can't have a life at all, but you have to understand, every single move you make at this point in time is going to reflect on this child. So this child should be the most important thing to you. Right? And if you don't do that, guess what? A lot of these things, and obviously you can bring up other cases, but most people who commit violent crimes are from broken families, right? And most of these broken families occur from having other people involved with your child's life. Mango makes bad takes. Morgan, listen, Morgan, don't get mad at May. May be saying some good stuff sometimes, okay? And I kind of agree in certain situations. Listen, May not saying nothing crazy about Stephanie. Stephanie just be saying some stuff sometimes, okay? That don't be making sense. But yeah, honestly, the best person to watch your kid is you. The best person to watch your kid is the person who had the kid. And if you're not ready to have kids, don't have kids. And if it was an accident, you shouldn't have been doing what you were doing to accidentally have it in the first place. But like, yeah, it's crazy. It's truly crazy. It's crazy because just like that lady said, oh, my son was never. You think she knew her son was out here playing with knives around people when he was, no, she didn't know that. Why? Because she don't know her kid. Come on now. That's how it is. So you have to understand. If you really want to know your kid and make sure your kid is okay, you can't just send them away somewhere. And when I mean send them away, like send somebody else to raise them for a time and then believe that is your kid still. Because it really isn't. It's whoever raised them's kid.
Another comment just reads, young nanny sees a beautiful home and wealthy husband.
Yep.
Oh, well, it's a tale as old as time. Another comment reads,
I'm
"They
telling you.
killed the husband
Yo, I'm telling you right now. Hold up, 56. Still, I haven't even moved. I moved like a minute. But I got to go back to this once again, bro. I'm trying to tell you guys. Like, hold up. 45, 46. All right. Doop, doop, doop. All right.
Citizens dug up this picture that
Yo,
Julia
when I tell you, bro, this couldn't have been the first time she wore this. I'm telling you right now, she knew what was going on. She was like, oh, I like this house. I like this living. Yo. And listen, she don't, like, that's not the first day of her wearing clothes like this. Right? She Brazilian. She had the accent, I'll bet. You know what I mean? I was about to say, hold up. Let me make sure I'm not being racist real fast. Hold up. Yep, I was about to say something about but like come on, she knew what she was doing, guys. She knew what she was doing. I'm telling you, man, this man got home stressed out. He's like, man, I had to take some money from these people, man. Gosh, these people be fighting me, right? And then got home, was knocking a few back, and she just walked downstairs randomly. Oh, Mr. You're home. would you like a? And then she just has a towel just wiping her. Oh, come on now. Nah, man. Are so thick. I mean, it runs in the family. They got to run in the family. But it's like, obviously, this man should have, he should have locked in, because you can't like obviously, temptation is everywhere, but like you acting on it is it's still your fault, right? And man, they were there, and he saw him. And listen, it's just like that whole thing with what's his name, Arnold Schwarzenegger. He also cheated with a nanny. I mean, listen. When I'm at home, right? Listen, I'm a hope. Listen. Before I even start this saying what I'm about to say, I'm against it all. Cheating in all forms. Nah, it ain't it. But if I'm at home, you know what I mean? I just finished filming another blockbuster, and I'm like, you know what I mean? Sitting back, relax. I'm finally home with the kids. The kids running around. Now the kids are out there with their friends. I'm home alone, and then she's just there, and and it's just a hot summer day, and I'm like, man, like, hey. And then she, she not just sitting there, just like, and I'm not gonna. Nah, she on you, boy. What? Come on now. It's crazy, man. It truly is. It truly is crazy. It truly is crazy. Cause I'm like, listen, I don't like to, I understand what she's talking about, victim blaming, and I don't want to victim blame. But like, does she not know her husband's a man? Like, cause listen, this is the thing. This is what I want to tell you, and I always remember this video. And I love, cause I was watching this video, and this guy, he was talking to his girl, and he said, "Would you ever cheat on me?" And she says, "I'll never put myself in a situation where I will cheat on you." And he said, "What do you mean by that?" He said, "Well, everybody's capable of cheating, right? But just make sure they're not in a situation where that will happen, right? So I'll never go to a place where I can get drunk and be around attractive people because I don't know what will end up happening." And then once she said that, I'm like, that is exactly true. Everybody's capable of doing it. Just get away with it. Which is why Yahusha, or Jesus, as you guys say, says flee from lust. He doesn't say, hey, ride it out. He says flee, run away. Why? Because you can't handle it, my boy. He says you cannot handle it. You can't handle it. So if you see it, run. That's what he says. Because you're not going to be able to handle it. And listen, once again, I'm not victim blaming, but she allowed this Brazilian baddie with everything going into her home, and she just looked at her husband like, "Oh no, he ain't gonna look at her." Should he be? Of course not. Is that going to change anything? No, ma'am. That's all I'm saying.
Nanny was smart, she would testify against him. Now, I'm not defending the nanny at all, but the comments are wild. Brazilian netizens have also reacted to the news. Some write, from his behavior, the husband's behavior, you can see that he planned everything, and he's using
I believe
the
it.
nanny.
Yep.
She was dishonest, bad, and deluded, and she's going to pay for it alone. Because that's what he's going to let happen. He's American, she's not, he knows the laws, and he has them in his favor. So some speculate that second shot, Brandon wanted Juliana to fire the second shot so that she would get more of the heat.
Yep.
Which I don't know if that makes any sense. There's other speculations, I believe. In my personal opinion, I would believe more.
I feel like
that he had her fire the second shot. Either something dramatic happened inside that we don't know about, or because if she fires a shot, then she's more likely to not say anything either, because she too has blood on her hands.
Yeah, the truth is going to be very interesting.
Yeah. It's going to come up hopefully in November. Now, I don't think that Juliana should be excused for anything she's done. Again, not saying that she's committed second-degree murder, just stating, I think if the trial proceeds and continues in the trajectory that people think it will, just based off the limited information we have, nothing should excuse Juliana. However, I did find it interesting. Who is paying for Juliana's attorney? Juliana's mom stated in an interview with a Brazilian news outlet that she has not spoken to Juliana's attorney, which I feel like if her parents were paying for it, or if Juliana was paying for it, they would have access to the attorney. Because Juliana, if she's the retained client, she could be like, hey, can you talk to my mom? Because I'm in prison, and my mom needs to talk to you. Also, I don't know if Juliana even has the funds to retain an attorney. Maybe she does. But it would be a bit worrisome here if Brandon is the one paying for the attorney. Because then, would the attorney really be acting in her best interest or Brandon's?
You can do that?
Yeah.
Really? Huh.
Yeah.
That would be crazy.
This is actually kind of a problem when there's two defendants. I think it's rare, right? But in some cases where there's two defendants and they decide to have the same attorney, but maybe one of them is footing the bill, that attorney is looking out for one defendant over the other more. That's why even when you see couples go up as defendants, they try to retain their own attorneys that they personally pay for. Whereas if you're protecting both partners, it's a bit tricky. So it's just, I mean, this would be very fascinating to know. I don't know. I don't think it's a court-appointed attorney, from what I can tell. Again, not defending her, just another layer of complexity here. It could be court-appointed. I didn't find any indication of, but we'll just have to find out in November. Because even when the prosecutor called Brandon Banfield to the stand, Giuliana's attorney stated,
You know the thing that's crazy to me though? Listen, most likely is it him? Yes, sure. But the thing that's so crazy is that they're like, okay, the guy who did it, oh, he's the one, he's the reason. Right? She didn't cheat. She's not the woman to cheat. He set it up. He made her set up her. And he set her up to use the last bullet. Like, this man is the mastermind. In every situation, it's all this guy's fault. I mean, probably, but it's just wild. That's Italy.
Which I don't know, because I feel like if I were Giuliana's attorney, not that I would be qualified, but I feel like I'd be like, you know what, you're right. Bring Brandon. It's on Brandon. He's the husband. He's the owner of this house. He's the dad. Talk to him. My client just did whatever he told her to do because he's the law enforcement officer. Of course she listened to him. She just shot where he told her to do. That's it. Bring him on. But instead he's like, it seems like Brandon is the target of this investigation. Wouldn't you want that as Giuliana's attorney? Another commentator agrees. I agree, he used her for the crime. She wanted to, but I'm sure he promised 1,001 things, and he might have realized that she was a fool.
That's true.
These are from Brazilian netizens.
He probably promised her.
They write.
He probably promised her, like, cause this man got $1 million house. She smelt the bread. What? She knew what the plan was.
Or not, she is a cruel criminal as much as he is. Even if she wasn't the main plotter, you have to recognize the lack of empathy and coldness when she takes over the master bedroom where the victim died and puts up photos of her with the dead woman's husband. It was the room where the woman died with her husband. Put yourself in Christine's shoes. A characterless husband like that and a girl just waiting to pounce. Ugh. I found the photos of the two of them in the room where his wife was killed extremely morbid. It seems like a way to mark territory with some sort of victory trophy, is another netizen comment.
Happy ever after?
One Brazilian netizen agreed.
Happy ever after, yes.
Agrees, writing, if she was innocent, even if she was having an affair up until the incident where they died.
I'm joking,
they're saying
I'm joking.
She can't continue that affair. If she is a good person, she would leave.
You know what this sounds like, Morgan? It sounds like a Hallmark movie.
This whole thing is weird. And they say if she was innocent, she wouldn't be sleeping in the victim's room, in the victim's bed, and placing photographs of her with the victim's husband on the nightstand. But many Brazilians, along with American netizens, agree that they find it extremely strange that Brandon Banfield has not been charged yet. One comment reads from an alleged Nova local, "Stabbing is violent and visceral. She lived all the way to the hospital. She did not want to leave her little girl. I've seen posts by people who were in the ER that morning. Many were traumatized. The depraved indifference to human life is shocking. To think that people like this are among us in society is sobering."
This is why a lot of people need to be. We got to open up these facilities again, bro.
They say that he's on administrative leave. There's some rumors, I don't know if these are accurate, that immediately after he purchased a Tesla. So some of the locals are having these allegations, theories, speculations, opinions that he's going through this weird midlife crisis, purchased a Tesla. Some of them were even conversating about it. They'd be curious to know if Christine was against purchasing a Tesla.
No Hallmark happy
maybe
endings.
she's fiscally more responsible.
Oh, Lifetime. Yeah, Lifetime.
Purchased a Tesla. He has this young 23-year-old girlfriend.
23? Oh my.
38.
She's 23.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I mean, the whole thing is just really,
Yeah. Wow. I feel like there's so much we don't know.
And the locals actually speculate and theorize. Again, I don't know how I ended up on this like DC Moms forum, but that's where I went down the rabbit hole. They were speculating that there has to be life insurance. So they were trying to figure out what tier of government worker he is. And and some speculate he's making anywhere between $100,000 to $150,000. She would make quite a bit in Washington, D.C. as a pediatric ICU nurse, close to 100, if not more than $100,000. So now half their income is gone. So they're like, maybe there is a life insurance policy involved as well. But again, these are just literally gossip, like neighborhood gossip.
Love it. I know, man. All moms watch
There's a ton
Lifetime.
of twists in this story, and after every twist, somehow the husband and the au pair look even guiltier each time, especially since they went to the shooting range 2 months before the murders. Juliana's mom is interviewed, and she says that she has a message for her daughter. She said she must tell the truth. She must tell them what happened that day. Not just say that she's the only one, but say that Brandon was with her as well. She would have only shot Joseph as a way to defend herself and defend the family. Juliana is currently being held with no bond. The judge stated that she is too great of a flight risk. Her trial was initially set for July, so last month, but it has now been pushed to November of this year. Whether or not charges against Brandon Banfield will be filed is unknown, but there's still just so many unanswered questions. Like, the weird part is, sure, there is this 13-minute delay from the initial call to 911, so when they call back. This 13 minutes, fully unaccounted for. And people speculate it has something to do with who stabbed Christine. Because Christine did not stab herself. Brandon and Juliana are stating that the other man, Joseph Ryan, did it, but law enforcement hasn't come out to say that. In fact, they're treating Joseph Ryan as another victim. I imagine if Joseph Ryan did stab Christine Banfield and then he was shot immediately afterwards, the forensic at the scene, the crime scene, would show that story. And I think that the police would have stated it to the public. But the fact that they haven't, and the way that they talk about Joseph Ryan is truly in the sense that he is a victim here and not someone who committed a crime and then was shot afterwards. Netizens believe it would be pretty easy to tell if Joseph Ryan was the stabber. There would be clear evidence. So if Joseph Ryan didn't stab and kill Christine, then who did? The most low-hanging fruit suspects are the two other parties in the room, Juliana and Brandon Banfield. But how could they have cleaned up and gotten rid of all the evidence that they're involved in the stabbing before law enforcement arrive at the scene? Some netizens theorize that perhaps all of this happened a bit sooner. So here's another theory. Opinion, not a fact. They could have, hypothetically, in a parallel universe, the two could have stabbed Christine Banfield, then shot Joseph Ryan way before the 911 call. And maybe the open lines were because they hadn't cleaned up something, giving them enough time to clean up again. Or they could have stabbed Christine prior to Joseph Ryan even getting into the house. So remember how people are speculating that he met her on the website and likely it was like, hey, the
Hallmark movie suck.
to the left bedroom. Perhaps she was already stabbed. He walks in and they're laying in wait for him. And he's shocked. He's like, this is not what I came here for. He's about to U-turn, but he gets shot. Again, these are just hypothetical theories that people have been putting together since there's such limited information out there and it just doesn't make sense. Now, side note about Joseph Ryan being shot twice, there are theories that it's weird, but maybe it's not. For example, let's say in a parallel universe, the husband stabbed the wife. Then out of necessity, he shot Joseph Ryan, who walks in through the door. Perhaps Juliana was supposed to shoot him. So the arrangement would have been, I kill Christine, you kill Joseph Ryan. So we each kill one. But maybe Juliana hesitated, maybe she didn't shoot him for whatever reason, and so Brandon Banfield shot him. And now he only has blood on his hands, is the theory. So he forces Juliana to shoot him as well. And also because another shot must be fired, perhaps he's looking at Joseph Ryan. Again, this is another theory. Perhaps he's looking at Joseph Ryan and he sees that maybe he'll survive. He's not dead. And if we call 911 now, he's rushed to the hospital. What if he survives? They can't wait too long to call the police, so they need to do something. So a lot of netizens right now are just curious as to who stabbed Christine and wondering if law enforcement has figured that out and they're just being tight-lipped about it. Also, if there's any evidence of life insurance. Another question that netizens have is, where was the poor little girl during all of this? Was she left in the basement? Reports state that she's physically unharmed from the incident, but I'm sure there's going to be lots of mental and emotional trauma, if not now, then later. People wonder, why? If Brandon Banfield, the father, is somehow proven to be involved in all of this, it just makes him so much more sick and vile that you're willing to expose your child to lifelong trauma because of how evil and callous you are. Speaking of people in the house, the couple also had huskies. I know I saw one, perhaps even two huskies that look like they live in the house.
Oh, I like
So
huskies.
let's just say they just have one husky. I'm curious to know, was the husky in the house at the time of the incident? Again, I don't think the husky being home or not is some sort of evidence or smoking gun, but if Joseph Ryan had to come into the house, did they
How
put the
about-
huskies into a crate? That would be more premeditation. Were the huskies
How about like an
groomers?
iced tea,
I mean,
Bri?
it's just, from what
Like
I
a
know,
drink.
huskies are pretty protective, if I'm correct. It would just be interesting to know. Hopefully we get answers to all of these questions in November when the trial starts, and we can only hope that every single person involved in their deaths will face justice. But what are your thoughts on this case?
Okay, Morgan,
I feel like
you are
there's so
allowed to
many
speak.
questions and
What do you know, Morgan? I think I might change her hair. I'm not liking it. Excuse me. You have a theory? Okay, let's hear the theory. Let's hear the theory that you have. Excuse me. Oh no. Iced tea? Yeah, it could be like iced tea. Like, I mean, I don't know. I was thinking like a cool drink. Or it can be watermelon, Bri. Do a watermelon. Why not? I was watching a video. These guys were dumpster diving, right? And they found a baby in the dumpster, right? They picked it up. They ran to the hospital. I mean, they called the ambulance. The ambulance came, picked up the baby. They found out the lady who did it, right? Tell me why this lady, once they found out, she said, "Well, I just turned 18 and like, I didn't know what to do." And then she said, "If the baby's alive, I'll take it." I was like, "Oh my gosh. This girl is insane. This girl is insane." All right. The fish, the cat was not created by the wife. It was the husband that made it. Had the nanny take over the account to lure the man to take the fall for the. Ah, okay. That's just a theory, a game theory. Okay, okay, Morgan. See, I was thinking like the dad. I mean the the husband had to be, he had to be the mastermind because everything, like, especially as soon as he said, "I'll plead the fifth," I instantly knew this guy knows what he's doing. The other lady, she folded. right? So then I was starting to think, yeah, this couldn't have been her plan, right? And if the wife, let's say the wife isn't into this knife play stuff, right? Because we don't know the whole truth, but let's say she didn't make the account, she's not into it. Then, yeah, most definitely. Like that last thing that she said, like the last theory, I think it was it. She was like, the man, they did it beforehand, and then they lured him there, and then he was there, and then they took him out, and then they called the cops. Yeah.
There's a college
Bada bing, bada boom.
in a hospital room in the emergency department. There's a college student just laying on the hospital bed, staring up at the ceiling. She doesn't have her shoes on. She's got her hands on her face. She looks very stressed. Someone is in the room with her recording her. That's how we know this. She's rubbing her face. I'm gonna have such a long day tomorrow. Oh my god.
I don't like this
I'm not
hair
gonna
for her.
answer anyone's Snapchats.
I'm gonna tell you guys a
answer
little bit about
anyone's
her.
questions. The person recording her does not respond to her, does not even try to comfort her or anything, just records her
I know
in
she has
silence.
hazel eyes.
She slowly turns her head over to look at the cameraman briefly while she's laying there. Well, you're too quiet. I'm gonna start singing now because I hate the quiet. He still doesn't respond. Not much of a response. So she just starts singing.
I feel like I don't know. I don't know if she should have something like this long. Really? She dressed like a Pokemon mom. I don't know, Titan. Cause I was trying to think of a like, but the thing is, cause she is. Oh dang! You guys hear that? There's a storm a brewing. I think she's the tracker. Like she's really good at like finding like trails and stuff. Oh my god. Alright, Titan.
Laying there flat on her back on the hospital bed. I mean, clearly she's not that injured. She's singing, moving her arms around, doing the finger guns. Eventually, she needs to get up and put more effort into this performance. She sits up in her hospital bed,
Oh, this lady,
takes off her
she-
socks, sits crisscross
She-
applesauce, and starts singing. You know those cute little TikToks that are me at 3 a.m. pretending to be performing on my tour? It's kind of like that. She's cupping her face, she's flipping her hair, she's singing Intentions by Justin Bieber. The lyrics go, picture perfect, you don't need no filter, gorgeous, make him drop dead, you're a killer. Shower you with all my attention, yeah, these are my only intentions.
I don't know why I thought it was gonna be better.
She's like whipping her head around. She's staring straight at the person quietly filming her. Oh yeah, you never answered me about my car. I have school tomorrow. How do I get my car here tomorrow? A very low man's voice is heard behind the camera.
Well, your car is totaled.
It's what?
Your car is totaled. Total wrecked.
Okay, so how do I get to school tomorrow? You don't. So I don't go to school tomorrow? Is that what you're telling me? No, ma'am. You want me to be honest with you? You're going to jail. You don't have a bond. You killed 2 people tonight.
Oh.
That's what's going on. So yeah, no, you're not going to school tomorrow. That man filming is a police officer.
Is she going to high school, middle school?
College.
College, okay.
This is the case of Stephanie Malgoza, the college student who killed 2 people and proceeded to complain the whole time of how this could happen to her. She would ask about emailing her professor and sing songs at the crime scene.
Copyright. Sings Justin Bieber songs and plays dumb.
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support Kaylee Millis Foundation, a non-profit established to encourage people to drive responsibly. They help rebuild families' lives after experiencing loss and hardship from fatal or non-fatal car crashes through individualized financial assistance, grief counseling, and emotional support. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. There will be 2 separate cases included
I think
in
I might
today's
change her
episode.
hair.
So one problem that we've been struggling
I mean, I
with
like the
is
hair
we get
too,
a
right?
lot of requests for cases that are either
I'm addicted to
ongoing
Blood Boy.
in
You
development,
are
or
Titan.
we
I didn't want to
just
say nothing, but
haven't
you
been
are.
able to find much information on enough to do this full comprehensive deep dive. And since we only post twice a week, we thought this would be the best way to bring you those stories in this format. So if you ever have any case suggestions, let us know in the comments or at rottenmangopodcast.com. So with that being said, let's get started. 10:16 p.m. Authorities are called to the scene on 2208 Main Street in front of a bar called Full Throttle. Literally right in front of a bar. There's been an accident. Right when they get there, they see this Dodge Dart.
Nah, cause like, listen, I don't know if you have your PlayStation or whatever connected to the Discord, but every single time I go to the Discord, it opens, it shows like like messages and stuff. It always like it's been saying for like a few days now, Titan, and it says Bloodborne. This one made you mad, Morgan?
Dark car parked
Should I watch
in
it?
the middle of the road. It's red, and there's pretty substantial
Oh my
damage to
gosh.
the front of it. There's this massive large dent to the front hood. There seems to be what appears to be blood splatter. A girl named Stephanie Melgoza is standing off to the side, and she seems relatively uninjured, and honestly not even in a state of shock. The officers approach her, and she tells them, "I called as soon as this shit happened. I go to Bradley, the university nearby. It's actually a top-ranked private university, so just
What
keep that in
state?
mind. This is in Illinois. I go to Bradley. Why would this shit happen to me?" The officer asks her if anyone took her information, and she starts pointing at him. Her finger is pretty close to his chest. Your friend took my license. Your friend took my license." The officer asks her, "Were you leaving the bar, or were you?" I was coming here. It's a little strange how comfortable she is right now. The way she's talking to the officers, it reminds me of how someone would talk to their mom. When a mom tells you, "Why did you do that?" and you almost half whine, "You told me to. I was doing what you I was coming here. I was coming here."
Were you leaving the bar? Were you coming this down the road?
I was coming here.
Okay.
You know, I had just gotten my night started.
"Do you have anything illegal on you?" "Yes, I have marijuana in my purse."
Oh.
"Have you had any marijuana tonight?" "No."
Is it legal there?
"No."
Oh, completely illegal.
Yeah. He has her put her purse on the hood of the cop car, and she's still holding some items in her hands. He asks her to put them down, and she says, "My vape, too?" She later asks, "I graduated in 4 weeks. Is this going to affect anything?" She gets a full pat down before they put her in the backseat of the cop car, and the police, they don't want to ask her more questions right now. Right now, their priority are the 2 people. Because near that red car, that's Stephanie's car, there are 2 people laying covered in blood, dead on the ground.
Oh
near
my
the car.
gosh.
Right there at the scene, there are contorted bodies. Even though her car is red, it's pretty easy to see how much blood has splattered all over the windshield and the front
So
bumper of her
it
car.
wasn't a
There
car?
is blood quite literally everywhere.
They hit.
There is
She
a
hit
woman
people?
laying about 30 feet from the red car, which is quite far. But her leg, part of her leg has been completely severed
Oh my
and is
gosh.
attached to the front of Stephanie's vehicle.
Oh.
It's stuck on the front bumper of
Oh.
the car, sticking
Oh.
out of the front grill. There are photos. It's blurred, but there are photos. There's another man.
I saw enough. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Laying about 90 feet from the car, and the officers are seen trying to perform CPR on their bodies, but they're not moving. Their bodies are in a really bad state. It's stated that at least both of them had partial leg amputations as well as full body blunt force trauma all over.
And she knew that.
Wait.
Yeah, she's
Have you guys seen Brian, have you seen season 3 of Tokyo Revengers? That made you wonder, man. Yeah, bro, that's crazy. Yeah, you remember, what happened to that one guy? I don't want to spoil nothing too much. That right there is instantly what I thought about. Truckcoon, yeah, Truckcoon. That is instantly what I thought of. It was Morgan. Nope, Brandy. Sorry. Hello, Brandy. Full throttle, yeah. Like, oh my gosh. What did you come into? Some craziness, some true craziness.
At the crime scene, she sees this. She sees the two people
acting completely
She's like,
unfazed.
I called 911 right when this shit happened. Paul Prowant and Andrea Rosewitz, they had been at the Full Throttle bar. And since they had a drink or two, they...
What the freak? What did she just say?
Rosewitz, they had been at the Full Throttle bar.
Brandy, did you know? Did they mention that before? Or am I just tripping? Brandy said, wow, she nailed them Full Throttle. And the bar's name is Full Throttle. What the freak is happening? What the freak? That was just crazy. Coinky dink? Oh.
Paul Prowant and Andrea Rosewitz, they had been at the Full Throttle bar. And since they had a drink or two, they wanted to be safe. They started walking back home. I don't think that either of them were quite drunk, but I think even a sip, you shouldn't be driving. So they're being extra cautious. They don't want to put themselves, they don't want to put others at risk. It's 10 p.m. It's not that dangerous of a road until Stephanie Melgoza starts driving. And it's very clear from the get-go that she is so intoxicated. She tries to make it seem like she was heading to the bar. She's heading to Full Throttle to, quote, get her night started. With the officer, they read her Miranda rights and ask her, are you open to explaining what just happened? And she's sitting in the back seat of this police car at the scene, and she's like, yeah, I was coming to the Full Throttle, and I was almost here, as you can see. Were you driving this way or that way? I was coming here, and suddenly, one person, she sticks her index finger in front of the police officer. One person walked out in front of me, and my car got hit. And I called you as soon as I got hit.
Her car got hit?
My car got hit.
Yes. You called 911? Yes, I called 911. She's nodding her head up and down also the whole time. Like, I freaking told you. How many times do I have to tell you? I called 911 as soon as something happened. And then someone said, oh, someone else is hit. And I was like, oh my God, how did that happen? Okay, so what happened when you hit that one person? I just called you. That's all I know. I called you. Did they fall down right away, or did you get out and help them? What happened? I got out, I called you, and then everyone else came out, so I just kind of let them come and take the situation over. But I promise you, I only knew one person got hit, and I'm just like, they came out of nowhere because, like, I'm a safe driver. I get it. If you had to estimate how fast you were going, I would say at least 40. Maybe 40, 45, but at least 40. The speed limit on this road is 30.
I was about to say it looked
you
like
think that you were going too fast for this area?
the street didn't look like a 40
I was going too fast because I tried to be
from what I saw in the pictures and the video.
but I just know that one person came out of nowhere.
Did you have your headlights on?
Yes, sir.
Lights on or just regular headlights?
Regular.
Okay.
So obviously you saw them and there was no time to react. And she almost gets half up out of her seat in the back of the police car, like she's gossiping with friends and they're reaffirming her. No time! Oh, that's word.
That's word?
That's word.
No time.
Okay.
That's word.
right. So where were you coming from? I was coming from Tavern 41 on Sterling Avenue. Tavern 31. 41. 41. Yes, sir. And you left Tavern 41 and drove straight here. Yes, sir. Over the course of the night, how much have you had to drink? Like, I probably had like 3 drinks. What is like 3 drinks? Are you talking like what type of drinks? Just vodka? Straight vodka or mixed drinks? Vodka and water. So I was staying hydrated, you know? Like right now, if you had me do a test, I think I would pass. Just don't test me, but I think I would.
Oh my gosh, this girl's crazy.
I'm gonna be honest. We are going to do those tests here in a little bit, but how long ago was your last drink, if you had to say? About 40 minutes. So about 40 minutes ago, you were drinking and then you drove. Were you drinking while you were in the vehicle, or was this the last drink at the bar? At the bar. On a scale of 1 through 10, 1 being the least drunk you've ever been, and 10 being the most drunk you've ever been, where would you say you'd put yourself right now?
Straight voice is crazy.
Because I've been very drunk, and right now, like, I see you, I see everyone, I know the situation, you know what I mean? Like, I know I'm aware of everything.
Okay.
The police do an eyesight coordination test, which she's gonna follow the officer's light with just her eyes. I think it's wild because she is seen smiling and laughing for even a few seconds of it. And okay, listen, I tend to give people a lot of grace when it comes to nervous laughing. I'm a nervous laugher. You give me slightly bad news, take me off guard, I will smile because I feel very stressed on how to respond. But nervous smiling and laughing, in my opinion, do not extend to this level. Like they're just minor stressors. This is a life-threatening, life-consequential type of situation. But she's smiling and giggling because it's hard not to move her head, you know? And she's like following the light with her eyes. At one point, she even grabs hold of her face with both of her hands. The whole eye coordination test, which is supposed to test how jerky your eyes are when they move side to side. So when you're drunk, no matter how good you are at, quote, hiding it or behaving like you're sober, it's very hard to fake this test. So for example, right now, if you're sober and I move my finger across the screen, you can follow them very smoothly, even to the corners of your eyes and then back. It's almost like a train going back and forth. You'll notice that drunk people, it's like 3 points. They look straight, then they jump to the left, then they jump to the right, then they look straight. It's very jerky. And then even when they're looking to the nearest of the left or the right, their eyes will have these jerking movements, almost like twitches, if you will. Because if you're that drunk, that's what happens. It's very difficult to hide it. At one point, the officer tells her, you gotta put your hands down. And she's like, fine, 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 fine. Like they're playing a game and she broke the rules. And you can visibly see on the camera that her eyes are jerky. It's like a 3-point, like 1, 2, 3 that she's doing with her eyeballs. She states the eye test is so hard, she would rather just walk in a straight line for them, which don't worry, she is instructed to do just that next. 1 foot in front of the other. She's gonna do that, then go back to her original standing position, back and forth, back and forth. And it's likely that she knew that this was gonna trip her because the minute that she does a few feet in front of the other, she just stops. Puts her feet right next to each other. And then she's like, oh, let me try again. Like she acts confused on, wait, what were the instructions again? It's very choppy. It's very shaky. Then she's told to balance on 1 leg. I mean, she can barely keep her balance. She looks like a gymnast who is about to fall off the balance beam. So they kick their other leg up to gain stability. That's what she's doing. After that, the police want her to take a blow test to check her alcohol, and they tell her, take a long, hard, steady blow into the straw like you're blowing up a balloon. And she starts smiling and giggling.
All right.
What up a what?
Yes, ma'am. Take a deep breath, long, hard, steady blow.
It's almost a troll joke, it seems. And then she giggles before blowing into the test. The other police officers standing on the side, they look
Hello? Hello? Is it good now? Is it good now? What the heck? Oh, it's good? How long was it like that? What the heck? I just looked at the thing and it was like the levels weren't moving like normal. Wow.
So done with her. Likely, these are the same officers that were just performing CPR on the two bodies on the side of the road. And now
Like
they're
5
wanting to
minutes?
make this
Dang.
seemingly joke. She's even seen smiling while being handcuffed and escorted to the back of the cop car. She is smiling. While the other officers, they look depressed. I don't know how else to put it. They just look over it. They look depressed. They're the only ones that seem to grasp what just happened to Paul and Andrea. Both Paul and his girlfriend Andrea were found deceased at the scene.
Oh my gosh.
It was clear that they weren't going to make it. One officer report reads, Andrea's left leg had been completely severed below the knee. She had a deep laceration to the inside of her right thigh. I observed that her right forearm and wrist were completely broken. She had blood draining out of her left ear. As for Paul, another officer wrote in his incident report, I observed that he was missing his right leg below the knee. He was not alert and had blood coming from his mouth.
Gosh, bro.
I felt there
She like what Brandy said is true. Like full on, like she was not going 40. Oh my gosh, bro. Oh my gosh.
weak pulse and began CPR. My squad started to cordon off the crime scene, and a short time later I observed the firefighters placing sheets over both the victims. I walked over to the front of the suspect vehicle and observed a severed leg.
I remember I was like driving somewhere and there was an accident. I just like it had to be really bad because they covered off the area. So when we were driving by, I saw the ambulances and the cop cars and everything, right? But they covered the scene, bro. I don't even want to imagine like what was going on in there, bro. Oh man.
And foot with a shoe on it that was pinned to the front bumper of the suspect vehicle. I observed a second severed lower leg and foot on the ground next to the grass. The officer asked the bartender of the bar because at this point all the bartenders, all the bar patrons had run out. They had heard this massive crash. So they're figuring out what's going on. The officer asked the bartender if the victims drove to the bar. She points at an SUV in the parking lot. She believed that was theirs, which it was confirmed to be theirs, indicating they didn't want to endanger anyone by driving because they had something to drink, so they left on foot. They did the right thing. They did the safest thing for themselves and for others on the road. But Stephanie Malgoza did not. They did everything right.
Oh yeah, I saw that too. I saw that too. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's the same one that I saw, but I saw one with, it was like this guy. He was on a date with his girl, or something, and then the cops stopped him, and he was like, "Hey, I'm gonna give you a warning. It was a routine thing. Just slow down. You don't gotta do this. Just chill out, man." And then he did again, and then they called, and him and the girl were gone. They hit like a wall or something. It's crazy, man. I feel like at a certain point, man, you can't just be giving licenses to everybody. Like, honestly. It's crazy. Crazy.
Notes that while at the crime scene, Stephanie was just standing off to the side, just watching while people perform CPR on the victims. These are not the victims' friends, family. These are not, I don't even think they're medical professionals. They're just random bar patrons and bar staff that want to help. Other people are just freaking out, running, hysterical. And this was not on the body cam footage, but the officer wrote in his incident report that Stephanie told him, "I'm willing to cooperate with everything and do whatever you want as long as you're not mean to me." She kept insisting, and I quote, "Sir, I can tell you right now that it was not two people." She stated that it was just one person that ran out onto the road all of a sudden, which she's not that credible because the legal limit for alcohol for driving is 0.08. Stephanie Malgoza's blood alcohol level was 0.2. 253.
Oh my gosh.
Almost 3 times the legal limit. Typically, that is severe impairment. All mental, physical, and sensory functions are severely impaired. Even just walking is dangerous for the drunk person because that person is likely going to have increased risks of accidents, of falls.
See, this is the whole thing about just drinking in general for me. Like, one of the main reasons why I don't drink, period. Just the idea that I can drink something and it can mess me up that much that I can't even make coherent decisions. You know?
Severely impaired coordination and balance. It's also likely the risk of choking on their own vomit at this stage of alcohol impairment is heightened. And because of that, Paul and Andrea are now dead. Their cause of death were both listed as multiple blunt force traumas sustained as a pedestrian being struck by a motor vehicle. When the authorities are getting her ready to be taken to the hospital, Stephanie Melgoza starts talking again. Can I ask you a question? I have an 8 a.m. tomorrow at Bradley, an 8 a.m. class. Will I be able to make it, or should I email my professor? The officer seems kind of taken aback and just tells her for the time being they're going to be together for the next few hours at least. She's like, yeah, no problem, as long as I can text my professor. On the way to the police station, she's telling the officer that's driving that she's so embarrassed. Not because of what she did. She explains while laughing, I didn't think he could hear me, but he heard me. Oh my gosh, that's so embarrassing. I thought I was by myself in the back, but I wasn't alone. Oh gosh. She was singing to herself in the back of the cop car, and she thought she was alone, but there was another police officer that heard her. And she was embarrassed. The officer just ignores her and starts driving, at which point you can kind of hear her mumbling and singing in the back, and it sounds like she's asking the officer to sing tunes. He responds, sing tunes? I don't think it's the appropriate time to sing tunes right now. He just tells her that they're gonna go to St. Francis, the hospital, to do a ton of paperwork, to which she responds, I have an internship there next summer. Clearly, she's not aware that she's likely gonna be in prison next summer. Do you? Yeah, when I graduate. I'm excited. Yeah, the Department of Health. They recruited me as an official analyst. Oh, okay. And it's gonna be $17 an hour.
Really? Oh, this might be it.
Out of college.
This might be it then, Titan.
I'm excited. I'm scared, but I'm just ready to work and not be in the food industry for once, you know? Eventually, they tell her, you understand what we're gonna do. First off, I'm gonna let you know that you did hit 2 people, total. I did not. You did. I didn't. Purposefully. Okay, well, however you want to word it yourself, that's fine. I'm just telling you, there's 2 people struck by your vehicle and both are dead. I did not hit them.
I did not hit
Okay. Okay, well, I'm just telling you, the 2 people that hit your car. Ma'am, listen.
If I...
2 people struck your vehicle, so I'm telling you, and they're both deceased on scene. I'm just telling you that information, okay? We're going to go in here, we're going to do the thing. I appreciate you being cooperative so far. I got to tell you what's going on. You understand?
She honestly looks agitated in the back of this police car, like he's lecturing her about something that she already knows. They finally get out of the car. They start walking towards the emergency entrance of this hospital, and she mentions that she does have blood on her. And the police officer, honestly, he is maintaining his cool this whole time. He's very calmly just explaining, well, your whole windshield is shattered, so that's understandable. I know what I did, and I know what I didn't do. And it's not true. If it were true, I would be crying. You know what I mean? I'd be like, oh my god, I did this. I'd be like, but I know what I did.
What does she think she did?
She thinks that someone jumped out in front of her car and hit her. One person.
Okay.
And then she immediately called the police because she did nothing wrong.
And that person has passed.
Yes.
Since.
Yes, and that's likely not even what happened, and she's very drunk.
Yeah, but still, even so, like, nobody would be like...
Yes, okay, that's
so weird.
That's a very good point. Yeah. Even if her version of events is true, her behavior is bizarre.
Yeah, so it's like, you know, like, yes, she's under influence and all of that, but it's still really odd.
It gets worse. Her behavior gets weirder. So when they get into the hospital room, it's just Stephanie Melgoza and the police officer inside the room. And she starts rambling about how excited she is about going to Vegas. She literally says, I'm going to Vegas. It's going to be so much fun.
I'm going to spend at least $500. I'm going to start off with 2 Long Island.
Which is an alcoholic beverage. police officer turns around because he had been doing paperwork this whole time. His body cam is on, and that's how we know this footage. But he's been doing paperwork. He turns around. You haven't had enough drinking already? We're talking about Vegas. I feel like I'm in Vegas. You know, have you been there? He ignores her, and he keeps using his phone, to which she says,
I swear to God, if you're Snapchatting right now, I'm not. I'm gonna be mad.
Crazy.
According to a few officers, she kept asking for her phone because she needed to Snapchat her friends, and she kept stating this is the longest she's ever gone without Snapchatting her friends. Later, she gets escorted into a bigger hospital room, and she's laying on the hospital bed. This is when she starts singing Justin Bieber songs and keeps asking the officer about when she's going to get her car back because she has classes tomorrow. And he tells her, and he's so done with her, she's honestly cruel. He tells her she's not going to class tomorrow. She's been arrested for killing 2 people, but she bypasses all of this information and asks, can I get it Tuesday for my night class? Can I get my car Tuesday for my night class? Did you just hear what I told you? You said I'm not going tomorrow, but I'm asking about Tuesday.
Did you just hear what I just told you?
You said I'm not going tomorrow. I'm talking about Tuesday.
Did you hear when I said that
I'm
you...
going to jail tomorrow.
You're going to jail when we're done here?
Yes.
Did you understand what I told that you killed 2 people tonight?
Yes. So I'm just wondering when I can go to school.
Okay, we're done.
She rolls her eyes, leans back down to lay down on the hospital bed, and the man tells her, you could care less about killing 2 people tonight. That's sad. You're pathetic and horrible all at the same time. And he was so composed throughout this whole situation. And she turns to him, laying down, and says, can you say that as a cop?
What?
Yes, ma'am, I can. It's kind of strange that she gets so upset and even questions if he can even say that, if he can even do that.
Everybody knows the story but me,
It's like,
dang.
how dare he, when she literally killed 2 people. Okay, so can I ask when I get to go back to school? Should I email my professors that I can't go back to school for a while or what? Because I graduate in 4 weeks. Like, I need to know. I don't know. The officer is sitting down, and she's laying on the hospital bed like it's her couch, and she's just chit-chatting with her best friend in her living room. That's the position. Even if I didn't have a police officer in my hospital room, I don't think that I would be that comfortable in a hospital room. The way she's laying, it's like, you know when you bend at your knees, and then you almost kind of rest them on top of each other, and her legs are kind of spread out. It's just her body language is just so comfortable. I don't even think that I would lay down like this at a friend's house, unless I may be sleeping over, unless maybe I'm, I don't know, so close with them. She looks like she's about to binge watch a Netflix show by herself, and she's staring at the police officer, and he just responds, to be quite frank, I'm a little bit more worried about the 2 people who are dead right now, to be fair. She rolls her eyes and repeats, to be fair.
To be fair.
For a second, she's laying there rather quietly. Well, quietly for her. So I thought maybe she's done now, right? But she continues. Oh my God. I can't wait to join the DUI club. All my coworkers have them. Oh my God, all of them have them. They're gonna be like, so fucking, oh my God, I gotta text them.
She calls it a DUI club.
Yeah.
Like, she's so excited and
Yes.
happy.
The officer reports that throughout the night, she kept asking for her phone so that she could text her friends that she finally joined the DUI club.
Wow.
She continues rambling to herself, and she's smiling as she's saying that, by the way, the whole DUI club. She's smiling about how silly goofy she and her coworkers are. And finally, she sits up at the edge of the hospital bed, still talking to I don't know who. It's okay, though, because they're taking me to Vegas for my birthday in 2 months. That'll be fun. We just can't wait.
She's
It'll
in
be, like,
denial now.
partying.
How old is she turning?
She's 24, so I assume she's turning, well, 25 maybe, yeah. And then she starts singing again. She was charged with failure to reduce speed.
Oh
to
my
avoid an
gosh, yo,
accident,
she look-
possession of cannabis in a motor
Never mind.
vehicle, and aggravated reckless driving resulting in death, as well as aggravated DUI resulting in death. I mean, essentially, she went to a bar, got very drunk, and then had a giant bottle of Tito's vodka in her car, and presumably was drinking while driving, literally, and then hit them. I think that she just didn't see them because she was so drunk.
Are they like on crossing the street? Or?
We don't know. It seems like they were just on the side, walking like you normally would. Yeah, it there was no statement that they were crossing the street or anything. It seems like it was purely she just almost basically aimed at them is the feeling. I don't think that she intentionally did, obviously. She had weed in her purse as well as that large bottle of Tito's vodka in her car.
Gosh.
Now, there's a lot of notable moments from this case. We don't have much information on really anybody. We don't have much information on the victim or how they were walking, at which part of the road they were walking, or any witness statements from Stephanie Malgoza at the previous bar that she was at, because she would plead guilty. So we didn't need any of these testimonies. There was really no trial. Now, other notable moments from this case include, well, in the back of the police car, because there's a camera there, she's being driven to the hospital, and she starts pointing out the fact that the officer's window is so clean in the back seat that it almost looks transparent. She said, "Damn, your windows are really clean. I thought it was down. I thought your window was down, like dead ass. Like your windows are really clean."
Look, if you were in my position, you'd be like, wow, that window is down. You keep your vehicle well maintenance.
She then continues to sway and dance to imaginary music. She also angrily states to the camera that one of the officers is being a dick by accusing her of being drunk. And she says, "I've never been more comprehensive." Or, what's the word? I guess. I don't know. That's about it. She literally says that. Mind you, she's talking to herself and the camera. Then she continues to sway and dance to the music, which is a thing that she does on and off the entire night. At one point, she starts dancing in the backseat in a way that I can only describe as intense dancing. I mean, she's
You've been
mouthing
way more
words
harsh?
to a song. She looks like she's about to grind.
Yeah, but I
on
feel
the
like at a
street.
certain point, as a cop, when you want if you don't want anything thrown out, you have to do it all the right way. You know what I mean? Even if he's super mad, he wants to make sure she doesn't get away with anything. He has to make sure he's, you know what I mean? Because him blowing up, saying something crazy, could end up, everybody start looking at her. Oh, well, the cop shouldn't have been like this, da da da. And then she ends up becoming victim. So he's probably like, I'm so heated right now, but let me chill out. Let me chill out.
Making faces like you would if you're performing on stage. She also asks the officer while he's driving, "Can I hit my nicotine pen, please? Oh, that's all I want." He tells her no, and she goes, "Fine, I'll just pretend." She pretends to suck in air like she's using a vape pen. It's the most ridiculous footage I've seen in a really long time. And she comments, "Feels the same, honestly," and keeps doing it, even exhaling like she's puffing out smoke. She has pled guilty to all her charges, and she was sentenced to 14 years in prison.
14
She is
years?
24 years old. She said in court, "I'm so sorry for everything, and I'll never ever commit anything."
14 years? Huh?
That again. "I have not drank since that day. I do not plan on drinking ever again. I want to try and do something positive to make a difference. Speak out about this and warn others about the dangers that come with drinking."
Am I confused? Why 14 years? Why 14 years is all she got?
Which, I mean, she was out on bail, but also you're going to prison, so I imagine that you don't really have a choice in whether you're drinking or not for the foreseeable future. So it's not really something to say like, "Look, I've changed." Her attorney also argued that he wanted to, quote, "pay it forward" by using her story to prevent others from making the same mistake. Then Stephanie Malgoza turned to Paul and Andrea's family and said, "I never meant to hurt anyone. I'm sorry for the pain that I've caused. I will not forget
That's
them,
so
and I will live
crazy.
with this every day." Which is the most generic
People are
statement that you
gone.
could ever say. One of Paul and Andrea's family members stated, "You have destroyed multiple families with your selfishness. You have zero consideration for others. It was her decision to drive drunk, and she should be held accountable. Because you chose to drink, you chose to get drunk and then drive. Our friends and family have a sentence of daily pain and grief that grows greater each and every day. But most importantly, Paul and Andrea have lost their lives. Such precious gifts lost forever." The victim's family stated that it was Stephanie Malgoza's decision and her decision alone to drink and drive that night. They demanded the maximum sentence of 28 years, which they sadly did not receive. She has to serve at least 85% of her 14-year sentence, meaning she could get out in 11 and a half years.
That's crazy.
She's still in her 30s.
That's so crazy.
But not only that, it gets worse. She ends up still receiving her diploma from Bradley University.
Oh my gosh.
Everybody was so upset. At first, everyone thought that she would even be walking at the graduation because she was out on bail. And there was such a huge uproar. Students were threatening to not show up. It was really bad. She was eventually banned from walking, but she still received her degree. The even more unhinged part is some people actually defend her online, stating, there is not one person on earth that hasn't made a mistake sometime in their life.
Huh? I truly hate when people say stuff like that. It's because when you say stuff like that, you're throwing it up in the air. So if this were to happen to anybody in your family, could you say that same thing? Oh, come on. It was just a mistake. Everybody makes one. What? I see why you were mad, Morgan. Listen, I'm trying to calm myself down, but it's like it's boiling.
Wow.
Yeah, to that person, I would just like to say,
No way. Is it not a lot of people, right?
no, this is a small group of people, and maybe like they are the mistake. I don't know. Your lack of common sense and good judgment is the mistake here. How could you even say that? One person commented on Stephanie's father's Facebook post, "My heart hurts for you and your family. Stephanie is a wonderful person and you're a great family. I'm sorry for the people who don't understand your situation. I pray for you daily, hoping for forgiveness and understanding." It's bizarre, but nonetheless,
I feel like those people are the people who be drinking. Like people who are alcoholics are the ones saying that. Or people who like are like got charges for drinking. They're the only ones who can literally use that excuse. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. It's just a simple mistake. Everybody does it. It's like when somebody gets caught cheating and then people just run around, come on, it was just one time. It's just a mistake. Oh, so you be cheating. That's instantly what I think. I'm like, oh, so you be cheating. I see.
I do think most netizens do not like her. They feel zero sympathy for her. She said, "Can you say that as a cop?" About the cop calling her pathetic. Honestly, that officer exercised an incredible amount of restraint. You can hear the anger and the incredulity in his voice, and I'm certain that officer saw the condition of the victims, and her nonchalance would have angered anyone. She obviously did not give a weaker person than that officer would have wreaked vengeance. There were some arguments that she was clearly so drunk that her mind likely did not register the gravity of what she had done. I personally have never been that drunk enough to say, but those who have been very, very intoxicated before wrote online, "Even in my most wrecked days back in college, I've never been so hammered as to not care if I've just killed 2 people. Being drunk just lets the real you show. I bet her true self has horrific disregard for other people."
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even her sober actions after being arrested and what she said to the family and everything is just bizarre. To make matters worse, it's alleged that while out on bail before her sentencing, Stephanie Melgoza got married to her boyfriend and got pregnant.
Wait. How? Why?
She gets arrested. I think she had a $150,000 bail, so she paid $15,000 of it, got out, awaiting the sentencing, and within that few months span, she got married and then got pregnant and then had a gender reveal.
Okay.
Yeah. Allegedly, the caption to the now since deleted Instagram post, posted allegedly by Stephanie Melgoza, reads, "Through the hardest time of my life, I never thought I would have someone come into my life and become such a big part of me. Through my worst, I have found someone who wanted to stand by me and help me get through the toughest moments, but also someone to create beautiful moments with. Something that I wasn't sure would happen again. I truly believe this is what it means to find a lifelong partner. I am truly blessed to be able to call you my husband." So as of right now, she is in jail for the next 11 years, hopefully 14. I guess all we
Hopefully
can
life.
do is hope that she does learn remorse in prison, because whether we like it or not, she's gonna be free and likely back on the road one day. Yeah, many netizens have commented that this is the easiest fatality in the United States to get rid of. I mean, what are your thoughts on this one? Because I just don't even understand. I don't understand even her actions afterwards. Even if you argue, oh, she was drunk, but no, even her sober actions are so bizarre to me. What are your thoughts? Leave it in the comments. For a few years, investing was the one subject that I was too scared to touch. Everyone was telling me how important it is to learn. This is before I met my husband. I didn't have the time to look into it and understand it. And like, what kind
Hello.
of account should
Why
I
is it
put
doing
into?
this?
Am I putting in enough money? What's good? What's bad? It's just so overwhelming that I would push it off until later and later and later. Except investing can actually be so easy to the point that
Oh my
I
gosh.
wish I started it sooner. Today's episode is sponsored by Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing for you, your kids, your retirement. You don't need a lot of money or expertise to invest with Acorns. In fact, you can get started with just your spare change. Acorns recommends an expert-built portfolio that fits you and your money goals, then automatically invests your money for you. And now Acorns is putting their money into your future. Open an Acorns Later IRA and get up to a 3% match on new contributions. That's extra money for your retirement. Acorns has helped me take the stress out of investing with just this one app. I'm able to save, invest, and learn all at the same time. They make it so convenient because I'm the type of person to forget to invest, but Acorns lets me set up automatic transfers, allowing me to meet my investment goals. Head to acorns.com/rotten or download the Acorns app to start saving and investing for your future today. Paid client testimonial. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/rotten. I can honestly tell you that my least favorite part of the day is planning and cooking dinner. There are just so many steps for it to.
Why
It just becomes draining. I need to prepare
is
the
this
ingredients, take out all my
happening?
for the dish, and it just makes me dread the hour or two that I'm going to spend in the kitchen. It's why I've developed a very bad habit of ordering takeout lately, and at the end of each month, I always regret how much I spent on takeout alone. Because the next case starts unraveling
I don't understand
June
Titan,
27th
honestly.
of this year. So this is very recent because it takes just 4 minutes to ruin Linton Wyrick's entire relationship. 4 minutes. His relationship is practically over. 4 minutes, and now Linton's girlfriend is in the hospital, concerned that all of this stress of her relationship being ruined is going to harm their baby because she has been carrying Linton's baby for the past 7 months. Linton is this fitness online coach, quote, personal trainer and musician. That's his bio, okay? And he's usually an okay guy, kind of. Not really. He does have a bit of a criminal history for dangerous driving, assaulting a police officer, breaking into a residential home and stealing $82,000 worth of luxury goods.
Oh wow.
Literally, he took a suitcase nearby.
And she
started
chose to
piling
be
up
with this
all the
guy?
jewelry and handbags that he could find in this homeowner's safe. But other than that, he is generally.
But other than
an
all those
okay
things.
guy. Sure, maybe that's what they say. To each their own, right? But
Crazy.
this time, these 4 minutes have taken it too far. When she, the girlfriend, finally sees Linton again for the first time, everyone that saw this weird, awkward gathering said she was walking in towards him in a blind fury. All she could see was probably red. She's beyond enraged. How could he humiliate her like this? Everyone had seen the video. Literally everyone. I wouldn't be surprised had there not been some sort of barrier between them that she would have thrown a glass of water at him or something. How is he going to explain away this one? He's caught on video cheating on her. And this 4-minute video is as bad as it gets. It shows Linton standing up while a woman is in front of him, down on her knees, performing things on his body parts. Then she gets up and starts making out with him. Now, the strangest part is this video is not filmed with the camera on a tripod. Someone is holding the camera, walking around getting better angles. At one point, the cameraman even turns the camera to himself to show himself smoking what appears to be a joint. He comments, "This is a movie, innit?" While he films the woman getting up, making out, and then they start performing the full-on intimate act. Linton continues by grabbing the woman in the video by her neck. He's got both his hands around her neck. and then he starts kissing her neck, and the cameraman is rushing to get a better angle, and he comments, "Guys, we've made history. This is what I'm telling you." Then he gets the camera right up in her face, where it's clear that both the participants, Linton and this girl, this woman, know that they're being filmed. But they're so engrossed in the dirty deed that they don't even seem to care. Even though Linton has a pregnant girlfriend back at home. Nobody cares. The cameraman then again shows himself, and he's smoking. There's clouds of smoke in this room. It does not appear to be an attempt at a professionally filmed X-rated video. I know the word cameraman makes it sound like they're trying to create a high-end film or something, but it's very weird. It's very homemade, if you will. Linton has his hands around her neck, and when they hear someone trying to come in, the cameraman slams the door shut again and says, give me a minute, just 1 second. And the cameraman proceeds to place his hand over this woman's mouth to keep her quiet. It's a very weird dynamic. So Linton is the one having intimate relations with her. The cameraman is blocking someone from entering through the door and then placing his hand on this woman's mouth to keep her from making noises. There's a lot going on.
Because they're still doing it?
Yeah, they're still doing it, and I don't know who's trying to come in. Now, this goes on for 4 minutes. And the worst part of all of this is the woman he's having relations with in this clip had gone viral before. She was one of the couples from this British reality TV show.
Oh, this is a British
Open
thing.
House Great Experiment. The show is supposed to be about exploring what it's like to be in a non-monogamous relationship, where a bunch of couples in open relationships or couples wanting to try open relationships are sent to this luxury retreat where they're free to explore with other couples. It's a show about swinging and multiplayer activities under the disguise of wanting to appear very open-minded. I do think that a lot of people can have great, healthy, open relationships. I don't think that's the problem, but
I don't think
apparently
open
the show did
relationships
not
work at
handle
all.
it well. There were clearly couples and people that were insecure and did not feel good about what was happening. One netizen writes, "I started watching the first episode. I think it's messed up so far. The first couple, the blonde girl and her husband, he admits he lacks confidence and feels like he's not good enough. It seems like he needs therapy rather than seeing his wife get intimate with another man on television. It's very messed up, and the guy will probably have lifelong trauma after this." And another netizen writes, "You realize nobody forced any of them to participate? It blows my mind that people are trying to cancel the broadcaster. How are they at fault for broadcasting a series where voluntary couples explore open relationships? It's almost like exploration isn't predictable." Regardless of where you stand, I do have to say the show really nailed down the shock value. There at one point was a 15-person event
Oh my
where
goodness.
they all had intimate relations between 15 people. The girl in the video, the one that's having intimate relations with
Ay,
Linton,
Dios mío.
she was one of the 15 on the reality show. Her name is Linda de Souza Abreu, and she was on the show last year with her husband Nathan. So she's married. And she said, "Monogamy is a social construct that should be dismantled.
Oh my
Opening
gosh.
up our relationship has allowed us to form a deeper connection with each other."
These people.
I don't know if it's just the editing, but almost immediately after, she's seen twerking right up in front of another woman's face and then kissing 2 people at the same time. Just 3 people making out at the same time.
This happened where?
In the UK. This happened...
case is a UK case.
Yes, so the reality show was released in 2023. This is season 2, and then this new video is in 2024.
The 4-minute video.
Yes, where she's having intimate relations with a man named Linton. And the whole open house reality show, it's just a lot. There's a lot of emotions swirling around. And to make matters even more interesting, Linda has that 15-person orgy and talks about how she's been with her husband for 9 years and they've been open for 3 years and they've got an 8-year-old daughter together. So does her husband know that she's being filmed having intimate relations with Linton right now in this 4-minute clip? Now, like I said, a lot can happen in 4 minutes. Linton is sitting down at one point and Linda is all over him and the cameraman is just sitting directly in front of them, perhaps 2 feet away, filming, smoking, turning the camera on him to say, "There's a movie in it, gangsters. You know you're a gangster, right?" He's talking to Linton. "No one's coming through that door, bro. I will fight them. No one's coming. Do your thing, bro." There's a giant bottle of baby oil on the table next to
Oh
them.
my god.
And he keeps saying, "You know we are family. This
Foreshadowing.
is how we live at Wandsworth."
What?
Wandsworth, as in HMP Wandsworth, Britain's second largest prison located in South London.
The freak?
Linton is an inmate.
What the freak?
Cameraman is his cellmate, and Linda, the woman that Linton is having sex with, is a prison guard.
Oh,
You can hear her radio.
my
turn on,
gosh.
and you can make out some of the words. All stations, activity patrols. She's supposed to be guarding the inmates. Instead, she is in their cell having intimate relations with one, while his cellmate records it on a phone that's been illegally smuggled into the prison. Some portions of the video are described as the woman's white prison blouse is visible, and her belt, which usually contains handcuffs, a baton, and pepper spray to control the inmates, is bouncing up and down her waist. Clearly, she's breaking a ton of rules. I mean, not just rules put in place by the prison, but also the unofficial rules that female prison officers have set for themselves. One female prison guard writes online about the rules of being a prison guard in a male facility. She says,
Women
"Welcome
shouldn't
to the
be.
show. Here's what you need to know. First, they're gonna try you. It'll mostly be slick comments that are inappropriate to see how far they can go.
Wild,
or always
yes.
wanting to talk to you about BS issues.
Women
just to
shouldn't
be up in
be
your face.
in male
And
prisons.
never, I mean never allow this to slide. If you do, they will keep doing it. Any unwanted physical, you order them to cuff up. You have to establish right from the start that that nonsense is not going to fly, and you will enforce the rules. Avoid being alone with inmates, especially off camera. Situational awareness is life or death. Know where you are, know where everybody around you is, where backup is, and don't walk around blindly. Head on a swivel at all times. This will prevent getting hemmed up or blindsided. When your life is in jeopardy, do whatever you have to do to get out alive. Getting choked out, gouge out an eye, or bite down on any flesh that you can get in your mouth. 3 or more have you cornered? Hit the man down button, empty your pepper spray can all the way, and pick up anything to protect yourself. I mean, this is clearly not what Linda was doing inside that cell. In fact, the inmate had close access to her baton, her taser, her radio. He at one point, or multiple points throughout the video, had both of his hands around her neck. To give
You know where
some
you're gonna draw? Oh
context,
snap! Titan's
Linda
about to
is
draw
a
something.
Portuguese national living in London. She recently started working as a prison guard earlier this year, so a few months ago. Honestly, nobody in her family even knew that she wanted to be a prison guard. It just came out of nowhere. She went from being a personal trainer to going on this reality show, The Open House, and now she decides, hey, I'm gonna go inside one of the most understaffed, overpopulated prisons in South London. At first, nobody could understand why. But, I mean, sure, it's a job, it pays, but surely there's easier jobs, right? Until she starts her OnlyFans. Her
Of course.
username was allegedly Linda from the Playroom. Or, she said you could call her La Madre, the mother. Her bio allegedly read, before
She
the
has a
account
she has a
went
daughter,
private,
by the way.
happily married sexy Latina that wants to share hot content with you. We believe in authenticity. All our content will be genuine, and we will never fake it because we want you to enjoy watching it as much as we enjoy making it. Which begs the question of, did she do all of this to promote her OnlyFans account?
This is a mom, by the way.
Linda's sister did an interview with Daily Mail where she confirmed.
Who does she look like, Titan? I mean,
She
Zara.
was on Channel 4 a program called The Open House. I never saw it. It's not the sort of thing I would want to watch my little sister in. I only found out that she worked for the prison service in January. That's when I spoke to her and said, do not mix your lifestyle with work. Don't be stupid. Don't do stupid things. We're all human. We all make mistakes, and sometimes impulse can get the better of us. But it's probably one of the poorest decisions that she has ever made.
Wait, the sister knew this is what she wants to do?
No, so she's saying she has OnlyFans, don't mix it with work. So I guess, yeah, she has a inkling.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
like, don't, what do you mean? Like, who even comes to that conclusion? Like, I would never think about that.
That's true. If you have a hobby on the side or a second job, you wouldn't mix
Yeah,
it
if
with work.
I know someone who's OnlyFans and then they also, like, I don't make that connection. That's crazy.
Yeah, so
Crazy.
perhaps, yeah.
Wow.
It probably didn't help in Linda's case that she tried to, I wouldn't say flee, but she tried to leave the country immediately after the video starts going viral. She took her passport, drove to Heathrow, and tried to fly into Madrid.
Wait. So the video was taken by the cellmate.
And he posted it on social media, and at first it went viral in the prisons because everybody has an illegally smuggled phone.
Wait, her hand is like really
Is
red.
okay with that.
Oh, she probably just had a mukbang. You know how she be eating sometimes?
Illegally smuggled phone.
So she is okay with that. She knew this was taken, and she knew this was getting posted.
the suspicion here is that she thought it would leak and her name would be everywhere and she could capitalize on it. But I think she discovered very quickly that she broke laws and she was gonna get arrested.
She didn't know she was breaking laws.
I guess not. That seems to be the case. That's the only thing that makes sense for a lot of netizens, that she wanted to do this to make a lot of money to promote her OnlyFans is the theory. But then once it's done, she realized she broke a bunch of laws. Maybe the video starts going viral and everyone's like, hey, actually, this is so illegal. And she maybe starts freaking out and decides, I'm gonna not flee, but take a little vacation.
What?
Assuming this is one of the biggest things they tell you, like on the employee's manual, like this is what you can.
I don't think I remember that
Yes.
episode.
And it seems like it's been happening more frequently. I know that there have been a few
Episode of what?
high-profile
Family Guy?
cases of female prison guards that were fired for having intimate relations. I believe one had gotten pregnant with an inmate's child, and another one had tattooed the inmate's name onto her thigh. And
Women
some of them
should
will
not
even go
be-
as far to tattoo the inmate's cell number, which feels very temporary because I feel like they could get moved to a different cell.
Women should not
But
be.
it gets very serious.
in
We're gonna
male
get into the
prisons.
seriousness later, but
Okay,
yeah.
so it sounds like she got the job. Do you think she got the job for this purpose?
That's what a lot of netizens believe, because her family said it was a little random, just kind of out of nowhere. Nobody knew that she was interested in becoming a prison guard. It seems like there were likely more ways for her to make better money, perhaps, considering she had gone on that reality show. She was a personal trainer.
Right. So maybe she thought the video would just stay in private, like OnlyFans paywall.
Yes, and perhaps she thought maybe people would think it's a hoax. It wouldn't become like this international thing. It would get just enough attention to her account, perhaps, where she
This is
would
a mom,
blow
by the
up
way.
and make a ton of money.
God. I
'Cause
see.
This
I think she
actually,
said she
when
has
this
an
video
8-year-old
first came
daughter.
out, it was briefly debunked. It was briefly like, oh, that's not actually a prison. It's not a real cell.
Like a fake video.
Yeah, it's like a wannabe set.
I see. Wow.
So she called her boss on the way to the airport, letting them know that her husband is going to return the rest of her work equipment and she's not going to be returning to work ever again. She technically states that she's going to visit relatives in Madrid. She was arrested at Heathrow Airport in London. She's facing life in prison
What?
Wow. How?
for misconduct in a public space.
What
Like,
the-
misconduct in a public agency. 'Cause
What the? Hold up. So she's going to prison for life for what she did, but old girl from last video done ran down 2 people, and 11 years. Oh wait, this is the UK. Okay, my fault. My fault. This is the UK. I don't know how their laws work. All right, my fault. I'm gonna take that back. I mean, even though it's still crazy, I'm gonna take it back.
for the government.
Wait, she may get life in prison?
It's highly doubted she'll get life in prison, but I think that this charge, there's no specific charge for the specific crime that she committed. So this is the overall charge that it could fit into. So that, the max is life in prison, but I highly doubt she's going to get max in prison. Other female guards that have been found having intimate relations with inmates, they did maybe like 4 years on average. She might get more because she filmed it. Yeah, but she is out on bail, but she came onto Instagram to post. Hello once again, Instagram. I hope you can appreciate this is going to be a very awkward and uncomfortable conversation.
Yo, the freaking filters and makeup is insane. That does not look like the same person that was just walking out with their hood down.
For me to have. I just thought I really needed to come on here and clarify a few things. First thing being, there have been a lot, and I mean a lot, a tremendous amount of fake profiles of me that have been monetizing off of my misfortune and scandal that the entire world has somehow managed to be involved in. I have not monetized one fucking bit at all. This is my only social media platform, and I only just activated it again. So if you come across fake profiles of me asking for money, please don't fall for it. There have been a lot of fake GoFundMes and a lot of fake OF accounts that are not me. I do apologize if you have fallen from it. From the bottom of my heart, I apologize. I really want to clarify that this is my only social media account, and I just
Man, we
came
don't
back
care.
on the topic of impersonation, I thought it'd be very important for me to address this very distasteful subject of OnlyFans creators impersonating me. So after this video went viral, a a lot of OF creators started doing prison videos, but not actually in prison, like on sets. Some of them would look like Linda or try to dress like Linda and act like that was Linda's full unreleased.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. She said, pretending to be me and recreating the scenario of said scandal which I am involved in. Very, very distasteful for you to monetize or advertise
Shut
yourself
up.
as me for OF content. It does interfere with my trial, but furthermore, it is incredibly, incredibly distasteful. Please, if you are an OF creator, refrain from tagging said prison. We all know the name of the prison. Please refrain from tagging HMP Wandsworth on your stupid videos. There are other jails in the world. You don't have to pretend to be me. It is very distasteful. The
I gotta
fact that
sort of
she's
pick
calling
up some.
people out for
Alright.
distasteful activity.
Yeah, this is crazy. Like she
Yeah.
Have a
knows,
safe
like,
trip, Morgan.
Tag someone. Don't copy my idea.
Yes, and so that's why a lot of people think that she did this for the purpose of promoting her OnlyFans, because she seems very upset that other
Yes.
people are monetizing and she wasn't able to, because at this point she's knee deep in legal troubles that there's no way she can monetize.
Yeah.
She
Right.
says, and lastly, I wanted to tell you that all of you do not know my side of the story. The media has a great way of getting the narrative, twisting it for their
Freak, you mean your
benefit.
side of the story? We saw the
media
video.
like any story to be salacious and sensational. They sensationalize everything. You don't know my side of the story, and we will leave it at that for now.
I think other OnlyFans creators making money by acting to be you is probably the least of your concern at this point
Yeah.
when you're facing life in prison. Like, who cares?
And this is what most of her rant is about. So she's like, we will leave it at that for now. But then she comes back with another Instagram story.
Of course she does. She
And
loves
says,
attention.
Whilst I'm here, this also has to be addressed. Whilst I'm here, you don't know who has you. You don't know who are your friends until shit hits the fan. Honest to God. Family, friends, you need to pick them very carefully. Very, very carefully. There have been people going behind my back. The media have been following me everywhere. I can't go anywhere without being paparazzi'd. It's very annoying, and a lot of the time it's people who you thought had your back and they just don't, and that's been really heartbreaking on top of all of this, on top of everything. So that's just advice for everybody to pick very carefully who you have around you. She later states that she agreed to film the video because she's claiming the inmates had found out about her other explicit videos and they were going to make it known to the other inmates that she was filming those types of videos, which normally I might be able to understand this type of motivation and feeling of being blackmailed. There have been reports from other prison guards, female prison guards specifically, that if you give any bit of personal information or if inmates find out about it, they will try to hold it over you. They will try to hold it over you to get sexual favors, to get you to smuggle in phones, drugs, whatever it may be. They'll try to blackmail you and try to ruin your life. You feel trapped. But I'm not sure that this was that situation at all. She was on the show Open House. I'm pretty sure her OnlyFans was pretty public. I think everyone knew what she was doing in her free time. If the inmates find out, I don't think it's some crazy secret she needs to keep. I don't know how that interferes with her job, because what are they going to do? I'm going to tell your husband? She was on the show with her husband. I'm going to ruin your life and tell everybody? What do you mean? She didn't say that she was forced, by the way. That's not the verbiage that she's using, but just so she felt compelled to have intimate relations with this inmate so that they would keep the secret. Her other argument is that she was generally just having a hard time at work and her marriage was not going well.
Of course.
She
Excuses,
has
excuses,
pled
excuses,
guilty
excuses.
to misconduct in public office.
Excuses,
She
excuses,
faces
excuses.
a life
Everybody's
sentence,
fault but
also
me.
she states that she found God. Yeah, which is, she says, a great source of comfort for her.
Oh, really? Which one?
A very close friend of Linda states, Linda was going through a very hard time at work. She was having lots of problems in her marriage. She's absolutely devastated by what happened and is clearly full of remorse. It's just devastating and she's trying to rebuild her life. They're a lovely couple and working hard to save their marriage. It's not been easy for them. People are trying to make out that Linda is some kind of monster, but that's not the case at all.
She is.
There's a lot more to the story than people think.
Really?
Some of the prisoners got a hold of Linda's personal details.
Oh.
They knew her address, her husband's name, and that she had an OnlyFans account.
Oh.
She was put under a lot of pressure and there was a lot of coercion involved.
Wow.
It wasn't hard for the other prisoners to get a hold of Linda's personal details and everything. And she's just a very kind and caring person who made a terrible, terrible mistake.
Oh, that
We all get
sucks.
things wrong in life and people shouldn't be so quick to judge her.
Really?
Which
Don't you dare. Don't you dare, Stephanie.
I do agree,
Stephanie.
though. I see a lot of comments like, If this were a man in Linda's shoes, this would be the most unhinged statement. So I think it should apply in this case as well.
Huh?
The prosecutors do judge her. In fact, the prosecutors do not believe Linda's version of events. They state this was a shocking breach of the public's trust. She was clearly an enthusiastic participant who wrongly thought that she would avoid responsibility. There is no excuse for any prison officer who conducts themselves in such a manner, and we will never hesitate to prosecute those who abuse their position of power. So not only is it abuse of power, but I will say there's that power imbalance. Others are pointing out that at one point the inmate had his hands around her neck. Her baton and taser were just right there, free for them to grab. It was a clear violation, but also a huge safety risk for other guards and the other inmates in the facility. It also puts a clear target on female officers' backs. A lot of them have stated when stories like this come out,
Females
it
shouldn't
almost
be
furthers the, quote, commodification of
in
female
male
officers
prisons.
as meat. The way that these male inmates already see female COs, like correctional officers, is they want to do actual things with them. And once one of them gives in, they feel like it could happen to them. They just need to try harder. And it makes these workers' jobs so much more difficult.
Females
and
shouldn't be
it
in male
borderlines
prisons.
sexual harassment and assault in some very dangerous cases. There's also a lot of questions about how she was even hired, considering she allegedly had a public Facebook post with a caption that read, "What's your type? For me,
Wow.
bandits, outlaws, and criminals." There is an investigation being held. It's likely that the prison was incredibly understaffed, and that's why they hired her. And this is just not a good look for HMP Wandsworth. So a few months ago, September 2023, well, I guess not a few months ago, but not that long ago, an inmate named Daniel Khalif was in prison for charges related to espionage and terrorism. He allegedly planted a fake bomb at the Ministry of Defense, which is kind of a big deal, and he allegedly tried to gather useful information for enemy states, enemy countries. Now, he was in prison awaiting his trial. He was a relatively good inmate. He secured a job at the prison's kitchen until he didn't, because he created these very strong ropes. I think he used cloth-like materials, and he used it to tie himself underneath a food delivery truck. He escaped from one of the largest prisons in Britain. He was on the run for 75 hours.
Hmm.
Yeah. So, yeah, you could say it's understaffed. Things do slip through the cracks at HMP Wandsworth. According to a lot of news publications, Linda's father-in-law, so this is her husband's dad, he was kind of the spokesperson for the husband. Nobody knows what Linda's husband is doing. Is he staying with her? Is he not staying with her? We don't know. They have a child together. That's all we know. But the father-in-law stated this was something that happened where she was on her own. She was the person in charge, and she was the one who needs to take responsibility as far as I'm concerned. Her husband, my son, didn't know what she was doing. She's an idiot as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, she's an idiot.
As for the inmate in the video, his mom also commented. So Linton's mom stated,
What the freak?
if they're offering it on a plate, then the guy's gonna take it, you know what I mean? She goes on to state that while her son deeply
True.
regrets his actions, the fault lies alone with Linda, the prison guard. His mom also states that he used to have dreams of playing football and starring on Love Island, the reality show, before landing himself in prison.
He really
One
wanted to
netizen
star in that
suspects
show?
Linda and her husband were both in on it because it doesn't make sense. One comment reads, "This is all a grift on their part. She's an OF model and swinger. Getting notoriety for doing a bad job while doing spicy things does nothing but drive traffic to her page." Another one comments, "It doesn't matter. She definitely thinks that essaying a man will get her a light sentence because she's a woman. I hope the judge proves her wrong." While some netizens, they just didn't take it seriously at all. One of them comments, "This makes me want to get sentenced." Which, again, is not good for female COs. And then another person comments, "She's dealing with a hardened criminal. She is currently out on bail, conditional bail, so she's being heavily monitored until her sentencing in November, where she does, in fact, face life in prison." And that is the case of Linda De Souza. I mean, I don't even know what to say about this case. It's just such a... I know that a lot of people were taking this case very lightly because it's hee-hee-ha, shocking, right? But when you really think about the ripple effect of what it's doing to all the other female COs, to what it's doing inside the prisons, and the fact that this even happened in the first place, and what if it wasn't Linton? What if it was somebody else that decided that they were just going to get rid of Linda and try to break out or escape or let other inmates out. I mean, this could have really been very bad on so many levels. What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments, and please stay safe, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.
Wow.
Bada bing, bada boom.
The three Japanese women had a lot of trauma in between them. They had irreconcilable differences that could not be talked out. The problem was the three women, they were highly charged in terms of emotions. They all had a ton of time and a lot of deep-rooted hatred for one another. They felt like everyone around them was constantly comparing the three of them. Yeah, they run in the same circles, they know all the same people, but still, why do they have to constantly be in competition? So let me give you a drama breakdown. Masumi hates Miyuki. Masumi judges Miyuki for being a bad mom. Masumi feels like she's a good mom. Why can't Miyuki be a good mom? And she hated the fact that Miyuki copied every little thing that Masumi did. Masumi would write a book. Well, guess who comes and becomes an author? Miyuki. And all of this would eventually lead to a lawsuit. Then enter into the dynamic Kanai. She hated Miyuki too. They
Kanai.
both hate Miyuki, but not for the same reason. For a deeper one. For love. Kanai had a love interest who wanted to interview Miyuki for a book that he was writing. That would mean that he would be spending a ton of time talking to Miyuki, working closely with Miyuki, being in Miyuki's company. And Kanai was stressed because everyone she talked to would say, "Oh, Miyuki? Yeah, she's got this like interesting aura. She almost has a way of enchanting people. She's so alluring, she could quietly seduce just about anyone before they even know what's happening."
Really?
And Kanai was worried that that skank, Miyuki, would seduce her love
Oh my
interest.
goodness, that's a...
And her whole problem with this setup was, if this man, her love interest, was gonna write a book on female serial killers, why couldn't he just have written it on her?
What the freak?
Today, we are talking about Japan's three most notorious female serial killers and how they all end up despising each other in prison. Out of the three, two of them are almost identical carbon copies of one another. It's kind of scary. They're not copycat killers. They just had a similar look, similar seduction pattern, similar MO, similar time frame of crimes, and they would absolutely hate each other's guts in prison because of a man. And by the end of this story,
Dang.
one of the serial killers would face a very bizarre death behind prison bars.
Copyright, 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 copyright. What the freak? So, because the mans that they all liked was writing a story about a serial killer, they decided, you know what, that could be me. Oh my gosh.
Today's sponsors who have made it possible.
Oh
for
my
Rotten
gosh.
to share our strength. Right now, over 9 million children in America live in households that experience hunger, food insecurity, and lack of access to an affordable, nutritious diet. Share Our Strength focuses on providing resources for families and tackling the root causes of hunger. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team of dedicated researchers, translators, while we focus on shedding light on stories from all over the world. We'd also like to thank you for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates of these causes. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. We had our wonderful Japanese researchers help with the gathering of the data on this case. But as always with international cases, or really any case at all, if anything is lost in translation, miscommunicated, or if there's any additional information you have on this one, let us know in the comments. With that being said, let's get started. There was a blog in Japan, you know, like a Tumblr, a blog, notorious for being unhinged. Like, that's what the blog is known for. The blog would talk about all sorts of things. The poster would write about mundane things like what they ate for breakfast, what's on their mind, what are they thinking about. They would go on these deep, emotional, long
I'm mainly drawing
tangents
this character
about
because Titan
bread.
said it, guys.
The poster would talk about
I mean
where she
Zura.
lived. They would have to import all of their bread. They always got it from the same company, Yamazaki Baking Company. Each slice of bread was 163 calories, and it would arrive 4 days before the expiration date, and if they were lucky, sometimes it would arrive 5 days before the expiration date. Now, she would go on to say, if you open the bread right at the time that you get it and you eat it. It's delicious. It's such a strong, rich flavor. It's fluffy. But by the second day, it's stale, it's disgusting, and it's not one or two pieces of bread that's imported, it's a whole loaf. So if it doesn't taste good, what do you do with the rest of the loaf? She felt very distraught about it. She felt very passionate about it. She would write, if the time to eat it without toasting it is a day, isn't that unacceptable? The blog would go in depth on bread, breakfast food items, but also include heated discussions of gender equality. The poster would write in one blog entry, what I feel now after being where I am is that women are certainly no match for men. I mean, outside of giving birth, there's nothing men can't do. If a man puts his mind to it, he can rise to the top of anything, no matter what it is. And because women and children and men are so vastly different creatures, there can't be anything like equality. I developed an aversion to feminism, and nothing has changed since. My life has always been supported by men. A lot of people thought this is kind of weird. A few things about
It's always so weird when she speaks, because I'm not paying attention like all the time to the screen, but when she's talking, I'm trying to I'm like, is she talking from what somebody else said, or is she giving her own insight? So I'm like, is this what she's saying, or is this what she's like somebody else said that she's saying?
this particular blog post struck people as a little hypocritical, if you will. First of all, it was written from prison by someone on death row. And second of all, it's written by a female serial killer who seduced, manipulated, and killed men for her own personal gain. Masumi killed people with curry. There was this giant
With
summer
curry?
festival happening in Japan where the whole town was going to be in attendance.
The
And-
blog is written by Masumi.
No,
Oh.
somebody else. We're getting into the drama. You know that meme that's like the girls are fighting? I saw a couple people on Twitter refer to this case as the girls are fighting. So I gotta introduce you to all the girls, I guess. Masumi was going to a summer festival in her local town, and it's supposed to be like a really fun time. It's supposed to be the 1 or 2 days that everybody forgets about work and school and they just focus on food-related activities and community. Or at least that's the plan, right? And there was this giant pot of curry at the event that everyone is just like flocking towards. It's hot, it's steamy, which honestly feels like the last thing that you want to eat on a hot summer day. But the smell that is emanating out of that giant pot of curry, it smelled so freaking delicious. And it looked like the pot of curry had just arrived. So people start lining up, and this 40-ish-year-old woman starts filling up bowls of hot, steaming curry to feed people. And within minutes, everybody is doubled over, vomiting into the grass. Some of them, like, think of your local summer festival. Some of them are laying on the grass on their backs. Others are in a fetal position with all of these stomach spasms. 4 people would die from eating that curry.
Oh my! So she just
And
poisoning
the woman
people.
that brought the curry, people said she was just walking around watching people being tortured by her food poisoning like a little bear.
You see, this is why for me,
She was so focused.
and it's become more recently, it's hard for me to just eat from anywhere. It's hard for me to just eat from any old location. You know what I mean? Especially when I found out things that some people do, right? Some people put like their ketchup, listen to me, their ketchup into food. And those women, I mean, those people are women. I'm not saying all women, but some women. Right? It's kind of interesting. Once I found that out, I was like, oh yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Morgan, do you know anybody who's done that? Cause I know, I know people who know people. I know people who know people that did it. So I'm just like, oh wow. And Morgan's from Texas, so I feel like if anywhere, it gotta be down south. Like in like Alabama, Arkansas, Alabama, Arkansas. I just said the thing because I was thinking of the song. But like, once I found that out, people do that. I was like, ooh wee. I don't know. I can't be eating from everybody anymore.
Police would test the curry pot, and there was 1,000 grams of arsenic cooked into the
Oh
curry.
my
That
gosh,
is enough
1,000
arsenic to kill
grams?
100 people. 4 people died, and 2 of the victims were children. 63 people were sick for weeks. Masumi was labeled a mass murderer, rightfully so, and was
Okay. I mean, obviously she is, but okay. So it's like she just poisoned a whole bunch of people, which is bad. I'm not saying it's like just. I'm just saying she did poison people. That's what she did. Okay, good. I mean, no, not good, but I'm just saying that's what she did because I was like, because they said one of the worst serial killers in Japan, notorious, my fault, one of the most notorious serial killers in Japan, female serial killers in Japan. That's what I wanted to know.
thrown into prison. And for a while, she's okay with it. She is the most notorious female serial killer of Japan, and she kept herself in prison. She wrote a book, she made friends, she would read books, until another female serial killer was sentenced in Japan. And the whole nation is talking about this new female serial killer. And everyone just kept comparing her to Masumi because, I don't know, they're both female serial killers. That's like how a lot of killers get compared to Ted Bundy. And Masumi is kind of getting annoyed. She felt like the only similarity that these two shared is that we're both women and we're both killers. We are not the same. And it's actually insulting for people to be comparing the two of them. She's nothing like this new killer, Miyuki. Masumi, convicted mass murderer, would file a civil lawsuit in Tokyo seeking close to $100,000 in emotional distress damages.
Only 10 years
She
because.
was suing 50 different publications.
Oh, I
demanding
mean, no, this is
money for
Japan though.
emotional
I mean, but
distress.
yeah, you're right. I don't
The
know.
emotional distress that she suffered from being compared to another serial killer.
Like she thinks she's not that evil, or she thinks she's better than that person.
She thinks she's above them. She hated Miyuki, and there was another serial killer that she often got compared to, Kanai. And she said, we're not the same. Miyuki and Kanai, they used seduction to kill. They slept with their victims. They used their bodies. Masumi was above that. She had way too much class and self-respect to be compared to these, honestly.
Wow.
This is how the girls start fighting. But I do have to give you a lot of background information before we get there. Masumi is not as relevant to the prison drama, but she does kind of kickstart it. The other 2 female serial killers, Miyuki and Kanai, they have so much beef. Like, it's so bizarre. And they're basically carbon copies of one another. I don't think I've ever covered a case like this before. I feel like we've done cases where serial killers are inspired by each other. There's a copycat killer or anything like that, or maybe some elements are similar. These 2, they're 1 year apart in age. They committed their crimes around the same time. They were even apprehended just a few months apart from one another.
Dang.
They both staged their kills to resemble self-exits, and they were both on death row with prison blogs. They updated blogs from prison.
How do they do that? They got a computer?
They send it to someone who has a computer. They send letters to someone who's going to post it. People called them the poisonous woman of the East and the West. And it's pretty difficult to talk about one without drawing comparisons to the other. And a big chunk of that does have to do with the fact that everyone says that they both have this special charm to them. And that's not to be flattering, but it is interesting because both of them are considered very alluring to men and to their victims. And I think both of them are the same seducer type. According to Robert Greene's The Art of Seduction book, there are 9 archetypes of lovers or seducers. And according to the author, once you find out which type you are, you can use it to your advantage in gaining attraction by whoever you're interested in. It's interesting because the book actually calls that person the victim. The whole
Who's
book.
the victim? I'm sorry.
The person you're trying to seduce.
Is the victim.
The book calls it the victim. Also according to the book and Robert Greene, and I've paraphrased this for length, let's go over the 9 archetypes of seducers. The siren is defined by highly charged sexual energy. They're almost hypersexual. Everything about them feels like a symbol. The rake. This is the quintessential dangerous bad boy, bad girl seducer. They're mysterious. They've got a lot going on. You never know what they're thinking. The dandy. They embody freedom. Like being around them makes you feel like the sky is the limit. They have no rules in their life, no clothing rules, no body image rules. Everything is so open. The ideal lover. They're your first love type of love. Reminds you of the girl next door. They're almost comforting. You can imagine a life with them. The natural. This type is almost has a childlike charm to them. They're naturally spontaneous, open-minded, and they feel blissfully unaware of real-life problems. The coquette. These are the ones that know how to play the game. They know how to push and pull. You never know what they're thinking, and that's their whole appeal. These people have mastered the art of delayed gratification. The charmer. 2 words. Devilish charm. This is the embodiment of Prince Charming. They know how to woo you. The charismatic. Not to be confused with the charmer. The charismatic is just the life of the party. They've got crazy confidence, magnetic energy. They're super animated, and they're really good at influencing people to do what they want. Then lastly, we have type 9, the star. Their reputation precedes them. Everyone thinks highly of them and wants to be around them. They're basically celebrities in whatever field or industry they're in, and they make you want to fight for their attention. But when it comes to Miyuki and Kanai, they're both categorized as seductresses, but a lot of people argue they don't really fit into one of the 9 archetypes. Instead, they fit into the 10th one, Black Widow. They're spiders, by the way. They get their name from a semi-myth that they cannibalize their male mates during reproduction. There are actually 2 types of Black Widows that do this. After reproduction, the female Black Widow is exhausted and hungry, and the closest thing to her is the male spider that she just engaged with. So she cannibalizes him.
Dang.
Hence the name Black Widow. The Black Widow name, if you will,
The more
has
you
been
know,
given to many female serial killers for that same reason, that they cannibalize their lovers. Miyuki and Kanai included. I mean, the categorization makes sense on paper and in theory, but many netizens argued, wait, aren't they too, quote, ugly to be Black Widows? Don't shoot the messenger. Okay, this is a really big topic of discussion online. This is not me stating these things. But I guess when people think of a woman who is able to entrance, seduce, and keep a man so intrigued by her that he's willing to give up all of his money and would end up losing his life because of his love for her, I guess people have a very specific type of woman in mind. And both Miyuki and Kanai, I imagine, did not fit that image. They were both labeled as plus size or quote obese by media later. One of them, Miyuki, had a very gummy smile, that's what they called it, and it was not on par with conventional beauty standards in Japan. Miyuki herself said that she got bullied for her smile and teeth in grade school, and nobody wanted to be her friend because of her looks, which is pretty messed up, by the way. But both women are described by netizens as being on the, quote, heavier side, having black hair with short bangs and, quote, droopy eyes. Could they really lure in men and kill them? Robert Greene states in his book, seduction is a game of psychology, not beauty, and it is within the grasp of any person to become a master at this game of seduction. And the art of seduction has 4 phases. And just a quick disclaimer, I'm not saying that this is how anyone should interpret this book. Clearly, that's not what I'm saying, never in a million years. But I'm also not encouraging the use of this book for other things, even like seduction. Personally, I think this book is pretty toxic, and I'm not exactly sure what the purpose would be if you follow the steps in this book. It certainly doesn't seem like the outcome will be love, but it is a fascinating read. I did go by the book's 4 phases, as it's probably the most recognizable system when it comes to seduction, which I think is a big part of today's case. I also think it's interesting to see how the 2 serial killers kind of fit into the system in their own ways, which are undoubtedly very extreme. I also think it's a way to show that these men who fell victim to these women, they're not just some random men who wanted a girlfriend so desperately. They were psychologically manipulated in a very extreme way. Everything these women did was with a purpose. Phase 1 starts with Miyuki breaking into her neighbor's houses as a kid. Okay, not really, but it does lead to phase 1 of seduction, believe it or not. Miyuki was actually born Miyu Lee. She's ethnically Korean, but I believe she's resided in Japan for most of her life. She is a Japanese citizen. And if you left your house door unlocked or a window not tightly closed before leaving for work, ethnically Korean Japanese citizen Gummy Smile Miyuki would be inside of your house. Oh yeah. She just broke into neighbors' houses. She'd be going room to room browsing, snooping. And she had 2 reasons why she went into people's homes uninvited. The first one is the very obvious one. She wanted to steal valuables. which is odd because her parents were pretty well off. The second one is she just really liked destroying things. I mean, it's one thing to spot out the valuables and take them. It's another thing to go and completely ransack the house even after you've already pocketed the valuables. At this point, you're just trying to mess things up for the sake of it. It's like she got off on the destruction. It was her favorite pastime growing up. And I say that because Miyuki was born, again, like I said, into a pretty financially well-off family. So the fact that she's breaking into her neighbor's houses knowing damn well that this is ruining her entire family's reputation for money, it just doesn't make sense. She already had the money. People said Miyuki had this combination of love for chaos, but also she just wanted attention. Evidenced by her prison blog later, Miyuki was very talkative and she just really wanted someone to listen. Which is fine, but Miyuki was so desperate for classmate approval, she would actually talk about how much of a cool friend she was in hope of making friends. Which is kind of weird. Like, imagine you're talking to someone and all they talk about is how cool it would be if you guys were friends. But you're like, we could just talk about something and become friends.
I know this is
like, no,
really late, Titan, but you know how you said Truck-kun? Instantly, when they stopped right there, instantly, I knew Truck-kun was coming. I said in my head, Truck-kun. Instantly, I knew it was going to happen.
Think about how cool it would be if we were friends. I'm such a good friend. It's really bizarre. So when that didn't work, she started telling all the girls at school how she was just so exhausted. She would come into school, dark circles church, and she would yawn and say, so tired. So tired, so sleepy, barely got any sleep. Of course, someone would say, why, Miyuki? Why didn't you get enough sleep? Oh, because I had to sort through all the love letters I was getting from the boys in class again.
Excuse me.
Yeah, it's just a lot, you know, I mean, like 10-page letters from 10 different guys. And then, of course, I want to be nice. I gotta read through them all and sort through them. It's just tiring being such a heartthrob. The other girls would laugh in her face, and not a single one of them believed her. And maybe that's where Miyuki learned, you gotta pick the right audience. Phase 1, stirring interest and desire. It's also about knowing what kind of seducer you are, and then, according to the book, choosing the right, quote, victim that will be interested in you. According to the book, the rules clearly state that you should not chase after someone that won't be open to your advances. Not everyone can seduce everyone. Stick with the people that you know will be interested in you, and play with their interests. In this department, Miyuki and Kanai take vastly different approaches. This is like the one part where they're different. Miyuki has this very youthful, almost naive, head in the clouds allure. I'm literally trying everything to avoid saying childlike demeanor, but that's what a lot of people described her as having. Or at least she played into it. She's able to bring out this side of victims who just want to protect her. She seems so emotionally immature and naive. While Kanai was the opposite. She's very motherly. She brings out the side of victims who believed that she was incredible wife material. She made them feel appreciated, cared for, if not almost worshipped. And people wanted a wife like that to build a life with. So let's break it down and start with Miyuki. Miyuki started working at a snack bar. Okay, so like remember how we did whole 2 episodes, one recently and one that was just an audio pod a while back, on the life of host and hostess clubs in Japan. It's in the Yandere case that I posted like a month ago or 2 months ago. Now, snack bars are similar.
Yep, that one.
According to our Japanese translator, a snack bar is kind of like a regular bar, but it might have a theme, like a special thing. And unlike hostess clubs, where you have hosts or hostesses sitting down with you, spending time with you, getting to know you, snack bars, they operate kind of like a regular restaurant, like a regular bar. They will serve you your food and drinks, but you're not really going for the food and drinks. Usually you are going for the service that is focused on delivering above and beyond your needs. But they typically don't sit with you. Just think of it as an incredibly well-serviced restaurant, and the themes are usually what pulls people in. So one example is a newer establishment called Muscle Girls. The staff are all women, and they're all they wear leggings and sports bras, and that's the whole appeal.
Wow.
Muscular women. They'll even play into that and squeeze fresh fruit juice into your cup with their bare hands. They'll push syringes of protein shakes into your mouth. It's really unique. It's a fun concept.
Very interesting.
Or some of the maid and butler cafes could sometimes be categorized as a snack bar. They have a theme of all the workers wearing maid costumes while they run the place. You get it? So it's not necessarily an establishment that you go for like a quick meal or a delicious drink. You're trying to enjoy the whole atmosphere, the experience. Miyuki starts working at a snack bar that primarily hires, quote, heavier women, which, yeah, I mean, who defines that? But I guess they're considered heavier by Japanese conventional beauty standards. But that was considered the, quote, theme of the snack bar, if you will. And yeah, I mean, we don't even have to get into how loaded of a sentence that is. Like, that's crazy. But yeah, she ends up at one of those bars, and at least she knows that the men coming into the bar, they weren't looking for someone that fits the very stereotype conventional beauty standard. And she starts working on seducing them. And Miyuki just kind of has a wild life. She was married 2 times while working at this bar. She had 5 kids total, and she still seduced a ton of guys at the bar. And I'm not saying that as like moms can't be seductive, but more so of where is she finding the time? Like that's crazy. 2 marriages, they were really brief, by the way, but one thing was that she was adamant on when she was divorcing her husband, all she wanted was full custody of her children. Even Miyuki's friends and her family, they were begging her to put up her children for adoption because they didn't think that she had what it takes to raise 5 kids well. But she insisted these are her babies, she will never give them up. But she would prove them right. She refused to cook, clean. She lived in a really run-down, unsanitary home with all 5 kids. And this is not because she couldn't afford something nicer. So let's shame her. That's not the idea. No, she genuinely never picked up a broom in her life. Her walls were caked with mold. The floors were caked with dirt. There were pots and pans laying around that had maggots on them because they had food from weeks ago, just like super glued to the pots. Her definition of throwing something out of the house was walking a few steps and then placing the maggot-filled trash by the front door. Like it was a health hazard. The 5 kids' primary diet consisted of just bland bread and rice balls from the convenience store. It's like the cheapest thing that you can buy, but it's not really nutritious. I mean, there's not a single vegetable in sight. Meanwhile, Miyuki would take all the money that she earned at the snack bar and she would spend it on herself and her coworkers. This is so strange, but she would take her coworkers out to eat and treat them to full sushi dinners, which is pricey. If they tried to pay, she would fight. No, like it's nothing.
Does she at least have like child support?
Most moms that we know would do the opposite. They would feed their children.
Because women do that. They have kids just to get money.
With that outside validation and praise. You're so kind, Miyuki. You're so rich, Miyuki. Back to Miyuki's clients. Mama, which are bartenders that work at snack bars, aren't known to be super flirtatious bartenders or hosts compared to other establishments. But Miyuki just had a way of sweeping her clients off their feet. It just felt so effortless. She knew the right looks to throw at them. She knew the perfect smile. She knew how to start a conversation with them that focused on them. And I know it sounds very like, well, yeah, duh, that doesn't sound too hard. But she clearly was doing something right. Even after the crimes were exposed, journalists went to go talk to her in prison, and they were shocked by her energy. She's always described in reports as this monstrous serial killer creature, almost sucks the life out of people, which she is, as a serial killer with no remorse, right? But they said when you meet her, and everyone always describes her as being obese in papers, she's so petite, and it must be her energy. Because they're saying, like, technically, I guess medically speaking, she is on the heavier side than the average Japanese person, but something about her energy makes her feel like a little kid that you need to protect her. She feels so frail and petite, like a little baby. That's how they describe it. She's so soft-spoken. She seems so fragile. She almost acts like a perpetual 12-year-old. And for some people, that brings out a side of them that wants to shield her from the reality, like the harshness of this world. Miyuki would purposefully approach middle-aged men at work that seemed lonely. She would flirt with them, put on her charm, and she would insinuate that she would want to meet them outside of the snack bar, something that she's not allowed to do, by the way. And once they're captivated by her, they would agree. She would take them to a love motel, they would get intimate, and she would just sink her teeth into these men. One of her exes stated, "I was so shocked. She was so good in bed, I became addicted to her."
Oh my.
And it just makes the men sound simple, right? Like they all just want to be intimate with her and like maybe, but ultimately, regardless of her intimate relationships with them, it said that she knew how to make men feel wanted and special. Something that's even more rare in Eastern culture where women are expected to be shy and reserved. She had this very bubbly energy. Side note, a lot of these boyfriends had wives and families, and Miyuki would use that to her advantage. A lot of these men they loved the idea of being family men. So they prided themselves in being faithful to their wives, faithful and loyal to their family. And anything that goes against that, they're not interested. And you would think maybe if a young hot girl walks by and is like, oh my gosh, like look at how hot I am, you could have this. These men would say, absolutely not. I have a wife and children. But Miyuki was so slick. She would make the men feel so young again, talking about herself and how she's a hopeless romantic without even involving them in the equation. She would boost up their egos in separate conversations. She would take care of them in ways that made them feel like, wow, this is kind of nice. And she did it all so innocently. Instead of being like, oh, you have a wife? I bet she doesn't treat you like this. She only ever spoke highly of her boyfriend's wives, unless they started opening up about the marriage struggles. In one relationship, they literally started this friendly, flirtatious banter by showing each other pictures of their own children. So the married man would show her pictures of his kids, and she would smack his arm flirtatiously and say, my kids are cuter. And then she would show him pictures of her children. Then he would say, no, my kids are cuter. He would show other pictures of his kids, and she would say, they are so cute. But you know, my kids are still cuter. And it feels technically so
Dang,
innocent
she knows
because
what
he's
she's doing,
married
man.
and showing off pictures of his children, making it clear that he has a family that he cares about. She's also showing pictures of her children without saying, leave your wife and kids for me. But the way they're doing it, it has this flirty banter feel to it. It has this
Child support on
intimate
herself.
feeling. It's almost like that fate feeling. We're not trying to be nasty. We're just getting along too well. He would end up starting an affair with Miyuki. Kanai, the other serial killer, would take the opposite approach. So instead of having more of that youthful banter, she focused on being the perfect motherly figure. So while Miyuki is playing this, oh, I have a troublesome childhood, and I'm just a girl, that type of energy, and like this emotional immaturity is being used to make the men feel more masculine, like they're more in charge, and like, oh, she's too naive to manipulate me. She cannot possibly have those complex thoughts. Kanai, she focused on presenting herself as the ideal
You're back?
wife.
Welcome back.
She came from a town. Have you guys heard of Hokkaido cream?
Yeah. I mean,
It's
I heard
a
of
region in
Hokkaido,
Japan that's
but
famous for their dairy. So like if a product uses milk from this area, they'll write it on the packaging. That's how famous they are for their dairy products. The population of that town is 14,000 people, and there's 120,000 cows in that town. Yeah, so that's where Kanai's from, but I digress. Kanai was forced to learn the piano since she was young, and that kind of kick-started something in her, where she's like, people are praising her for knowing the piano so well. The piano is such a graceful thing. It's almost like a classy, elegant thing. She seemed to like that praise. So she went on to do pretty well in school, and she was very responsible as a kid. Classmates would say that, yeah, she's pretty mature for her age. And this is not what I'm saying. This is what her classmates are saying. They said that she was, quote, sexually mature for her age. Again, their wording, not mine. One classmate alleged that even in high school, Kanai would talk about how she had this hot boyfriend, and everyone was like, well, can we see a picture of your so-called hot boyfriend then? She whipped out a picture, and sure enough, it's a picture of Kanai and a 40-year-old man. So she was groomed as a minor.
Oh.
And later as an adult, I think this translated into her being hyper aware of what men wanted from her. She presented herself as the perfect ideal. She changed her name to Sakura, which felt younger, more youthful, a little sexier maybe. Went on dating websites to scout for a boyfriend. She stated she was a pianist who graduated from Tokyo University and was now studying at Le Cordon Bleu. It's the culinary school for French cuisine to become a chef. She wanted to open up her own restaurant. These were all half-truths. Her mom was a pianist, and Kanai herself did know how to play, but she wasn't really a pianist. She did get into Tokyo University, but she dropped out because she decided to use her tuition money on luxury goods instead. Le Cordon Bleu, the culinary school, was true. I just don't think that she had any plans of opening up a restaurant. Kanai's ultimate plan was to never work again and dangle herself in front of older men as the perfect wife. And she knew how to cook, to the point where one guy who knew her personally said that when Kanai was arrested for being a serial killer, he felt really sad.
because he can't eat her food
quote,
anymore.
it's a shame I'll no longer be able to eat another meal from Kanai Kajimi. That's how good she was at cooking. She would even start her own little recipe blog. And of course, every time she would start talking to a new boyfriend, she would send the blog of like, oh, have you seen my blog? Just to be like, look what I can do. Look how I can treat you. That's subliminal messaging. Look what I would love to cook for you every day, 3 meals a day. Don't you want to come home to a home-cooked meal that's hot and ready on the table? One boyfriend said her attention to detail was out of this world. Like, it was exhilarating to be with someone like that. She would wake up every morning before he went to work, made him pasta, fried chicken, pork, and as
What
soon
the
as
freak? In the morning?
iced coffee started melting, she would replace the ice to not water down his coffee. And he would think to himself, this woman right here, marriage material. So cooking was how she lured a lot of men in.
And you know what they
she
say.
just had a voice that was known to be very sweet and alluring. People said it sounded like a rolling bell. I've never heard of that, but they said it was so smooth and so pretty. It sounds like a chime rolling across the ground. Some said it sounded more like a gasp. Her voice, the way she speaks, it was so graceful. Her whole demeanor, they said it was incredible to watch her in person. So elegant. Another person stated, her voice is so beautiful. Her speaking voice is honestly full of sexiness and elegance that makes it sound like she's gasping and panting for breath every second.
Never mind.
This next part is unhinged, but one netizen wrote, even though Kanai is fat and ugly, she is able to become popular with refinement and technique. She's like, I don't even want to dissect what this netizen is thinking, okay? Her voice would later be described, though, as her ultimate weapon. And that is how both these women would accomplish phase 1 of seduction. And then Miyuki got pregnant with triplets.
Oh my.
Oh yeah.
Wait, Miyuki has 5 kids?
Yeah.
This is 3 more on top of 5.
She told the father of the child, who already had a wife and child, she's like, I'm pregnant, and you're gonna raise them. He's like, what are you talking about? I can't raise them. I already have my own children, but maybe I can financially help you. And she says, okay, give me $200,000 in child support. He did not have that kind of money. He said maybe he had $66,000. So he gave her that and moved in next door. So he's like, okay, since I can't pay the rest, maybe I can make up with my time. Maybe I can help her sometime with the kids, raise her baby here and there. Miyuki was very serious about being a mom again. She would walk around, hands on her stomach, complaining of backaches. Oh, I can't eat that, I'm pregnant. Oops, gotta take my prenatals. The whole 9 yards. Being pregnant was her whole personality. And then a few months later, that man saw her drinking. And he was like, wait a minute, are you allowed to drink right now? Aren't you pregnant? And she's like, I'm what? Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
She's not pregnant.
She's not pregnant. She would legitimately forget that she lied about being
gosh.
pregnant with triplets. She would forget all of her lies. That's how many lies she told. Which brings us to phase 2. Create pleasure and confusion. Keep them in suspense. Have them asking what comes next. Miyuki did that by straight up lying about the most unhinged things. For example, Miyuki would lie about how she dropped out of high school because she got into a fight with a girl who accused her of having a hair perm. She would lie that her parents had cancer and she needed help paying the bills. Sometimes it was that she had heart and kidney issues or that her 5 children were starving, and that was an excuse that she used often. And these men would pay. For example, one of her boyfriends was a garbage worker. She ended up taking around $30,000 from him in total. Garbage collectors in Japan, they make around $20,000 a year. He went into debt and lost his job for her. But like, why would these men even keep paying for these things? Some of these men even spent their entire life savings, went into debt to pay Miyuki and Kanai. Why? And they're always being confused by these like push and pull methods, by these lies, by these weird signals. The art of seduction literally states that in this phase, phase 2, you should use the demonic power of words to sow confusion, inflame people's emotions with loaded phrases, flatter them, comfort their insecurities, envelop them in fantasy, sweet words, and promises. Not only will they listen to you, they will lose their will to resist you. A lot of this had to do with the fact that providing money to some of these women made the men feel like men. Like, they made them feel fulfilled and useful. They're helping someone. They're doing something good. A lot of people hate Kanai, with good reason. She's a serial killer. But they will admit that Kanai had a way with words. She knew what busy businessmen wanted to hear. And businessmen were her main targets because they had the most money. She would tell them, you're so exhausted. You're so tired. You deserve to be treated like a man. You deserve to be greeted at home with a fresh home-cooked meal. I mean, I don't see what's wrong with that. Women these days, they're misguided. And she was willing to do that for them. Kanai would also write about fate when she wrote to her lovers. She wanted it to seem like they're all star-crossed lovers because that gives them a thrill. She would always write about herself as a student in the University of Life, how she just wanted to learn and these men were teaching her so much. She said this to basically every boyfriend. Meanwhile, Miyuki's voice was also described to be nice, but not as nice as Kanai's. But her allure was calligraphy, her penmanship, which is honestly held at a much higher level of respect in Asia than in the Western areas. She would use this to seduce her victims. She had a habit of writing letters to her boyfriends, and they felt more like the ramblings of a high school girl who just had a major crush on a boy. She would even refer to herself in third person to sound extra cutesy. Very much, Miyuki loves you very, very much. Miyuki hopes you have a good day. Like that. And if she didn't see the men because of their schedules and they didn't match up, she would give them quick 5-minute phone calls. Not to ask them to come to the snack bar, not to ask for something, just, oh, I was just thinking about you and I wanted to make sure your day's going well. So even if these guys thought at first, well, she works at the bar, of course she's going to be nice to me, she wants to make money, she would disarm them with her constant displays of affection, because constant open displays of affection has a connection to emotional immaturity.
And the men like that.
Men feel like they are the ones in power, and this girl is too emotionally immature to ever be able to manipulate them. So they become more vulnerable around them. If she was hanging out with her boyfriends and one of them kept rolling their neck side to side in the middle of a conversation, she would take note of it, not mention it that day, but the next day she would have ointment for his neck ready for him. She just behaved like a little girl in love, sending letters, leaving voicemails, and all of it was just master manipulation. Because once she earned the trust of these men, she would start gaslighting and exploiting them. One of Miyuki's boyfriends, Shinichi, was over it. He was getting beat with a frying pan on a daily basis now. Yeah, he was done.
Like actually, physically?
Physically. The Miyuki he met had fallen in love with the charismatic girl, the childish little girl. Gone, okay? Every time they see each other now, she's beating him up with a frying pan.
Oh, heck
she
to
would
the
try
no.
to throw boiling water on him, on his body, and continuously she would say, "Give me your money." It was really confusing. Like, what happened to that person he knew? But this is the breaking point, when she tied him up with rope. He had no idea what she was going to do when he was all tied up. So they end up getting into this fight. She ties him up with rope. He's genuinely terrified for his life. And the next chance he gets, he runs off and hides at his parents' house to get away from her. But she finds him, breaks into his parents' house, and kidnaps her boyfriend, Shinichi.
What?
All the while, the parents are just watching in pure terror in their own home as their son is being kidnapped. Which is phase 3. Phase 3, according to the book, is deepening the effect through extreme measures. This is the stage that the book recommends mixing pleasure with straight up pain. Not physical pain, but emotional and mental pain. This is when you take the, quote, victim past their limits, getting them to act out their dark sides, and it adds a sense of danger to the seduction, and it ultimately deepens the spell that they're under.
Yeah, this book sounds very questionable, huh?
Robert Greene, I think he's an light years ahead in terms of intelligence compared to little old me, but I will say his books are very intense. The 48 Laws of Power is actually banned in most prisons in the US because it's just it's too much. Some people applaud him and say that he gets down to the nitty-gritty, un-rosy tinted views of human psychology. Other people say that he's just creating guidelines on how to be toxic people. I actually think it's better to talk about this book
To know,
that if
to be
you
informed.
know what's happening
Exactly.
and someone's doing this to you,
To be
it's better
informed.
than to be like, oh, I don't know what's going on, but I'm feeling very confused by this.
Yo, listen. I'm not gonna say exactly this happened to me, but I remember in high school. Listen, I'm not even like, I'm just saying this straight up. There was this girl. I did not like. I wasn't like, really attracted to this girl, right? But like, there was like something that happened, right? It was like over a good amount of time. For some odd reason, I remember I was in class, right? I was in class. What class was it? It was music class or something. And because she was in that class too. This girl walked in, and then she did like a little smile, wave, and everything. And I, for some reason, I had a little. I was like, what the heck is going on? I was like, I was like, what is happening? This is weird. Honestly, man, honestly, it truly threw me. Truly, she might have been using some tactics from this book. That's all I'm saying. She might have been using some tactics from this book. Oh, and by the way, like I mentioned earlier, I just opened my members on YouTube. You guys don't have to, do anything. If you guys do, appreciate it, but you don't have to. But it's just I just wanted to mention that because it's really cool, and I was just thinking about other things that I could do with that. Also, I was making emotes for it, and I created these like little emotes. I'm gonna do more, but it was really fun, and I just I guess I can show you guys some of the emotes that I did. Let's see. Come on, open up, open up, open up. Alright, so this was Kiro right here, right? And this one is Alchemini. And then this one is a Nissa one. And then this one is a Fida one. You want to make emotes for me also? I was thinking about it because I have to make emotes, and I also have to make something else, but it's similar to emotes. What is it called? It is it's something else. I can't remember what it was. It was I don't remember. I really do not. Oh, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. You've done emotes before? For other disc? Oh, I feel like you did say something like that. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I need to get some water. Give me a quick second. I'm back. I also got a banana because I was a little hungry. Oh, it's not even bad. Yeah. I'm just playing around with it, just to see how it is. You know, there's like certain posts too. Like if I can do like a daily or a monthly post for them as well. But like I said, I just started, so we'll just play around with it, see what you guys like. I'm gonna do anatomy studies tomorrow. Just want to get all right. Good, man. You know, doing some studies is always good. But remember, Zura, the best way to do it all is to practice your shapes. Because once you start looking into anatomy, you'll start realizing, oh, it's kind of difficult to draw this, like the leg or the arm or whatever you're drawing. But once you understand how to draw like certain shapes, then you'll start to see them in like the anatomy of the characters, you know, or in the poses and stuff that you're referencing from. And definitely use references, or don't be going like, you know, don't be doing what you usually do. Find a reference.
I always think it's better to know
Oh,
if they're
just like what not May, Rain said, right? Now, I always remember this to this day because it's common sense, but I didn't think about it at the time. It's hard to draw something that you've never seen before, right? So, get references. Zero. Get references.
there's things that guys or women are out there reading and they're trying to seduce you. I always think that's, you know, the whole pickup artist phase. I think it's interesting to watch them because if you're a single woman, they could be using these tricks on you and you want to be alert and aware of that. Versus like not knowing, then you don't know what's happening. You just think, oh, this person's kind of hot and cold and I don't understand them. So, very interesting.
They're manipulating
very
you.
intense. Now again, Miyuki clearly is very extreme, but I think even this part of the book, again, like I said, not recommended. It's toxic, morally questionable. This is basically saying you've come to phase 3 where you can be as manipulative and as demanding as you want because you've already gotten your quote victim to the point where they can put up with more extreme behavior. In Miyuki's case, she would even get her children involved in the process. She would find men that were desperate for some sort of acceptance and love, and then she would tell her kids to make them feel special by calling them dad.
Oh my
and
goodness.
treating them like he was their biological father.
Wow, that's
It's so twisted.
She is on another level.
It made a lot of these men feel needed in their lives. It gave them purpose. You know, it's heartwarming to see your significant other's kids love you and want to be with you and take care of you. They would start dropping them off.
I
at
ain't
school,
gonna lie.
and Yuki would come up with some
I'm
random
gonna lie, bruh. By hearing everything that she's doing, I would have folded. First of all, she got 5 kids. I don't think I'll get myself in a situation like that. But like, she's doing all the right things. She's doing everything right. Oh my gosh. Like, I would have folded. Man. I would have folded. She catch me on a certain day and she's just saying everything. She's being smart, watching like what am I trying to say? She's just paying attention to every little reaction of mine, studying me. I folded.
excuse on why she couldn't. Or honestly, the kids would just go up to him and be like, Daddy, can you take me to school tomorrow? I want to spend time with you. Guess what? Miyuki probably told them to say that. Other times she would convince the men to fork over money for the kids or even a key to their apartment, which very conveniently, after Miyuki got a key to a lot of the boyfriend's places, they would be ransacked.
She robbed them. Dang.
Many of the men tried to pull away from Miyuki. She would have her kids text them by saying things like, Dad, I love you, please come back. Why aren't you here anymore, Daddy? It made them feel utterly guilty. One of her boyfriends said Miyuki turned children into bone broth, which of course she probably didn't, but it's a way of saying she genuinely did not care about anyone but herself. Like, she's willing to use her children, it seems, to get what she wanted, and that was
I let
money.
Lucy from
Maybe
Saturday.
that's why she wanted to keep
Just
all
take
of them.
advantage of me.
Perhaps. She was relentless about money. Her boyfriends would not only give up their entire life savings, but they would go into debt to pay her money. And even that wasn't enough. She made her boyfriends watch her own children for her.
It's always
Which,
interesting learning
like I
about
said,
like
by the way, she's getting more money.
like
She's not
the
spending it on her
psychology of
kids.
things
They still
in
eat
these
the
ways.
same nutritionless food, living in the same conditions that absolutely had to break some sort of health code for human life. Yet, Miyuki was seen blowing tons of money on herself. She would drop hundreds of dollars on dinners with coworkers or whoever she wanted to be friends with. She still had that desperate need for acceptance by her peers. She would take people to public baths like sauna houses. She would buy people kimonos, treat them to haircuts. If something was expensive, she would exclaim, "Oh, that's so cheap," while purchasing it. It was weird. It's like she wanted to impress even the sales associates. Sometimes she went to the convenience store to stock up on snacks, dropping like hundreds of dollars each time. What's so interesting is that a lot of people would assume that these two women would have an
And
obsession
also
with
in
luxury
the
goods, right?
in
I mean,
the what do you call it? What do you call it? In the members thing too, it says like on one of the tiers you can do like a members only live stream or members only chat in a live stream. It's just listen, I'm still just learning how to do everything because it's just still new to me. So we'll end up seeing what we'll end up doing with that.
willing to do wild
Because I
things
stream
for
every day,
money,
so
they must be obsessed with Gucci,
like,
Prada, Chanel.
how would
They
I do
must
it?
be like those
Or if I do
crazy
like an
gold digger
extra
women.
stream.
They actually spent
I
all
don't know.
their money on random things. Miyuki would spend so much money at the convenience store and on her coworkers that she later said she hated. And Kanai would spend $15,000 a month, and she would just spend it on stuff for her Shih Tzu, her random pets. She would buy them like these random pet gadgets at the pet store that nobody needs, like a pet massager for hundreds of dollars that really doesn't work. Nobody needs it. Who's buying it? She never spent a lot of money on designer clothes, but her
Phone
hangers.
numbers only
Like she wore
chat.
very affordable
Yeah,
clothing,
that's what I
but
said,
she
huh?
would buy hangers that were very fancy and $10 a piece. $10 one
I
hanger.
feel like
That's the price of whatever you're probably hanging.
yeah.
She would go on these trips to hot springs, golf trips, and of course, she spent a ton of money on cooking classes. And Kanai was really good at picking her victims. She would go for men that were older, and she would sell them the dream of her being a chef that opens up her own restaurant one day. And they were more likely to help her because they're getting old, they're financially better off, and the one thing that they can't have is that time and excitement again. So they want to vicariously live through her. You know, I saw a video essay recently on this is kind of a tangent, Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez. And a lot of people thought it was confusing how Jeff Bezos, after his divorce, started dating Lauren Sanchez. People thought they just didn't really work on paper. But everybody that knows Lauren Sanchez in person said that she is almost like a kid with how excited she gets about everything. She's so animated. She's like the life of the party. If you buy her a present, she's probably the type to like run around the room over a small gift coming from a billionaire where it's like 0.0000% of his wealth, you know? But it's just, Kanai's kind of playing into that. They're vicariously living through her. And she knew that, and she's honing in on it. These men, they're too old. They've got too many rules in their
You
life.
see, this is the thing. This is why when I watch like videos and stuff, and women are like, "Oh, that men are complicated and things of that nature," I'm like, "Yo, nah, not at all. Look at this. This is free game. Don't abuse it now." But this is free game. And by the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure you hit it with a like and also subscribe if you're new. Subscribe. And just press that button if you haven't already. You know, you can subscribe later if you want. And by the way, like I said, I just open members, and if you'd like to, I appreciate it. But you don't have to. You truly don't.
Too many crazy professions to actually chase after their dreams. But when they watch Kanai do it, which are all lies by the way, she had no dreams of working, they would get excited again. They would feel youthful again. And phase 4, as stated in the book, is moving in for the kill. The book states, if your victim is to be sacrificed, then it must be done swiftly and cleanly, leaving you free, physically and psychologically, to move on to the next victim, and then the game begins all over again. Clearly, this is meant to be interpreted as, if you're no longer going to be with this victim that you've spent all this time and energy seducing, break up with them, make it clean and swift, and then you get to move on. But that's clearly not what serial killers Miyuki and Kanai had in mind. May 13th, 2004. A train running on the Inbi line slammed into something and came to a halting stop.
Oh my.
Police are called to the scene, and they find a box on the train tracks. Inside the box was a 42-year-old reporter's body.
Oh!
The man worked for a reputable newspaper, had a wife and kids, and now his completely battered body was found in a cardboard box on the train tracks.
Is he passed already or? Okay,
He passed from the train hit.
Oh!
There was a note at the bottom of the box, and it read, "I was supposed to protect her, but I was doing the opposite. I was happy to meet a woman like Miyuki. When I met Miyuki, I learned what true love was." Miyuki is not his wife's name. To the police, this just sounded like a man who had an affair, could not live with himself, so he exited his life.
In a box?
Exiting via jumping in front of a train is pretty common in Japan, so they didn't think much of it. In Japan, about 600 people a year exit by jumping in.
Yeah, I understand that part. This is why they have the safety guardrails and everything. In a box? Hold up, let me rewind, because I'm tripping. I might be.
Meet a woman like Miyuki. When I met Miyuki, the cardboard box on the train had a wife and kids, and now his completely battered body was found in a cardboard box on the train tracks.
In a cardboard box on the train tracks.
Passed already or? Okay,
He passed.
So how did he put himself? I mean, obviously I know he didn't do it.
I was supposed to protect her, but I was doing the opposite.
But
I was happy to meet a woman like Miyuki. When I met Miyuki, I learned what true love was. Miyuki is not his wife's name. To the police, this just sounded like a man who had an affair, could not live with himself, so he exited his life. And exiting via jumping in front of a train is pretty common in Japan, so they didn't think much of it. In Japan, about 600 people a year exit by jumping in front of a train, while in the US, about 300 to 500 people do that, which doesn't sound alarming until you factor in the population size. Japan has about a third of the US's population, so the number of self-exits by train in Japan is alarming. I mean, I think in both countries it's alarming, but more so in Japan. It's so prevalent that the Japanese have created a word for it. In a really weird, sad fact, but a lot of train companies will actually charge families of those that exit. They will charge them a large fine because the person that exited caused a public disturbance and inconvenience, which is highly, highly frowned upon in Japanese culture. So there's that.
They charge you a fine.
Miyuki has never been officially convicted of the reporter's murder, but in hindsight, netizens think it's weird that the police didn't investigate or even perform an autopsy. This is the first death associated with Miyuki, and it's just strange. So we're to believe that this reporter grabbed a box, threw it onto the train tracks, jumped down, then curled up in there, somehow managed to close the box up well enough,
that's instantly.
and then quietly waited in anxiety for the train to come, and just like listen to it approaching. Usually exits are known to be impulsive. This feels like a very long time to sit with your thoughts. And it's very morbid, but it just doesn't make sense. It feels incredibly unnatural for someone to do this, psychology-wise. Now in hindsight, netizens believe that Miyuki drugged him, put his unconscious body in the box, threw the box onto the tracks when no one was around.
You're gonna stuff yourself in.
And
Exactly.
now she was free to start on her next victim. Even though Miyuki would be found guilty of killing 2 men, she's suspected of killing upwards of 6.
Dang.
She was never convicted for the reporter in the box. Her next few victims, it just seemed like all of Miyuki's love interests, they all started passing away. One victim was found with 4 different types of sleeping pills in their system and drowned in like 3 inches of water on the beach, which again doesn't seem like a self-chosen exit, but the police would argue that it was. Another ex was found dead in a forest. The police ruled it a self-chosen exit. The victim in the forest was actually a police officer that she had managed to seduce. Another drowned at sea while they went diving for shells. The family thought it was suspicious because he didn't know how to swim, but it was deemed a natural death. Another one was found dead in a river, which again is wild to me that police didn't think of Miyuki at this point because he also had 3 to 4 different types of sleeping pills in his system. There was evidence of assault on his face and clothes. He had a visible head wound and his right eye was completely sunken in. You could see the bones in his fingers, but the police argued that was the work of crabs. Another boyfriend of Miyuki's was found dead in his apartment. He reported to neighbors before his passing that he was feeling unwell and he had been unconscious for 3 days and he passed away a few days later. There is a 7th victim that some sources mention and some don't, but it's a barbershop worker who started dating Miyuki and he divorced his wife. He self-exited, allegedly. He wrote a note that read, "I'm happier being deceived than deceiving." As for Kanai, when she entered phase 4, she had been able to defraud men out of $2.5 million at this point. And when that wasn't enough, they just started plopping dead around her. Yeah. Her 70-year-old boyfriend was found naked and dead in his shower. No cause of death was determined for him. Because of his age, authorities just assumed that he passed naturally. Then another boyfriend of Kanai's ended up dead with 6 shichirin. I think I'm saying that right, but it's basically mini charcoal stoves to cook barbecue meat. Weird side note, Ariana Grande has a tattoo. She did, I think she covered it up, that read 7 rings, because her song 7 Rings, right?
Mm-hmm.
But 7 rings in Japan, the characters actually put together mean shichirin, which is barbecue grill. So I guess people were making fun of people who get separate language tattoos, like you know how people get Chinese tattoos or Japanese tattoos and they don't ask a native speaker of that language what this means.
Yeah.
So she meant 7 rings for her song, but it ended up meaning barbecue charcoal grill. It was like a whole thing, but this is the barbecue charcoal grill. And Kanai, she would allegedly be a master stager. So most of her victims, they were staged to have exited their life through carbon monoxide via these charcoal grills. She would get away with this multiple times. And then finally, one of her boyfriends was found dead in his car with a charcoal barbecue grill burning in the front passenger seat. This would be the one that caught Kanai. The charcoal grills were all from the same brand, by the way, but the most curious thing about this is that the keys to the car were not found inside the car. So the police are like, how did he drive the car to the parking lot to do this? And like, there would be no logical reason for him to say, you know what, let me get out of the car and chuck my keys somewhere random and then run back to the car. There weren't even matches found in the car. None, not even a used one. His hands had no charcoal powder on them at all. So who lit the grill? And I'm talking like the charcoal briquettes. You know what I'm talking about? You touch them once, your hands are gonna have powder. Kanai was actually arrested in her home that she shared with her boyfriend. She had moved in with one of her boyfriends at the time. And he was genuinely so taken aback that his lovely wife, soon-to-be wife, chef, girlfriend, fiance, was getting arrested. Later, when he was told by officers, hey, we think she's murdering and defrauding her lovers, he was like, you guys are mistaken. This is a good woman we're talking about. After vouching for his girlfriend's death, he went home and curiously noticed that all 7 fire alarms in his ceilings had vanished.
Oh my.
They were gone. I think that's when he was like, oh, okay, yeah, that was probably going to be me next. The killers were arrested 4 months apart. Miyuki was arrested November 2nd, 2009 for fraud, not even murder, fraud. When police started investigating her for fraud, they realized, wow, this woman has a lot of people around her dying. And most of them are found with large amounts of sleeping pills in their system. And what's odd is she's got a large amount of sleeping pills in her purse, which is really weird because it's not one of those things where you're like, wait a minute, I got a stockpile sleeping pills in my bag that I take out every day because who knows, I might need sleeping pills while I'm out running errands. It's very odd. What's even more odd is the sleeping pills weren't even prescribed to her. According to neighbors, Miyuki would go door to door at night begging for some sort of sleeping pill. 3 a.m. she's like, I can't do it. I'm losing my mind. My prescription ran out. I'm an insomniac. Can I please get a few sleeping pills? My doctor's office won't take me until like 3 days later. Can I just get like 3 or 4? She did this like every night to different neighbors. And what's interesting is in Japan, you can get tickets for trials. Miyuki's trial created so much media buzz that over 1,100 people waited for hours trying to get tickets into the courtroom. Everyone wanted to see what was going to happen to her. Miyuki denied involvement in all the deaths and stated that the man she was dating at the time, her boyfriend, was the one that killed everyone out of jealousy. She said that she had no idea that he was doing any of this. In the end, Miyuki had been linked to at least 6 murders, but she was only convicted of 2. She received the death penalty, which of course she tried to appeal but was rejected. She was going to be housed at the Hiroshima Penitentiary while on death row. Kanai was indicted for murder on February 22nd, 2010, which her trial was just bizarre. She stated that one of her boyfriends just exited his life because he was really sad that they were thinking of breaking up. And the authorities were like, well, why were you guys thinking of breaking up? And she said, well, he thought that I wasn't good enough in bed. She was convicted of 3 murders, but suspected of killing at least 7 men. She was also sentenced to the death penalty, which she later tried to appeal, but was rejected. She was going to be housed at the Tokyo Penitentiary while on death row. So these 2 women, they're not even in the same prison. Which, side note, Kanai would later have a huge complaint about her trial. She said she hated the way that the courtroom artists depicted her in the courtroom drawings. She said that all they did was emphasize her as being the bigger person in a very unnatural way compared to the judges and prosecutors. She said it felt like they were trying to emphasize her obesity. She was very displeased and stated it caused her incredible distress during the trial. She at one point even asked followers, because she had some fans, I guess, to send drawings that they had of her. So if that there was a second trial, she could bring them in and they could create better, prettier looking sketches of her. In Japan, prisoners don't know the date of their execution until the day of. Actually, they don't know until a few hours before.
Dang.
And families of the executed don't even know until they're gone. It's actually been a topic of hot debate. Most countries that still carry out the death penalty, like the US, typically they have a set planned date for execution so that inmates and their families can mentally prepare for it to some degree. Japan lets you know like 60 minutes beforehand. There's actually a reasoning behind it. Back when Japan used to tell you the date of your execution like the other countries, they found that a lot of death row inmates were choosing to self-exit. So they changed it to 1 or 2 hours before so that you would not have the time to self-exit. The UN Committee Against Torture has previously criticized Japan for the psychological strain that this leaves on inmates and their families. And it's kind of wild. So they tell the inmates 1 or 2 hours beforehand. They bring the inmates into a highly surveilled isolation cell. Their coffin has arrived this morning and the prison guards have already set everything up. They place handcuffs on the inmate, bring them into the execution room where they're told to step on a giant X marks the spot. A white bag is placed over their head and they tie a rope around their neck.
What?
3 guards exit the room and simultaneously push buttons, 1 each. So a total of 3 buttons, but they don't know which button is the deadly one. And then it releases the gallows trap. So like Squid Game, the floor pops open and
Oh my gosh! That is insane! Whoa! Japan ain't playing! Oh my gosh! Yo! They put a bag on you, so now you can't see. They put a rope on you, so now you sitting there, and you just waiting until they press a button and then it's over. You don't even know when. I feel like, listen, death by hanging is still bad, but that's not even the worst part. I think the worst part is the fact that they're putting the bag over your head. So you can't even, like, you know, you can't even prepare yourself, if anything. They put a bag on you, and then they just pull the floor under you. And you just start. Oh my gosh. The whole thing is like traumatizing. First of all, they never tell you when it's going to happen. So randomly one day when they call you, it might be that day. You don't know. And then they do all this. Oh my goodness.
the inmate falls down into the room below. It's a full suspension death. That room has a glass wall where the inspector and warden can observe and confirm the
They ain't playing no games in Japan. Zo skipped on his. Yeah, I skipped that class.
execution. A lot of inmates on Japan's death row have complained that this adds so much psychological pain and anxiety from not knowing when their lives are coming to an end. But those who support the death penalty, and again, I'm not stating my opinion, those who support the death penalty have stated, well, victims of crimes also don't know when they're going to die because it's not really a choice they made. So some people are for it, some people are really against it. So both Miyuki and Kanai journaled about it, and they started blogs in prison, which, like, 2 things about that. They're so similar. Like, and also, you can start a blog in prison. Miyuki had a section in the local monthly paper called Paper Bomb. Her section was called From the Hiroshima Detention Center. She would do a monthly column about what she was thinking about, what she was eating, everything about her life in prison. And she would also try to convince people that she was innocent. She would also invite reporters to come, and she hated the fact that people thought that she was sleeping with clients while she was working at the snack bar. She was in jail for killing several people, but it seemed like she was more occupied on the rumors that she was going to karaoke bars with some of her clients after work. She would also go on these long tangents about how all of her friends were so desperate that they were doing everything in their power to try and get her out of prison. Most journalists knew that she had no friends, that they did not exist, but she was creating them in her head to give herself something to look forward to. She also told reporters not to talk to any of the girls that worked at the snack bar because they always, quote, told lies. And the people that live near her, her neighbors, they're not credible either because they're on welfare. But she wanted her blog to segue into an autobiography about her life. So Masumi had written a book in prison, and it had kind of humanized her, I guess, in a way. And Miyuki wanted that for herself. She wanted to show her, quote, human side, her non-violent side, to reveal the truth to the world that the trial was unfair. She felt like this was her ticket out of death row. What's so interesting is that when Kanai was arrested a few months after Miyuki, Miyuki actually sympathized with Kanai. She hated the fact that the media focused so much on Kanai's looks, just like they had done with her. People were talking about how it was impossible, like not feasible, to ever think that so many men were so attracted to these women. People were being disgustingly fatphobic, and they straight up said these women were too ugly to commit these types of crimes. Miyuki was on...
Can we like? Cause it's like, I feel like they're changing the whole thing. Cause fatphobic means like what exactly? Like they don't like him? They're afraid of him? Cause I'm pretty sure it's like on. Is it like the hatred of him? If anything.
on Kanai's side. And Kanai,
Why say
she
them
seemed
like
to
that?
be okay with
Of them?
Miyuki until she reads a book in prison about Miyuki's crimes. The book is called Moth Attracting Lantern, Totori Suspicious Deaths. It was written by a reporter named Osamu Aoki. Kanai had the world's biggest one-way crush on this reporter, Osamu. She would write in her blog about him nonstop, about how she doesn't think that he's in a relationship right now. I mean, not that any of that information was made public, but she would dissect random articles that he wrote to be like, see, this is why that I don't think that he's in a committed relationship, which means he's single, which means I have a chance with him. She would continue to compliment him on her blog about his long, smooth, straight, slightly gray hair. She would talk about how it suits his face frame so well, and how excited she would be if someone that handsome ever came to visit her in prison and interview her.
Wait, Dave. Titan. Parasocial relationship is like when it's like when it's like one-sided. Is that what a parasocial relationship is? Parasocial. Fear or aversion of something. I want it to be like, we can't have it like the skin color. Okay, yeah. I was watching this video, and this guy, right? It was this Chinese guy. He, was a singer or something. And this one girl, it happened in 2007. This girl, like, was in love with this man, right? She was like, hey, this man, I love him so much. And she was so in love with this man, she couldn't even, she literally dropped out of school. She was like, no, I'm done. I have to be with him, right? So then her dad and her mom, I'm pretty sure, they both tried so hard for her to meet him. They freaking blew a whole bunch of money. They did a whole bunch of stuff just to try to do it. And then the final Hail Mary attempt, the dad took himself out and left a letter and said, please, I'm doing this and I hope that you meet my daughter after this. The people, his agents and everything, they're like, oh yeah, nah, we good. And this man allegedly had to go to therapy for this. Yo, imagine this man is just out here singing, and this guy takes himself out so his daughter can what? That is so crazy. So I was pissed. That is so crazy, man. I was like, yo, is this how people moving for real in this world? Is this really how people are moving? He took himself out, bro. With an idol, yeah. Yo, remember that girl I told you guys about? I don't think I gave her a nickname. Yo, I was instantly done after this one moment. Because I knew she liked K-pop. Right? I knew she liked K-pop. We were cool, you know. It was nice. You know? This girl. Like, you know, she occasionally went to like concerts and stuff. This girl went to a concert. Listen to me. This girl went to a concert. I don't know if you guys know who BTS is. I'm pretty sure you guys do, even if you don't listen to K-pop. BTS. Oh boy, Jungkook is his name. That's the only person I know from BTS. This man signed her on her arm. Guess what old girl did? This girl went to the tattoo shop and said, "Do this for me, please, right here. So it's there forever." She got his name, where he wrote it, tattooed to her. Instantly, I was like, okay. Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. That's it. That's completely it. That is a whole nother level of something else. Because I'm like, at that point, you got his name tattooed where he wrote it. If for any reason something were to happen, let's say I was with her, and any reason something were to happen, guess what? If he were to show up, oh, it's over. He got her right there. He got her. Thank you. And I'm good. I'm good on that, man. But the daughter dumb too, so I mean, yeah, the daughter. I mean, yeah. Of course, she was obsessed with this man. But yo, instantly I was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good on that. I feel like, hold up, I feel like this girl. Wait, let me go to my notes because I feel like this character. Let's see. Excuse me. Let's see. Ah. Sky under eye. Iona. Okay.
She said she would be thrilled even just being able to look at him all day. She thought nobody was as passionate as Osamu when it came to justice. But when that book on Miyuki's crimes was released, she thought, did he choose Miyuki over me? I'm shocked. I've lived my whole life without ever being jealous of another person until today. I am furiously jealous. The only comfort was a detail that Osamu called Miyuki a, quote, plain and dull middle-aged woman. So Kanai, the reasonable, ever-logical, completely normal, understanding person that she is, wages war on serial killer Miyuki through her blog. They're not even in the same prison. Kanai had a blog post where she wrote, "I think Miyuki is an idiot." I think so. No matter what the great Osamu asked her, she kept evading the question. If she didn't want to answer the question, she should have just refused his interview. She doesn't understand how lucky she is to have a talented journalist who's willing to listen to a defendant's story without passing judgment on someone. She is a huge, huge idiot. I am so mad. It was a big mistake that she was even chosen by the Mr. Aoki. She doesn't understand the pain that the ones that have reported on my case, they were all a bunch of freelance writers. You know, I thought about that and I cried. Well, a woman like Miyuki, she's not just gonna lay down and get shot. She starts hitting back. She would talk to reporters agreeing to help them write stories on her, but she would only do so if they promised that they would never, never, ever talk to serial killer Kanai. She once cut a reporter out of her life, one of the closest relationships she developed in prison, because she randomly started suspecting him of also trying to do a story on Kanai.
Oh
If
my
you
God.
ever brought up Kanai, she would get angry, but she would try to rein in her anger because at the end of the day, you're a reporter and she cares about what people think about her. And she would just blurt, I think she insults people too much. I can't stand her style of looking down on people. I even feel sorry for her, so filled with hatred. Sometimes if a reporter would bring up Kanai, they would see Miyuki's temper flash for a second, almost like, what did you just say? That's how she would look at them. But then she would smile and become passive-aggressive. I don't want you to compare me to her. She and I are different people. Even if she's a different person, it feels like we're almost different humans. It's not that there's anything wrong with her, and I don't want to discriminate. Just don't think we're the same.
You know, these evil people, they've been getting around in their life, manipulating others, getting their own ways in life. Now they meet another similar character. They can't do that to each other, so they just despite and hate each other for that.
It also reminds me of, it feels like they're both looking in a mirror and they hate it. Like they're facing reality. Like they hate each other so much,
Right.
but they're identical.
Right. They probably put themselves on a pedestal, and then
Yes.
now they look at someone else that's like, yes.
Yeah, but it's like, no, that's exactly who you are. But they just don't want to face that reality. And the reporter would ask, are you talking about Kanai's appearance? Like, what discrimination are you saying? Well, I think Miss Kanai had her way of living, as do I. I want people to seriously come to terms with how she lived and how it was different from me. Then she would promptly end the interview, thank the reporter, leave the visiting area, and never contact them ever again.
She said
Kanai would hit back and write blog post after
she
blog
seems
post,
to be a fan
insinuating that Miyuki was
of
trying to date reporters that she spoke to. She wrote, Miyuki, you seem to
calories.
enjoy being interviewed in the papers, on TV, and in the magazines. No matter the platform, but is there anyone in the press that you're dating that truly understands you?
Why does your
She was trying
the
to
grocery
imply
store
that
you
no
work
one
at have
in the media
roaches?
actually cares for Miyuki, and she's just a dumb little girl that thinks they do. She also took a dig at Miyuki by stating that she doesn't even know what she did. She was like, I don't
got
even know
any
about your
idea.
past until the great Osamu wrote a book on you. Yeah. Either way, Kanai stated that she felt bad for Miyuki for being used by these reporters, and she felt so sorry for her for spending so much of her useless time catering to them. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of crazy. They're taking passive-aggressive digs at each other, and you have to constantly remember, these are serial killers on death row.
Yeah.
Side note, throughout all of this, Osamu never engaged in conversations with Kanai. In fact, he flat out told other reporters when asked about this, he said, I'm not interested. But when they kept asking about Kanai, what do you think of Kanai? He stated that she did deplorable things and she was a very intelligent woman. And that was enough for Kanai to stay hopeful in their non-existent relationship. What's wild is Kanai actually gained a few fans through her absolutely unhinged prison blog. One netizen had even gone to her trial, saw her in person, and stated, Kanai is a goddess playing the role of a villain. Some of them would even bring her butter from her hometown, Hokkaido. And then, on January 14th, 2023, so this year, Miyuki's last words were, you can't just eat ramen, before she died choking on her stir fry.
What?
It's almost too horribly ironic to even mention, but Miyuki was 49 years old when she died. And let me explain. We don't actually know if these were her last words, but these were her last recorded known words. A reporter came to visit Miyuki, and she was asking the reporter about what kind of food he enjoyed. And he stated that he basically lives off of ramen, kind of like a college student. And she scolded him, saying, you can't just eat ramen. And then visitor time was over. She went to her prison mealtime where she choked and died on noodles.
What?
The last meal Miyuki had was rice, yakisoba, grilled fish, miso soup, and veggies. Some sources say that she also had fried ham potato salad and spaghetti salad. Most people agree that yakisoba was the culprit to her death. Yakisoba is a stir-fried noodle dish with a sweet and savory sauce, kind of like a chow mein, I guess, if you had to make a comparison. Yeah. I mean, Miyuki always did have health conditions that she was born with, so she was more susceptible to choking on her food, but
to the nah. Crazy.
There are some online rumors that the prison kitchen, which is run by inmates, always gave her intentionally really dry food in hopes of killing her. Because I guess everyone hated her for being a serial killer, and she does objectively have a very annoying personality, is what a lot of people stated. Her whole, well, they're on welfare. She seems very passive-aggressive. It's rumored that they would specifically give her barley rice instead of white rice because barley rice is drier and harder to swallow, especially if you already have issues with your esophagus, which Miyuki did. There's no evidence of this, but it's interesting. Some netizens were also upset that Miyuki was never executed. They felt cheated out of their taxpayer money. They felt like we paid for her to stay alive so that she could be executed by the state, but then she just died. So why did we pay so much money to keep her alive? And then some people went the other extreme and felt like what she did was wrong, but she didn't deserve to be demonized. They felt like the media was...
There were kids that she took out, so...
Her kids,
she killed
but
kids,
maybe
though.
she was actually good to her kids and she used that money on her kids.
Oh, we might be talking about different people now.
They got this from just like random interviews Miyuki did where she talked about how she loved being a mother. But I don't think...
Yeah, you can. She's a charmer. Like, she can say whatever she wants to say.
And, like, I think when it comes to being a parent, I get that it's hard and people make mistakes, but she was, like, a really bad parent. Like, just continuously a horrible parent. So I don't think anything she says... Like, think about what her kids went through. Yeah. We can't just sympathize with people because they're parents. I mean, again, that's not my viewpoint on the death penalty. That's my viewpoint on not sympathizing with her. So many netizens believe Miyuki was a victim of society. Yeah. But an interesting end is, no matter how much these women hated each other, I think that they're just looking in a mirror and seeing all the worst things about themselves and having to face that reality. And it's just interesting. One Twitter user said, if you look up Kanai, then Miyuki pops up. If you look up Miyuki, Kanai pops up. And it seems like they will never be able to escape this comparison game. Wow. And this is the story of how two of Japan's most notorious, most hated female serial killers despise each other in prison. What are your thoughts? Leave it in the comments, and I will see you guys on Sunday for the mini silly.
Bada bing, bada boo.
December 16th, 2021. It's 9 p.m. in Ansan City, just outside of Seoul, South Korea. Mr. C receives a knock on his door. He looks...
Oh, this is a different thing.
Bada bing, bada boo.
December 16th, 2021. It's 9 p.m. in Ansan City, just outside of Seoul, South Korea. Mr. C receives a knock on his door. He looks through the little peephole. It's a uniformed police officer. He looks at his wife and says, "It's the police." Now, to most couples, this would have been very alarming to have the police show up unannounced at your house at 9 p.m. on a Thursday night. Like, what is going on? But Mr. C was kind of in a strange situation. Someone tried to kill him earlier that year. So the officer was likely here to give Mr. C an update on the stalker that tried to kill him just 10 months ago.
The heck?
And, you know, the whole thing was really bizarre. A 20-year-old man, a complete and utter stranger to Mr. C. Like, they had no degrees of connection. They didn't have mutual friends, nothing. This man stalked Mr. C for 3 months, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. February of 2021, just 10 months ago from that date, he had slipped a knife into his pocket, buried his face into a giant puffer jacket, and tried to get into Mr. C's apartment building. He was caught with the knife in his pocket before he could even get to Mr. C, but the whole thing was just so unsettling. He was dragged away by the police, and he was screaming about,
oh, you guys can't see.
"I must kill him, I must kill Mr. C, or else life is not worth living." And just to clarify, again, this is not a man that Mr. C even knows. Anyway, this man was sentenced to 6 months in prison.
6 months?
And it was just very
I guess
terrifying
attempting.
for Mr. C to realize that there were people out there these days that have zero morals, zero concept of consequences. But at least Mr. C had the police, you know? They'd been very understanding about the whole incident. They were constantly making sure to just check up on Mr. C,
Wellness checks.
trying to make him feel as safe as possible, even stationing police guards outside of the building. Mr. C and his wife ushered in the police officer. They're like, it's 43 degrees, come in, it's cold, it's cold. Now, it's unclear if Mr. C recognized the officer. And it's unclear at what point Mr. C realized this police officer standing in his apartment is not a real police officer.
Oh my goodness.
He was the 20-year-old man that tried to kill him 10 months ago. He had been released from prison 4 months ago, and he was back to finish the job. The fake police officer grabs a hammer near the door and smashes it onto Mr. C's head. Mr. C's wife is screaming. She's running out the door while the two men get into a struggle. They're trying to overpower each other. Mr. C's wife is screaming, "There's a lunatic trying to murder my husband!" The real police officers arrive in record time. They arrest the masked man, and Mr. C was rushed to the local hospital. The 20-year-old man did not have the best aim, so Mr. C ended up being completely fine, just minor injuries, but he was very badly shaken up. And the police, they sit the 20-year-old guy down, and the attempted killer, they sit him down and they say, "What is your problem? You don't even personally know this guy. Like, why are you ruining your life right now? You're about to get sentenced for attempted murder. Do you understand that?" The guy with the hammer just bluntly responded, "I'm doing this for justice." Justice? Can you really argue that justice is a 20-year-old man impersonating a police officer, breaking into a 70-year-old man's house,
70?
beating him on the head with a hammer? That's a senior citizen. What's crazy is, everyone in South Korea, all the netizens, all the civilians, they agreed. This, in fact, was justice. Even the police couldn't help but agree.
The
Maybe
freak?
this is the way it's supposed to be. Because 13 years ago, a little girl had drawn a picture in court. It looked like the drawing of an 8-year-old because she was 8 when she drew it, and the content of the drawing is pretty alarming. It's of a man standing in a jail cell. There are cockroaches just crawling around. There's rats everywhere. The man is holding a spoon in one hand, a bowl of cockroaches in the other. That's what he's eating. He's eating a bowl of cockroaches like it's cereal. And on top of his head, there is a judge slamming the hammer down on his head. That man in the 8-year-old's drawing was Mr. C. Cho Do-sun. He was the man who was on trial for kidnapping said 8-year-old girl, dragging her into the church bathroom,
Oh my gosh.
brutally essaying her within an inch of her life,
Oh my gosh.
mutilating her body, leaving her with permanent disabilities,
Oh.
and just 12 years later, he was released from prison, living as a free man, and not just free, living half a mile away from the victim's home.
Oh, okay.
Cho Do-sun is the most hated and yet the most protected man in all of South Korea. The man that the government has spent over $1 million of taxpayer money to protect. The man that has strangers wanting to kill him for what he did to the little 8-year-old girl named Nayoung. This is the case of Cho Do-sun, also known in Korea as the murderer of souls. Hated man in the nation.
Oh my gosh. It's just sometimes I just gotta let Stephanie talk, you know? Cause she go get to the point. Cause I was just like, what the heck is going on? And he got a wife too? Wow. Does she know about this? I mean, she got it, right?
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support RAIN, which is the nation's largest anti-violence organization. They have created and operated the National SA Hotline, and all resources for that will be linked in the show notes. They work in prevention, resources for survivors, as well as bringing perpetrators to justice. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team of dedicated researchers and translators. And we would like to thank you guys, our listeners, for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates of these causes. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. We had our Korean researchers work on the gathering of the data for this one, but as always with any case, but especially the international ones, let us know if there's anything that's been miscommunicated, lost in translation, or any additional details that you may know. Please leave it down in the comments. Now, a very quick content warning with today's episode. There is a lot of heavy discussion on essay against an 8-year-old, and The perpetrator basically gets away with it.
Oh my
If that
gosh.
is something that you feel is going to be too heavy or is going to bring you to a very dark place, please take care of yourself, grab yourself a hot meal, relax, and I will see you in the next episode. So with that being said, let's get into it. When the president comes to town, it's kind of a huge coordinated effort to keep the president safe. That's what this felt like. There's workers on ladders installing more CCTV cameras up on the poles. Street light bulbs were being taken out and replaced with brighter bulbs to illuminate the alleyways at night, to make it brighter. Facial recognition cameras were being installed. I mean, those are expensive. Alleyway alarms were being installed. So if you're walking down the alleyway and you feel like, ooh, this doesn't feel right, something sinister is about to happen, what do? You run to the pole, press the big red button, police will be dispatched.
Wow.
There were countless bright yellow vest wearing police officers.
Wait, let's rewind it
just
because I missed
roaming
something.
around the city of Ansan. So with that being said, let's get into it. When the president comes to town, it's kind of a huge coordinated effort to keep the president safe. That's what this felt like. There's workers on ladders installing more CCTV cameras up on the poles. Street
But hey
light
guys,
bulbs
what?
were
Oh, I
being
mean Titan.
taken out and replaced
Titan. What does CCTV stand for?
with brighter bulbs to illuminate the alleyways at night, to make it brighter. Facial recognition cameras were being installed. I mean, those are expensive. Alleyway alarms were being installed. So if you're walking down the alleyway and you feel like, ooh, this doesn't feel right, something sinister is about to happen, what do? You run to the pole, press the big red button, police will be dispatched.
That's wild. They have a button like that.
There were countless bright yellow vest wearing police officers just roaming around the city of Ansan, surveilling the people, civilians, poking their head into businesses, making sure everything is in order. The government actually spent money hiring martial arts professionals to train the police department better. The control room for all of the CCTV cameras in Ansan City, it looked like a top secret military command center. Over $1 million was spent in like the span of a month or two, revamping the streetlights, installing more cameras, even just hiring more manpower in the police force. All of that was taxpayer money. I mean, it's very clear to everyone. Someone very important is coming to town. Ansan City government even hired 12 security guards, formerly Special Forces soldiers, and martial arts specialists to just patrol the area around this man's house. 24-hour-a-day security.
Oh
They
my
would even
goodness.
ask anyone that's walking down that street within like a block of this man's house for their ID, just to make sure that they're not someone weird. I mean, you can't tell me that's not the president. Even the residents of Ansan are prepping. They're hanging up lights on their balconies, motion sensor lights. They're installing cameras. Some of them gathered together and held up these massive banners in preparation for the man's arrival. Now, maybe if you don't read Korean, they could be mistaken for welcome signs, but they're not. They read, "Criminal rapist Cho Do-sun, leave our city. Castrate him. Cho Do-sun to hell. Only a death sentence will fit a monster like him." Other residents, they locked arms, they hooked their elbows with each other, and they laid down on the streets where the cars were passing to block traffic. They did not want this man here. Other locals, they went to the grocery store and they bought eggs and flour, baking flour. There was an overnight rally outside the prison. About 100 individuals were armed and ready with fresh cartons of eggs, and they were screaming, "Why are you protecting the rights of a convict? He needs to die." December 12th, 2020, at 6:45 a.m., it was time. The most well-protected man in South Korea was being released. The prison gates opened. A swarm of police officers rushed out with a man in the center. It was a gray-haired Cho Do-sun. Cho had been prepping for this moment too. Just like the city, just like the residents, for the past 12 years, he had been preparing. He was obsessed with working out. He could do 1,000 push-ups in a single hour. He was 68 years old on the day of his release, but his physique, his muscle mass, was more on par with a 30-year-old
1,000 push-ups?
in a single hour.
What?
When his inmates would ask him, "Why are you working out so hard?" he said that he was preparing for this very exact day, the day that he's going to be released. Because what if someone tries to attack him? People were so violent and senseless these days. He was released wearing a ball cap, white face mask, and he was wearing a puffer jacket. He refused to answer any of the civilians or the reporters' questions. He refused to apologize. He just bowed twice silently in front of all the cameras that were shoved in his face. But there was a very interesting detail that is so telling about this whole situation. It isn't the fact that so many police officers were surrounding him. It's not the fact that some of the officers even took an egg to their back because they're somewhat shielding Cho from all of this. It is the fact that in Cho's right hand was a tiny, small tangerine. It's such a small, insignificant fruit, but it just feels so sinister. It feels so nonchalant, like he just grabbed a piece of fruit on his way out to run errands. Could he really even be thinking about food right now? Later, Cho's probation officer would state that Cho was surprised to see all the people that were greeting him when he was released. He said, I guess it kind of makes sense, though. I committed a crime that would anger both gods and human beings. The day of that crime was December 11th, 2008, so 12 years prior. 8:30 a.m., it's below freezing temperatures in South Korea, 30 degrees Fahrenheit or -1 degree Celsius. It's about the time that kids are rushing to school in their little puffer jackets and their mittens. Adults are commuting to work. And in this quiet alleyway in Ansan City is Cho smoking a cigarette. Now, if you pass by him, you might think maybe he's waiting for someone. It is way too cold to be standing in this windy alleyway smoking a cigarette. It's not even enjoyable. But he's waiting. And he waits until he sees a little girl that is named Nayoung. So Nayoung is not actually her real name. Her identity is very well protected by the South Korean government, and no one's trying to figure out who she is. So she's Nayoung. She's a third grader, probably around 3.5 feet tall, very tiny, walking to school. And she's walking quickly because it's cold. He steps in front of her and he says, "Do you go to this church?" Behind him in the alleyway, there's this small church, and it's not like a normal church building. It's one of those black brick buildings. It looks more like an office building that's been rented and converted into a church, like the type that you would see in major cities. She responds, "No," steps to the side to walk around the man, but he grabs her tiny little arm and says, "You should go to church." He starts dragging her into this quiet black building. It's completely empty. It's a school day. Nobody who worked at the church had even gotten there yet. It was left unlocked so that worshipers could come in at any time and pray. Without hesitation, Cho drags her up to the second floor bathroom. It is a single toilet private bathroom. There are no stalls. There's no heater turned on. There's this orange-brown tile on the ground that's ice cold. He throws her into the bathroom and shuts the door behind him. He forces her to sit on the toilet and tries to essay her by forcing her to perform orally. He pulls down his pants, but Nayoung refuses, and this really angers Cho. He starts leaning down and starts assaulting her tiny little face with his mouth. He starts biting her cheeks in anger, and he's not biting. He's genuinely trying to shred off her cheek fat with his teeth. He tears off enough skin to get to the fatty tissue below the skin. Her face will be scarred. Not all the way down to the muscle, but it was really bad, and it was very bloody. Nayoung feels the pain of this, and she starts screaming for help, and Cho screams at her to shut up and slaps her across the face. But when that doesn't work, he puts his giant hands around her tiny neck and strangles her until she's unconscious. And then he unclothes her and violently assaults her from the front and behind. He was so violent that her large intestines were pulled out and were hanging completely out of her body.
Oh my gosh.
There were at one point rumors that a plunger was used on her private parts in order to inflict this level of damage, but it was later stated that no, it was just the sheer brutality of the assault that caused the injuries. She was completely disemboweled. When he was done, you know, with the bathroom sink, there's a pipe that goes to the wall, and that's where the water comes out of. He disconnected that pipe, so when he turned on the faucet, the water was now just spilling out onto the ground. And it was just splashing on top of 8-year-old Nayoung. It was ice cold water. This was his attempt to get rid of his DNA. And then he left that little 8-year-old girl, unclothed, dying, disemboweled on the cold church bathroom floor. He walked back home. He didn't say a word to his wife. He's married. He went into his room, changed his clothes, threw himself onto his warm, comfortable bed, and he started snoring. He fell asleep in peace, knowing that he would wake up in the comfort of his own bed. While Nayoung, she only had a 10% chance of waking up ever again. She would wake up briefly from the cold water splashing on her back. I mean, the water was so cold, it would have been numbing on her skin. And when she looked up, her attacker is gone. I don't know if she could see the extent of her own injuries, if that would register in an 8-year-old's brain. I don't know. But she mustered up all the strength that she had left and started crawling out of that church bathroom. We don't know how loud she could even be after being violently strangled, but she tried her best to call for help. She was out the door and into the hallway with this trail of blood just behind her when a church worker sees her and they start screaming for help. Paramedics rush to the church. They rush baby Nayoung to the hospital, and it was one of the worst case situations possible. Nayoung was now losing consciousness. Her large intestines was dying. So when your organs are exposed to the harsh environment outside of your body, the cells start to die. When this happens, doctors have to amputate and remove the dying organ so that they can try to contain that damage. But that's not the only problem that they're dealing with. There's so many variables. They don't know how long Nayoung was without oxygen to the brain. She had severe damage to 80% of her private parts. She had severe damage to her internal organs.
Oh my God.
Doctors had to make sure that her small intestines were still intact, because you can live without your large intestines. You cannot live without your small intestines. Your large intestines are mainly there for water and electrolyte absorption to harden your stool. But your small intestines, that's where you absorb the nutrients for your food. The doctors didn't know if Nayoung's small intestines were also damaged and how badly and to what extent. Additionally, she had several broken bones. She would need life-saving emergency surgery, and the chance of survival, 10%. She would be in that emergency surgery for 8 hours. The surgeon would have to cut open her abdomen, a long cut through her chest all the way down to her belly button so that they could operate on all of her internal organs. She was bleeding internally. They had to amputate around 70% of her intestines. The surgery itself is physically traumatic, just adding more injuries onto little Nayoung's body. Nayoung's parents rushed to the hospital, and they just held on to that 10% chance the whole time that she's being operated on, because all they need is that 10%. After 8 hours of surgery, Nayoung woke up, and instead of being in the comfort of her own bed like Cho was, she was on the hard hospital bed with machines beeping all around her and a handful of police officers staring down at her. They wanted her to give her statement. The first thing 8-year-old Nayoung did after waking up from life-saving surgery was tell the police everything that happened. And I'm sure every second of that was painful. An 8-year-old describing in detail all the horrific things a 57-year-old man did to her, a man older than her own father, that is not a normal conversation. The doctors then sitting that 8-year-old Nayoung down and telling her how her entire life is going to change and how her body no longer works the way it used to because of this man. That is not a normal conversation. Nayoung was too young to even spell the names of the surgeries that she received. Nayoung's doctors had to amputate a good amount of her large intestines. They had to connect her small intestines to her rectum in hopes that her small intestines would slowly learn to take on the role of her large intestines. And because most of her large intestines were now gone, she would have a stoma. A stoma is a hole in your stomach that doctors create that allow waste, urine, and feces to exit your body through your stomach. So instead of sitting down using a toilet to use the restroom, you would have the stomach opening, and it would be connected to a bag of sorts, like a colostomy bag, and it would empty out on its own. There are no nerve endings in the stoma, so thankfully it shouldn't hurt, but you know, in that same vein, there are no sphincter muscles at the end of a stoma like you would have in the rectum. So something that a lot of us might take for granted is, you know, when you go out with friends and you're having lunch with them, we can kind of hold our need to use the restroom, or we can kind of time it so when we get home, that's when we will use it, right? When you have a stoma, there's no warning. There's no way to control it. The waste will just exit the stoma whether you like it or not. Side note, I know that the upside of all of this, the hope that we're holding on to is that, yes, she's alive, right? This is very bad, but at least she's alive. But it's not, oh, she's saved now, just one surgery and she's good to go. No, she would need months of intensive treatment to just heal from the surgery, let alone the physical injuries that were inflicted on her by this man. On top of that, she would have to learn how to deal with this completely new life. Patients with a stoma, they need
I'm
to
not
learn
laughing
to
at the
time
video.
meals.
I'm laughing at Zura. That question right there, Zura. I feel like I know why you're saying that.
You need to learn how to chew food, because for most people, chewing food, when you're in a rush, okay, you chew a little bit less. For people with a stoma, that could mean the difference between a week of pain and being hospitalized versus having a good bowel movement. Because of the damage done to Nayeong's private parts, she was not allowed to sit for more than 10 to 15 minutes at a time. She had to eat less often. She could not snack anymore. She couldn't drink soda or eat her favorite foods. I mean, she was just in excruciating, unrelenting pain every second of that journey. And every second of this physical healing journey would be unrelenting pain, like excruciating pain. So while she's in that hospital bed trying to recover, the police show up with 9 pictures. Each of them were of an old, scary looking man. They ask her, which one was the man who attacked you? And she confidently points to one of the pictures and she's like, that's him. That's the man who hurt me. I know this for certain. Because of this, Nayeong's Cho Do-sun would be arrested on December 13th, 2008, 2 days after the brutal attack. In Korea, one of the first things that kids are taught, and it's kind of random, but it's posture. Have good posture. It's fascinating. Even in elementary schools, you probably won't see teachers in the US correcting students' posture or even disciplining them based on on their posture, but in South Korea, very common. Sitting tall with your back straight is not even just considered good for your spine, it's also considered respectful. Slouching in front of elders, it's interpreted as you don't respect them enough to be at full attention. In school, your posture can determine if teachers see you as a well-behaved, studious, credible kid or not. And this man's voice was very stern. Sit up, straighten your back. Nayoung fumbled with her colostomy bag, the bag that catches all her waste and is attached to her stoma on her stomach. The hospital didn't have ones for children, so she had to use an adult-sized colostomy bag. It was hanging, peeking out from under her shirt, and it came all the way down to her knees. Because again, this bag was made for adults. It was way too big for her. She fumbled with her bag, and she's wincing as she's trying to sit up straighter. Technically, she's not even supposed to be sitting for too long. Doctors said maybe just 10-15 minutes, and then she has to get up. The prosecutors waited until they were happy with her posture to continue. The prosecutors.
This is a court?
This is in the prosecutor's office before the trial.
What?
Nayoung had given her full statement to the police the minute that she woke up from life-saving surgery. But the prosecutors, they wanted her to come in and tell them one more time so that they could record it and they could play that recording in the trial. So she had to start all the way from the beginning in this very scary office with her colostomy bag. She's not allowed to sit for more than 10-15 minutes, and the prosecutor is disciplining her on her posture.
That is crazy.
She had to start from the beginning and recount every single detail that she could remember, even the most traumatic parts. Each time, it would take 30 minutes for her to tell the full story. He told me to be quiet in the bathroom. He slapped my face, and then he strangled me. By the end of her story, she would be trembling, shaken up, and re-traumatized, and the prosecutor would correct her posture once more, and then when she was done, he looked down at his recorder. Oh, shoot. I forgot to hit the record button. Okay, let's do it one more time from the top. He told me to be quiet in the bathroom, slapped my face, and then strangled me. Damn it, what is wrong with this tape recorder? Okay, let's go back from the top, and don't skip any details this time around too, and sit up straight. This would be the third time. He told me to be quiet in the bathroom, slapped my face, and then strangled me. Oh my goodness, you've got to be kidding me. The recording still didn't work. Okay, again, from the beginning, don't forget a single thing. The kidnapping, assault, what he looked like, nothing. Keep in all the details. He told me to be quiet in the bathroom, slapped my face, and then strangled me. Nayoung would have to recite exactly what happened to her 4 times in a row. Sitting on a hard chair when her doctors advised her to not sit more than 10 minutes at a time, fumbling with her colostomy bag, re-traumatizing herself, bringing her back to the day of the attack over and over and over again with her own words, while the prosecutor is yelling at her, 똑바로 앉으라고, 허리 펴고, which means sit up straight, straighten your back.
What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
But at least it's over, right? So far, she would have told the police right when she woke up from surgery, and then she just told the prosecutor 4 times what happened to her. So 5 times total, and at least she's done, right? She never has to say it again, right? During the actual trial, the police were in charge of bringing her audio recording to the courthouse so that they could play it for the judge, right?
Mm-hmm.
They did not bring it on time. I don't know if they were stuck in traffic. I don't know if they were late. I don't know if they forgot. Who knows? So the prosecutor forced Nayoung to testify. She would have to dramatically share her story for the 6th time in her own words. She would be forced to sit there with sanitary pads that would be smeared by blood by the end of her testimony because many of her organs were still bleeding. Thankfully, she wasn't forced to be in the same exact room as her attacker Cho, but she could see him and they could see her. She was placed in a second room in the courthouse, and on the wall there were 2 TV screens. One showed the judge, and another showed the defendant, Cho, in real time. Nayoung would have to stare at him while she recited all the details of what he did to her, and then in the courtroom, there would be a TV broadcasting Nayoung in real time for the judge, the lawyers, the audience, for all of them to watch. That evening, Nayoung went home to write in her diary. Today, a car took me to Seoul for the trial of the man who hurt me. There were 2 TVs in front of me, one with the judge. On the other, I could see the bad man. And all of a sudden, I was very scared. The psychopathy checklist is a 20-item scale to essentially see how psychopathic someone is. It's a bit of a controversial way of testing someone's psychopathy, but it's used frequently in South Korea. There's two main factors. Factor 1 is determining emotional detachment of the subject. So do they have superficial charm? Are they manipulative? Do they have an absence of guilt or empathy? Then you have factor 2, a measure of antisocial behavior. Are they aggressive, impulsive, irresponsible? There's proneness to boredom. Psychopaths tend to have a low frustration tolerance. Do they live parasitic lifestyles where they leech off of people? The test itself is said to be very intense. In Korea, it is not a multiple choice online test where you have the little bubbles where it's like, do you strongly agree, strongly disagree with this? The psychopath test used by Korean researchers asks inmates to write essays in response to questions, and their responses are analyzed by a panel of psychiatrists to just carefully see what kind of traits they have. An average civilian typically scores around 5 to 6. That range is completely normal. And anything above 25 to 30 is psychopathic. Most inmates in South Korea have an average of 16.4 on the scale. For example, you know the case we recently talked about of the Korean woman who killed a stranger, dismembered her, and tried to dispose of her body in a suitcase because she wanted to experience what it felt like?
Yes. True crime.
Yes.
Fan.
She scored a 28.
Oh my goodness.
Cho scored a 29. And his wife was going to stay with him, knowing what he did. She stayed with him after his arrest, even finding out the crime that he was accused of doing, which he did. She tried to vouch for him even after his arrest. She told the judge saying that he wasn't, when he wasn't drunk, he was really kind. She said he always did the dishes, he made rice, sometimes he would make panchan, side dishes, he did laundry, he would help clean. And he was very polite. She said, my husband has never been angry. He is praised for being a polite person. I mean, aside from drinking and wandering around, my heart and my family life were truly peaceful. But that's really all she could say about him. Even if there was someone in Cho's life that knew him well, they did not want to stand up for him. And I'm sure, a lot of it has to do with the fact that why would they stand up for someone that's accused of assaulting an 8-year-old? But also, they genuinely had nothing good to say about this guy. He doesn't know how to keep a job. He has zero work ethic. He's not a great, happy, welcoming person. He used his wife to pay bills. I mean, with that, how do you try to do a character witness for anyone without perjuring yourself? All you could really do is go up on the stand and say, Your Honor, he existed. Like, that is the most neutral statement that you could make without lying. Sponsored by Acorns. Acorns than his actual age. Nayoung mistook him to be in his 40s, which, even without the dyed hair is completely understandable. Like, I have never met a kid that accurately guesses the age of an adult. Most kids I've met claim their parents are 102 years old. But because Nayoung said he looked 40 and had black hair, what does he do during the trial? He shows up looking as old as he can. He stops dyeing his hair, letting all of his white hairs grow out. He's trying his best to cast doubt on Nayoung's story and memory. Nayoung stated the attacker did not wear glasses. Guess who shows up to court wearing those thick, nearsighted glasses that are typically just used for reading? He loses a bit of weight before the trial. Nayoung described her attacker as a heavy physiqued man. The attorney would even point at Cho, and he's like, look at my client. Nayoung's testimony is inconsistent with Cho's appearance.
But that's also like super dumb. It's like, you really think just by doing that, we're going to buy your story? It's like, let me change my white shirt to black shirt. Now we don't know who you are. Like,
it's insulting.
Yeah, exactly. And it's very, it's very like that type of, behavior. It's just like, well, I got you.
Even though she clearly identified him in a police lineup as well. Like, it's crazy. And they were playing very dirty. But fine, you can try all you want, changing your whole look, having your wife vouch for you, but nothing changes the facts. Everyone knows what he did. He left a trail of evidence at the crime scene. He thought leaving the water would keep him safe by erasing all the evidence, but it didn't. The police found several fingerprints in the restroom, all leading to Cho. Side note, in South Korea, when you get your ID card, they take a whole palm print. So it's not like the US where not everybody is in the system. Every single person in South Korea, even without a criminal record, is in the system. And the palm print is interesting. So even if you touch something with just the inside of your palm and not your fingers, they can still track it to you. The police ran the prints, and it led to a man named Cho Do-sun. They found CCTV footage from buildings near the church. The man in the footage matched the man in the system. When police went to his house, they found bloody socks and sneakers. The blood type on Cho's clothing was a match for Na-young's. So, yeah, you can try and not dye your hair, but the evidence is the evidence. But psychosis is defined as a severe mental condition in which thought and emotions are so affected that contact is lost with reality. Cho claimed he was in a state of psychosis when he assaulted Na-young. Okay, actually, that was his last version of events. Cho changed his story so many times throughout the trial. The very, very first time that he was questioned by police, he said that he came home after a smoke that morning. He started running the hot water for his wife so that when she got home after working the night shift, she could take a nice, long, hot shower. His alibi was, I was home. I wasn't at a church. I was home being a good husband. But his wife told the authorities that she came home after her night shift. Her husband was not home yet. She hopped in the shower. When she got out, he was home, had went to the room to change, plopped onto the bed without saying a single word to her, and fell asleep. The police caught him in his first lie, so Cho changed his story. He said, actually, what's interesting is I don't remember a single thing from that morning. So he went from remembering turning on the hot water for his wife, and now he doesn't remember anything. He even brought a 300-page handwritten testimony to court just denying everything. He wrote, "Your Honor, people with psychosis often say that it's their own taste, but it's not my taste in dealing with a child in an adult way. An 8-year-old girl in my mind is just a baby girl, and hopefully a sprout, a seed in our country that is yet to bloom. It is absolutely unforgivable for someone to commit violence knowing a child is that young. How can I tell you the truth that this was not me? Your Honor, I will get surgery to remove my genitals to prove to you that it wasn't me. You may be framing me when someone else did this to her. I sincerely hope that you believe in the truth, Your Honor." He's doing the whole, if I'm lying, you can cut off my arm. Well, no, I can't cut off your arm even though I think you're lying because I would go to jail for that. It's like a very bizarre trump card to play in a very serious matter. He's insisting that this is not him. He would never do such a thing. He knows his character and he would hate people that does stuff like this. That was his new story. But eventually, that stops making sense. So then he goes with, okay, fine, you know what? I do remember things. I do. You know, the morning I went to the church building to use the restroom, the bathroom door burst open and a man rushes out. I saw little 8-year-old Na-young on the floor. She's trying to stand up. I'm trying to help her. She just keeps plopping down again. And, you know, I got scared, you know, because I thought if I report this, I will be blamed for this. So I ran off. In his newest story, he is the victim in all of this. There was another man who did all of this and terrified both Na-young and him. And now he's being framed for this man's crimes. This man kept changing his story based on how he felt. The judge was perceiving his excuses. And if information came up to refute his previous statement, he would just come up with a new one. And I don't know how anyone could view him as a credible human being. Meanwhile, Na-young's testimony, on the other hand, never changed. No matter how many times prosecutors and police officers forced her to repeat it, asked her questions, tried to test her credibility, she was absolutely sure of every single detail, even details like how Cho's breath smelled. She said it was a very strong, overpowering cigarette scent. It was foul. And they asked what other scents were there. Not too much alcohol smell, mainly cigarette. Cho's ears perked up. So did his attorneys. I think everyone in that courtroom knew what was about to happen, and that was gut-wrenching. Na-young, an 8-year-old girl, had done her absolute best to tell the truth. She had been taught since she was a little baby, I mean, she's still a baby, that lying is bad. So she did everything to tell the truth on every little detail that was asked of her in a very traumatic situation 6 times. But she didn't know that the truth would be used against her and that the justice system was rigged against her. Cho now had a new story, one that he would stick by, okay? He did do everything. He committed the crime. He did that to Nayoung, but he can't be held responsible for it because he was in a state of psychosis. How and why was he in a state of psychosis? Because he was drunk. He argued that being drunk puts you in a state of temporary psychosis, that when you are drunk, you are unable to make decisions due to your compromised mental and physical state. You are unable to control yourself. You are in a state of psychosis. Okay, if this sounds absolutely unhinged to you, it is, but it works. According to Korean Criminal Code, Article 55, Paragraph 1, people with weak abilities due to mental and physical disabilities are subject to a mitigated sentence. And in Korea, being drunk in the eyes of the law counts as a mental disability. Which means, according to the law, Cho's sentence could be reduced purely based on the fact that he was drunk. The difference would mean if he committed this act while he was sober, he could get life in imprisonment. If he committed the act while drunk, his sentence could be as little as 7 years. In what world does being drunk excuse anything or make things less serious? Which, this logic is so infuriating. When an assaulter is drunk, he is unable to make decisions due to his compromised mental state. When a victim is drunk, it's you probably consented and now you regret it. Next time, don't drink so much because this is your fault. So if this drunk law applies to anybody, I don't think it should apply to anyone, but if it does, it should apply to victims. Unable to make decisions due to compromised mental state. Okay, so if victims are drunk, they are not able to make decisions, meaning they cannot give consent. Automatic.
I don't know why my mic keeps doing that. But Stephanie. Who's the victim? Who? You hear what she just said?
To make decisions due to compromised mental state. Okay, so if victims are drunk, they are not able to make decisions, meaning they cannot give consent.
Yes.
Automatically.
100%. I agree. But who is the victim in that case?
If they are drunk, it is essay then. That should be the law then.
Sure. But if they're both drunk, then what is it? Because I feel like with her mindset, she's only saying only guys can essay. But I don't believe she thinks that because she just had another story. I never watched it because I'm not going to watch it. But of a teacher doing it to her students. And it was a female teacher and her male students. So that is what that is, right? So now, let's say the teacher does it because with her mindset, if the teacher does it to the student but the teacher's drunk, what does that mean? Like, you can't.
I don't think I have to tell you all the reasons why this defense being allowed is so horrendous. But let's just do a quick run through. First, being drunk is no excuse.
Yes.
Second, the fact that they are using Na-young's own testimony of saying that she smelled a little bit of alcohol in his breath as proof that he was drunk and should get 7 years in prison for his crime, that alone, using her testimony, should be a crime in and of itself.
100%. 100%. I agree.
And third, there is no proof that he was drunk that day.
Yes.
There is more proof that he wasn't drunk at all. For example, the location of the crime was a pretty quiet alleyway with not a lot of passerbys during that time frame. People were commuting to work and school, so, I mean, for them to not pass through this alleyway, it's a very specific alleyway. Most alleyways have some action, they have some traffic going on. It seems like he knew that. It seems like Cho conveniently chose this location. Everything about this location indicated that this was not a spur-of-the-moment crime. It indicated more of a man that was stalking, waiting for the perfect victim. Another supporting fact, most bathrooms in Korea, like major cities, are locked. You have to either be a customer of that establishment, or a worker has to unlock the bathroom, or they have a keypad. So a lot of churches, they actually have keypads that most of the churchgoers know the password to. This bathroom didn't even have a keypad. Again, that doesn't seem like something that's based off pure chance and luck. The chances are in Ansan, more bathrooms are locked than unlocked. So he just happened to be in the perfect alleyway where there's no passerbys during commuting hours and no witnesses, and then immediately found the closest private one-unit restroom without even stalls that was unlocked. It seemed like he knew that the church workers were not going to be in the church at the time. Then after the crime, he didn't pass out in the bathroom, he didn't pass out in the hallway, he doesn't stumble drunkenly away from the crime. He ducks his head and he quickly makes his way back home. And he attempts to remove all the evidence from the unconscious victim by pouring ice-cold water all over her. That is a lot of planning to do if you're blackout drunk. Even sober, every step of this crime would take strong decision-making.
Korea is definitely an interesting
Later,
country.
an inmate that shared the same cell with Cho would say that he didn't think that Cho was an alcoholic. Usually, you can spot an alcoholic in prison from a mile away. It's really easy. Because there's no alcohol in prison, they start having withdrawal. Their hands start shaking uncontrollably, they start sweating, they can't fall asleep, they start vomiting, they've got these crazy migraines, most of them become hypersensitive to light. The inmate said, Cho was fine. He was reading the Bible, he looked pretty comfortable. But the problem is, Cho does not have to provide evidence to the court that he was drunk the day of the crime. He just needs to prove to the court that he's, quote, just that type of guy. The type of person to get blackout drunk at 8:30 a.m. Even if he wasn't drunk on that day, as long as he can prove that he's the type, he will get a way lesser sentence. To give you context on how horrendous this little loophole in the law is, in December 2007, just a year prior to Na-young's attack, 2 girls in Gangnam were drunk at a club. They get lured to a hotel by 2 men. These men essay the girls, then call their friends over, hand over the hotel key, and at least another 5 men come in and essay the woman.
Oh my gosh.
All the men who planned and coordinated this group attack and essay, they all stated that they were drunk. They received massively reduced sentences because they weren't in their right mind.
What kind of freaking... how do they make laws over there? How... what? How do they create laws?
They had booked this hotel room in advance. So maybe the plan wasn't to target these 2 girls specifically, but they had plans to target somebody. But because they were drunk, everything was forgiven. In a lot of cases, the judge will even ask criminals that are on the stand, did you drink? The defendant will excitedly bob their useless heads up and down and sign a petition that says, I drank, I drank. Then the judge will give them a reduced sentence and on to the next case. It's almost like a custom. In Korea, 32.4% of criminals who commit SA claim alcohol was their reasoning for their actions. Not moral depravity, just alcohol.
Oh my goodness.
It's gotten to the point where in Korea there is a saying, the judges feed the defendants alcohol. There is a movie based off of this case called Wish. So in Korea it's called Wish, in America it's called Hope, and it is probably one of the most emotionally gut-wrenching movies out there.
I'm not gonna watch it.
It's about...
I'm not gonna watch it, but I don't know, it kind of might look familiar to me. I don't know. Like I feel like I've seen the picture or something or a clip of it somewhere.
A poor family in South Korea with an 8-year-old girl named Wish, Sohwan. And one day, on Sohwan's way to school, it's raining. This man comes up to her and asks, "Can I borrow your umbrella?" She tries to avoid him, but he ends up dragging her to a construction site where she is brutally beaten and essayed to the point of death. The premise is very well known. Sohwan used to be super close with her dad before this, but afterwards, she's so scared of any adult men. He tries to comfort her when she's in the hospital and she has a panic attack. She almost sees the attacker in her father.
Oh my
So
goodness.
Sohwan's dad has to stay out of her eyesight. He can't even see his own daughter because that's the best way for her to heal.
That's what
And
happened with
it's
the other
ripping
little
him
girl.
apart. All he can do is buy one of those giant Kokomon character costumes, like the one that you would see at Disneyland. And he would cheer her up while he's sweating in that costume, pretending to be Kokomon. And inside, he would just be crying because he can't be her dad. He can only be this character. That's the only thing that she will see. And it's heartbreaking, literally on all fronts, to see how Sohwan has to recover in the movie, how her dad has to navigate trying to help his daughter heal while also simultaneously being rejected by her, and it's just a gut punch. In the end, Sohwan realizes that it's her dad in the costume. Kokomon leans down and she takes off the head of the costume, and it's just her father completely drenched in sweat because there's no ventilation in those costumes, teary-eyed, and she realizes everything that her dad did for her. But there's also a scene in that movie where the judge sentences Sohwan's essayer to only 12 years in prison. And all hell breaks loose in the courtroom in the movie. Sohwan's mom is screaming at the judge, 12 years? 12 years. Do you know how old my daughter will be in 12 years? And a lot of viewers, they hated that scene in the movie. I mean, they wanted the predator to get life in prison. This is a movie, right? You can write it however you want. Give him the death sentence. Why are we all going home feeling unjust and crying, right?
That's the world.
But at least it's just a movie. But art imitates life.
Mm-hmm.
Because Cho was sentenced to just 12 years in prison. It wasn't just in the movie. Nayoung's father cried out, "If this man cannot distinguish from right or wrong and cannot make decisions, that is the definition of a dead person. Someone who does not know what is going on around them. How can you say that he is a dead person?" He decided to approach Nayoung. He dragged her into the church bathroom and then assaulted her. How can someone who is apparently not in their right senses make all of these decisions? Nayoung's father cried that he had to be the one to tell his daughter. His 8-year-old daughter that Cho, the very bad guy that broke the law, the country decided to just give him 12 years. Nayoung responded to her dad, "Too little." Her dad asked her, "How long do you think the sentence should have been?" 50 years. Or better yet, they should stop giving him food. The judge can't make the wrong decision like this. Later, she asked her dad, "Is this a joke?"
Oh my goodness.
From a justice standpoint,
I feel like at that certain point in time, like if they're gonna be like that, you just have to leave the country, bro. Take your daughter and leave the country, bro. And I feel like it's not even just on the fact of you running away from like this guy, but like just leaving the system because you understand how really crazy it is.
It is a sick joke. Not only did the brutality and heinous nature of the crime warrant a very harsh punishment, Cho Do-soon was not a first-time offender. Cho Do-soon had a history of 17 criminal offenses. This was his 18th offense.
Wow.
Cho's 17 prior criminal offenses were not even small minor infractions at that. He was arrested, tried, and convicted, prior to all of this, of sexual assault and murder.
What?
We're gonna get to all of these in a minute. If any single person in that courtroom should have gotten the book...
I'm gonna tell you this right now. If you tell me somebody goes into like a bank or something, take everybody else out, but had a shot of whiskey before, if he don't, like, what the freak is this country?
thrown at them, it should have been Tozusun. Judge Lee, who presided over this case, Nayoung's case, faced a lot of backlash over his decision. His response was to play the victim. I mean, I guess birds of a feather flock together, right?
Play the victim?
Yeah.
The judge is playing the victim?
The judge said, judges are just public servants. As a public official, I am reflecting on the fact that I have not met the public sentiment. And because of that, not just me, but my whole family is suffering a lot from this case. Judge Lee felt like it wasn't his fault that the law was written the way it was written.
I mean, that's true.
And that as a judge, he has to follow the law.
That is true.
He said it's not appropriate for the judge to talk about the verdicts. If mental and physical weakness is recognized at the investigation stage, there is no way for the judge to change
true.
that.
Because if he doesn't go by the... Because I can't blame him fully. Because at the end of the day, it's the country that's writing these laws, right? So if I'm a judge and I just decide, you know what? Oh, no, you getting locked up forever, right? Then I'm breaking the law and I will end up being in prison for that. You know what I mean? So, yeah. But, like, I couldn't work there, you know?
The judge claims that he believes his hands are clean and free from guilt because as a judge, he's just following the laws. It's the prosecutor's fault for not applying for an appeal. The public was clearly not happy with his response.
I mean, it's not his fault, though, really.
The judge could have just thrown his defense out the window and said, yeah, I don't care if you were drunk.
Yeah, but if the judge does that and the law says that if they are drunk, then guess what? I'm not going to say the country sucks. Because, you know, I don't really know. I'm just going to say they have some stupid laws. They have some stupid rules. That's what I'm going to say. And you can say that about every country. But I'm not going to say the entire country sucks. But if I'm the judge, right? Instantly I'll be like, oh, no, you going to jail for life. If they bring up, oh, well, no, I'm not because I was drunk. And this states if I was drunk, then da-da-da-da. Right? Then guess what? If I still throw him in jail, I will be thrown in jail. Because I broke the law. So he had to do what he had to do. But like in a country like this, when people are abusing the law like this, like, can you even, like, why do you even want to... Why would you even want to work for, you know? Why would you even want to be a judge or anything? So crazy.
It was really up to the discretion of the judge. So this whole, like, I'm following the letter of the law, that's not what the letter of the law says. It says you can get a minimum of 7 years, but you can still get life imprisonment, even if you're drunk.
Oh.
So I think
what the frick? Yeah, judge. I thought the judge had to. Oh no, heck not then. Yeah, blame the judge then. What the freak? So you telling me it can be lessened? Oh yeah, judge, it's on you then, man. Oh, that's on you then, judge. Oh, that's on you then, judge. I didn't know it was an option. I thought you had to. Oh my goodness. All right, this judge, I was on this side. I ain't on this side no more.
This drinking was a thing in Korea for so long that people just been applying that to all these heinous crimes, and this is just another one of those. It's like, oh, you drunk? Okay, fine.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
I think they're just so accustomed to that law.
Which is
that
crazy.
They don't even care about what the crime is anymore.
They're saying it's like a custom, like it's a formula. You're drunk? Okay, here's a random sentence that means nothing.
And that's been changed now, right? Like it's changed, or it's
Barely.
Really?
Not really. There are some like amendments to laws, but no, I'm gonna hit you with some recent cases soon. Yeah. And a lot of netizens argued, if you want to argue the letter of the law as some excuse for your choice to sentence Cho to 12 years, then let's argue the letter of the law. Why is Cho being charged with SA? This was clearly attempted murder.
Exactly. She nearly...
visually fatal injuries on a
child. That's what I was about to say. Attempted murder.
Cold water running over her unconscious body. You cannot try and argue in any way that you had no idea that this could kill the child. This is a case of attempted murder.
Yeah, and he left her
How
there.
could the judge not see that? And with his criminal record of 17 prior major
That feels
offenses,
sick.
how could the judge give him 12 years? What? He's just gonna spend 12 years in prison, get out a new man?
Oh, they best friends, bro.
It is very hard
Oh,
for
they best friends.
offenders to reform. A Korean news network, MBC, went to interview offenders like Cho. They've committed heinous crimes against children, and now they're free. Did they reform? Did they feel genuine remorse? Maybe if the public could understand them, they could understand what Cho was going to be like when he got out. Side note, when I say these offenders are free, I'm talking they're free. I genuinely mean it. In the United States, about 44 states have a variation of a law called Jessica's Law. The law in most states restricts child essayers from living near schools, parks, or anywhere where children can gather together. In Korea, they tried to pass a similar law, but it seems very unlikely to pass because Korea is such a densely populated country. That's not me defending why it can't be passed, trust me. Like, I have better hills to die on than the comfort and rights of child predators. But a researcher at the Korean Institute of Criminology stated, such a law is unrealistic to apply in Korea, especially in Seoul and its surrounding regions, considering that schools, tutoring schools, like those hagwons, kindergartens, child-related facilities, they're virtually everywhere. They argue, plus, what if the law is abused by some people who would be willing to open a child-related facility to make their neighborhood an off-limit zone to ex-convicts?
Wow, that is crazy.
Again, not the hill that I'm trying to die on. Technically, released predators in South Korea can purchase, rent an apartment right next to an elementary school with windows facing directly into the playground if they so wish. And they do. There is an essayer that lives right next to a kindergarten. This is not Cho Do-sun, but similar crimes. NBC followed him. He stayed home all day and only came out when the playground outside filled up.
Oh my goodness.
Kids had gotten out of school, they were playing. He would get up on one of the swings and just swing around while staring at the children.
Do people not know that's him?
No. His previous
And listen,
victims were between
I've
7
mentioned
to
this
11
before.
years old.
Guys, it was this guy. He was a notorious, whatchamacallit, essayer of children. He said how he chose his victims was he looked at the dad, right? And if he thought the dad wasn't a threat, that told him it was go time. So take care of yourself, get yourself in shape. You know what I mean? Learn how to do something, right? Because we got to do anything we can to prevent these things from happening. It's crazy out here, man. It's crazy out here. And just don't trust random people around your kids, bro. Don't let your kids be in random places where you don't know who people are. Come on, guys. Because there's always somebody lurking, just like she just said. This man was in his apartment building just looking out, just smelling the air. Because the kids were over there. What? Oh my gosh.
None of the kids there, none of the adults knew that there was a predator, a pedophile on the playground. NBC tried to talk to him and he was angry. He lashed out. Are you here to let the world know about me or something?
Yeah,
I'm
you should be known.
intimidated as it is. Are you trying to tell everyone in the neighborhood?
Yeah.
I mean, you know full well how pitiful my life is, how people like us live.
The freak? Why you act like? Are you trying to act like a victim?
People like us?
He swears. He finally sat down, and this was an anonymous interview, so we don't know what his face looks like, and he opened up to the producers. He has to wear an electronic monitoring device, an ankle bracelet, and he complained about it. He said, even when I put clothing underneath it, it really hurts. Like, to have this heavy thing pressed up on the skin, it's gonna start to sag. When I move around, the hard thing, it chafes my skin and it pokes
So
me.
it's so
it gets
funny
red
when
and I get
people who do
blisters, and it
stuff
just
like
really
this
hurts.
are just like, man, like,
I mean,
why me?
It's just
Like,
kind of useless too. Like, I may be wearing this, but what I realized is it doesn't really have a real effect. I just lower my pants and I hide it, and you can mess with it and touch it without anyone knowing. The producers were like, whoa, let's bring it back to the crime and the victims. Like, we're here to figure out if this guy is remorseful. And they said, those kids, you scarred those kids for life. And what do you want me to do about it? Oh, I scarred them for life. I should feel pain too? Like, you want me to live like that too? It doesn't matter to me whether they're hurt or dead. The important thing is I'm not going to suffer more because of them anymore. It's not like they're kind of some grand, beautiful woman or Jesus Christ or anything like that. They're just some ugly kids. But because of them, I'm suffering. It's totally useless.
Wow, this is unreal.
Did you intentionally try to avoid places with children or minors? Of course, I intentionally avoid all places with minors. I try to avoid those places on purpose because involuntarily, even without noticing, I start having those thoughts again if I'm around. So I avoid them on purpose. He was not telling the truth. They saw him at the playground that day, and the very next day they were watching him, he went straight to the playground. All he does is stare at the children, which is more than enough, like, put the man back in jail, please. But that's right now. The judge ruled that he is high risk of reoffending.
And they're not doing anything about it.
NBC went and found...
Insane.
Yeah.
Like, imagine you finding out your kid is sitting at the playground. There's someone just standing there.
And he's...
And the people say, what can we do, right?
Yeah. There's nothing you can do. There's really nothing you can do. If I find out that's a offender and I try to warn all the other moms in the neighborhood by texting that address, I can get sentenced to prison for 5 years.
For?
Effectively doxing a predator.
Wow.
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
Today. NBC went...
I would just be like, hey, yo. Hey, everybody. I heard there is somebody out here who used to, you know, and it looks like, if I catch them looking, it looks like they're looking at us right now. So if you see somebody looking from, let's say, a high-rise building, it could be them. If this person happens to have on a green shirt, it could be them. If they got on glasses and a mustache, hey, I don't know what to tell you. What the heck? No. I just threw out a random person. That's all I did, officers. I just threw out a random person. Whoever they saw is their business. The heck? Saying I can't tell nobody nothing. What the freak? These people got kids too. We got some weirdos over here.
Found addresses to high-risk offenders against children. Most of them, shockingly or not, live near playgrounds or kindergartens. Currently, statistics show that out of all the children predators released from prison, in Seoul, 88.5% of them live within a half-mile radius of a school.
Crazy.
You can't tell me that's just a coincidence. An innocent coincidence? Statistics also show when offenders wearing anklets commit...
Like, I don't even live near a school. I mean, like I don't live close to a school. Like, there's a school, but it's like far. So it's not hard to find somewhere to live that's not near a school. They doing this on purpose, bro.
Again, they reoffend. It happens within a 0.5-mile radius from their house. NBC found another one of those offenders to see if maybe he had reformed. He felt remorse for what he did. He had assaulted an 11-year-old when he was like 70-something years old.
Oh my gosh.
He is now 80, and he was actually very happy to talk to NBC. His face was blurred, but he wanted to share his story. He said, you know about her, right? Are you talking about the victim? Yeah, the victim. I have a lot to say about her. You know, instead of calling me grandpa, she called me ajashi, mister. Back when I was 72, she called me ajashi instead of grandpa. So I thought that was a little strange, and I think I lost my mind because of it. She was begging me to do stuff to her. I guess she just had a very, yearning for adult activities.
Oh my goodness.
She told you to touch her, the child did? Yes. She would come up to me, unbuttoning her clothes. A child in elementary school did that? Yeah, so I did what she wanted me to do. He claims he was the victimized one. I didn't take her for that kind of person, but I think she totally planned everything. I told the police she's a gold digger, a baby gold digger. Did the child, the 11-year-old, ask you for money? She didn't ask me for money, but I gave her pocket money, like $2 a day. Anyway, I guess she lives around here. Because if I go near a subway station, the anklet starts alerting the police and they call me. They call me to keep away from the subway station. When I think about it even now, I really would just want to kill her. So you harbor some resentment towards the child. Resentment?
How are these people still?
I said I want to kill her.
How are these
I want
people?
to kill her.
How are these people still out?
Another tried to argue
This
that the
country-
child he essayed was basically a young woman at this point. She was like 9. So there wasn't anything unjust about it. He also added, if you keep oppressing us, there are only 2 things we can do. Either die or go back to prison. Okay, die. Sorry. One profiler who works with offenders, including Cho, said, the thing with these criminals, the one thing that they have in common is they think the cause of their problem lies with the victim. So even if they're released from prison, they blame the victim for causing the problem and they feel wronged. They think to themselves, I wasn't that bad, but they made me out to be this heinous criminal. And they maintain this very distorted perception of life. A lot of these other offenders have been dubbed in media as Chos, even though that's not clearly their names, because labeling someone as Chodusun, even though that's not his name, tells you all you need to know about this person and what they did. Professor of psychology Lee Soo-jung said, there are many child offenders like Chodusun in our country before this case, and it seems like there will be many more after.
Yeah.
There are not many.
Isn't that so crazy? It's like when you It's crazy. It's truly crazy.
Very few countries that would allow a child sex offender to return to his place of residence so freely without any special precautions. And it seems very unlikely for someone like Cho to reform. His whole life, 70 years, all he's known is himself and violence. That's all he cares about. Cho had to drop out of 6th grade because he was a raging bully. He never went back to school. That's the extent of his education. At 18, Cho committed his first known crime. He stole a bike. He was caught, but it appears that he really likes theft. He kept stealing. He was very active at one point, lived with multiple women, and like no judgment on this part if it's not Cho, but I just don't think that everything would have been consensual and everyone was of age, right? I doubt it. Cho was convicted of assaulting one of his roommates. He served a small, light prison sentence for it. He was then later arrested of essaying a 19-year-old when he was 31. He was only sentenced to 3 years in prison for that. When he got out, he married his current wife, known by the media as Miss O, and they had a son. But this son ended up passing away when he was only 3 months old. And they had a pet Maltese. But he allegedly killed that pet Maltese for peeing on the carpet. It's alleged that Cho threw the Maltese on the ground multiple times and then gouged out its eyes with sticks.
Oh my
He would later allegedly say that he did it because he loved his wife so much. That dog was not peeing on the pee-pee pads, and therefore that dog was bad for his wife, so he had to kill the dog out of love
Like
for
that?
his wife. Side note, his wife is 15 years younger than him, and a producer that interviewed people involved in this case stated, it's unclear if Cho's wife is a victim or an enabler or both, so it's very difficult to understand her and her actions, but she has done some really unsavory things with this whole situation. She was visited by an NBC producer before Cho's release, and she screamed through the door, "Leave, get out." The producer asked, "But did you divorce your husband?" "I didn't divorce him. If he doesn't drink, he's fine at home." The victim lives nearby. I don't know, okay, and I don't care about anything like that. I don't know anything about it. I don't want to know. I'm not interested. She is still with him to this day. Now, I digress. Then just 13 years before Nayoung's attack, Cho was arrested for murder. Almost 13 years on the dot. December 21st, 1995. The attack on Nayoung was December 11th, 2008. Cho was 43 years old when he killed someone. He was out drinking with his friends when this 60-year-old man, who was not friends with Cho, is not part of the friend group, made this passing comment at the bar about a past president that he supported. Cho went into this violent, erratic, hysterical temper tantrum, and out of nowhere, he just starts pummeling this old man and would not stop until there was blood and brain matter everywhere. The old man's face was completely disfigured, and he was dead. Cho was only sentenced to 5 years in prison.
This country, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Because he's drunk?
Yeah.
That answered my question. Wow. Wow. Wow.
And I can't make this up. Just 8 days later, the Korean law was reformed, and those convicted of murder would be given life sentences with the possibility of parole. But still, if he had killed this man 8 days later, he would have been given a life sentence. Even if later that life sentence was reduced, he would still be in prison on December 11, 2008, and Nayeong would not have been attacked. That law went into effect just 8 days later, and it did not apply retroactively. So they can't just go in and be like, never mind, Cho, we're gonna change it for you too. But I guess even at that time, the new law, it still was not much. The 5-year sentence was too long according to the Korean justice system, if you can call it a justice system at that point, because that sentence was then reduced to 2 years in prison. Cho was released after 2 years in prison because he was drunk when he killed that man. The same excuse he would use 13 years later. Part of Nayeong's therapy was writing in her journal and drawing. It was just a good way for her to process her emotions. Nayeong's dad said, Nayeong changed a lot since the attack, you know? She's still passionate, still energetic, but there was, that's something that Cho could never take away from her. But that carefree attitude that every child should have the right to have, that every adult on this planet should honestly work collectively to protect, that was gone. And it was very hard for Nayeong's parents and Nayeong's older sister. They wanted to do everything to help, but sometimes they don't know how to help. Nayeong's dad said, my child writes in a diary every day, and I read it secretly sometimes because I just want to know her thoughts. But no matter what happens, she blames herself first. One day I scolded her, and I felt really sorry about it. So I looked at her diary, and I thought that she was going to write like a normal child. My dad scolded me, so I'm mad. But instead she wrote, even if I were my dad, I would have scolded myself too. Clearly I deserved it.
Oh my gosh.
And Nayeong's dad's heart just broke into two. I mean, for one, she's so quick to think that things are her fault, and two, she's growing up way too quickly. Kids her age are supposed to be angry when their parents yell at them. They're supposed to not be understanding and not supposed to be seeing everybody's point of view. They're supposed to be children. Nayeong's dad said, until last year, she was a normal elementary school student. But now, it seems like she has the mentality of a college student. And every 2 weeks, Nayeong's dad feels like he has to cut open his own chest and rip out his heart. Because every 2 weeks, they have to travel to Seoul. She has her counseling treatments, but also they have to go see a specialized doctor who was working on creating her an artificial anus. Now, side note, he was doing this free of charge. The doctor had heard about the case on the radio and offered up his services. The artificial rectum would hopefully mean that she would not need the colostomy bag anymore. I mean, even that is not easy. The operation should typically only take 4 hours for most people, but Nayeong would need to have multiple surgeries, and the first one lasted over 10 hours. When the doctors opened her up, they realized that her organs were basically tangled. There was a ton of inflammation and scarring inside of her little body. One side of her pelvis had hardened like stone. It was a lot, and even when they were successful at implanting the artificial rectum, she would still need copious amounts of therapy to try and get her own tissues to have that regular bowel movement again. And until then, she would still need her colostomy bag. And the family, they don't have a lot of money, especially after taking off time to take care of Nayeong. They're barely making ends meet. They don't own a car, so every 2 weeks, Nayeong's dad has to watch Nayeong wake up and walk up and down the subway stairs, clutching her giant colostomy bag that hits her knees.
Oh my gosh.
And she never complains. She's healing so slowly, but there's healing. Last time Nayeong's family shared one of her drawings with the public, it was of Cho in the cell eating a bowl of cockroaches and a hammer on his head. Now she's drawing SpongeBob with sunglasses. And SpongeBob is smiling, and another one is like a pretty princess with long flowy hair. And they asked her, why the glasses? And Nayeong said, oh, I thought if I put glasses on, he would look cooler, so I tried SpongeBob with glasses. And the princess, that's me. And
Oh my
Nayoung would
goodness.
smile, and the scar on her cheek would go up. But even going to Seoul to get counseling and medical treatments, it's a huge stress on Nayoung. Not just the physical act of getting on the subway and making this very strenuous trek, but for a lot of reasons. Nobody in school, except some of her closest teachers and friends, knew that she is Nayoung. From what I can tell, everyone has been incredibly diligent about keeping her identity private because that's what she wishes. But it also poses some difficulty. Nayoung needs to leave school early and show up for these random medical treatments, and because everyone in the area knows that a girl around her age is Nayoung around this area, sometimes it makes them question, is she Nayoung? She wrote in a journal, "Today I had to go home early, so I couldn't stay till the end of
If that is the case, if they really want to keep it a secret, they had to like have other kids randomly periodically leave also.
Period. I just went home. I think my friends will think that I'm weird. What am I going to tell them on Monday? That's what I worry about the most. I wish I didn't have to be sick. I regret it a lot."
Oh my goodness.
The only people that should have regrets are the people trusted to carry out justice, because clearly they did not. But not everyone in this case is evil. All the schools in Ansan, they came together to hold assemblies telling the students to stop talking about who Nayoung might be. Parents were instructed to double down. They would bring home their children and they say, "We don't know who Nayoung is, okay? But how sad would it be if she's your classmate and she heard you talking about who she may or may not be?" Nayoung's closest friends, they knew what happened to her, and they all quietly protected her. These are 8-year-olds.
Oh my
They
goodness.
did a better job than the justice system at protecting Nayoung. Nayoung would miss class once. Another classmate asked her, "Why do you skip school so often?" Nayoung didn't know what to say, so she started hesitating. One of her friends stood up. "That's why you need to eat all your side dishes and vegetables. This one's a picky eater. She always gets stomach aches and needs to go to the hospital." One of her other friends chimed in, "Yeah, you need to eat more." Nayoung would forever be grateful because she just felt so protected by them. But they can't protect her from certain things. Nayoung's family could only get adult-sized colostomy bags from the hospital. It would reach down to her knees, and it was clearish, so you could see the level of fecal matter in there. You could also see when fecal matter was coming out of her stoma. And Nayoung would come home early from school, sometimes because it would fall out, or it would fall off, or sometimes it would overflow onto the ground and fecal matter would spill everywhere, and Nayoung would have to come home early from school. Thankfully, a medical company reached out and promised to send her colostomy bags for as long as she would need, whatever size she would need, child-sized colostomy bags. But she still had to wash it out. She still had to throw out her own fecal matter. And it's hard. Sometimes it leaks. It's a mess. It's not pleasant because the minute that you unplug it, it leaks down onto your body. So her dad made her this contraption. It's this makeshift funnel, almost like a makeshift sink that flows into the toilet bowl. She can unhook her colostomy bag from her stoma, have it flow into this makeshift funnel, and it funnels into the toilet. It matches her height. She has to use it 5 times a day to empty her bag, clean it, and exchange it for a new bag. And we don't know if Nayoung said thank you to her dad,
And this man
but
is
it's
just
pretty clear
out
that
here.
it meant a lot to her.
And this man is just out
She
here
wrote in her diary,
eating
"Today
tangerines.
I had one of those snack packages with the toys inside. It was my first time assembling a toy like that. I completed it in one try. I did it really well. I constructed it pretty good. I'm just like my dad, so I'm good at making and fixing things." Sorry. And I am thankful I was born.
Oh my
But there are
gosh.
things that Nayoung can't do anymore, and her dad can't create an invention to solve it. In May, Korea has something called Children's Day. It's this huge celebration in Korea where parents show appreciation to their children. Relatives come over, give the family kids money. and
Oh
gifts.
my gosh.
Kids
I had a
probably
feeling
love
about
Children's
this,
Day
but
more
I
than
didn't want to.
Christmas. It's a big deal.
I didn't want to say.
Nayoung just had a simple wish: go to the amusement park for Children's Day. When she told her dad that, his heart sank. He could have saved up for a toy. He could have learned how to cook a new dish. But in amusement park, Nayoung's colostomy bag had to be emptied frequently. It made it nearly impossible for her to be outside for long periods of time unless she's at a hospital. But Nayoung's dad didn't want to say that, so he tried to cheer her up by ordering her favorite pizza. And she would sit there on the ground staring at her pizza. And they have a really small house. They don't have space for a dining table, so they have one of those foldable tables that you fold out and put on the ground. And you sit on the ground and eat, and when you're done, you fold it back up and put it away. She wouldn't even make eye contact with her dad. She wouldn't even touch the pizza. He poured her a cup of orange juice. Here, drink this. This is the one that you like.
She instantly knew. She instantly knew.
Her dad got up and went to the fridge. Okay, well, how about some yogurt? Why don't you pick one of these to try? She refused to drink any of the ones that he tried to give her. He said, I feel like I'm living with my in-laws right now. Come on, Nayoung, do you want to go see a movie? Nayoung wouldn't even snort. She wouldn't even look at him. Nayoung's dad was so stressed. I mean, it's hard enough to get Nayoung to eat as it is.
He was the only dad?
I mean,
he was a single dad?
3 times more than the other kids to grow at the same rate. She was over 4 feet tall and only weighed 55 pounds. It took him a long time to get a juice in one hand and a slice of pizza in her other hand, and he pulled out a yellow gift box, and her face lit up. What is that? Someone who knew her and knew what she had been through knew that she liked The Simpsons, and they sent her a toy set for Children's Day. Nayoung was so happy. She spent all day assembling
Go to
The
sleep.
Simpsons
Yeah, well,
toys on the window in her room. And
crap, the video has 30 minutes left. Yeah, I think I'll wait. Wait, how long? What time is it?
Nayoung would actually grow out of Children's Day. She
Dang.
got hit with what her dad calls junior high school student sickness. All of Korea calls it that. It's another word for puberty, when kids don't want to be around their parents anymore. Nayoung's dad said, when I come home, she doesn't say anything. No matter how much I ask about her day, it's always yes or no. Yes or no. He said, in the past, she followed me around, daddy, daddy, daddy. But these days, she only likes her friends. This stage is really sad for a lot of parents. But I wonder if there is a twinge of happiness for Nayoung's dad, because Nayoung is now experiencing such a normal stage in childhood. Just like all of her friends, the teenage puberty, too cool for her parents' phase. But there is a voice that is lingering in the back of his mind. Psychiatrists have all warned Nayoung's parents that puberty can bring back a lot of trauma. Her emotional wounds were healing, but they could burst open again.
Yep.
Because when we hit puberty, we learn a deeper understanding of, and we will recall feelings and experiences from the past that we tried very hard to suppress. It's a hard time because victims who are SA'd as a child, they could feel a bit of healing, they could make progress. But this could be a huge setback because they're starting to understand what fully happened to them. But Nayoung's dad is hopeful. He believes that she's healing slowly, bit by bit, with the help of all the wonderful people in her life. The doctors, even the ones that are not involved in her care anymore, they will jump out of bed and run to Nayoung if she needs anything. One police officer, who Nayoung called Police Officer Unni, she meets with Nayoung frequently to take care of her. Former counselors, attorneys, the CEO of the movie company that produced the movie Sowon, that was loosely based off of Nayoung's story, they're all part of Nayoung's life. And because of that, Nayoung does not complain. She wants to grow up and become a doctor. She said that she just wants to help people, and this feels like this is where the story should end, right? A child who, against all odds, against the scum of the earth that tried to kill her, goes on this journey of healing and becomes someone that the world is proud of and inspired by. That's the end. That should be the end. So why is this episode not over? Because the real Cho Do-sun was set to be released December 13th of 2020. And it was announced that he would be moving back to Ansan, the city of the crime and the city where Nayoung still lives, the city that she calls home. It is said that his apartment would be half a mile from her family home. A 5-minute walk. The phrases Cho Do-sun fear started trending in South Korea. People started circulating messages on social media titled, "How to stab Cho where it hurts if you run into him." And nothing is helping ease the public. Psychological experts who worked with Cho diagnosed him as having intermittent explosive disorder, which has been defined as an impulse control disorder characterized by sudden unwanted anger. People with IED can essentially explode into a rage despite lack of apparent provocation or reasoning. There are a lot of people who have this disorder, and they work with managing their emotions, trying to identify trigger points. And they can lead very loving, non-violent lives regardless of their diagnosis, but clearly Cho was not one of them. So this is adding to the anxiety that the general public feel that this man is about to be free. Experts even stated that to make matters worse, it is clear that Cho does not believe there are real consequences to his actions. Imprisonment, the threat of future imprisonment, that's not going to stop him from reoffending. The same profiler who worked with Cho said, someone like Cho, he gets a lot of satisfaction from his actions, not just the act itself, but we believe that he gets satisfaction from watching his victim and the victim's families collapse. The damage done to the victim's life, that is an addiction and a satisfaction for someone like him. Cho was given a test that measured his likelihood of reoffending his same offense.
Freak, how are they
And
testing
they measure
these
things like family environment, criminal history, employment.
This is so.
It
I
scored
hate
through
that.
30. Anything
They
above
just
13
like.
is
They just
considered
like
a very
tests,
high
bro.
risk of reoffending. Cho scored 17, and yet he's gonna be released. Stories from prison started circulating around this time. So before his release, there was more buzz about Cho, and everyone wanted to know, has he changed? Is he safe to be back out in public? Like, are we just releasing an unhinged monster out into the streets? Spoiler, yes, we are. Stories from prison started coming out. Fellow cellmates started being interviewed, which honestly really did not help ease the general public about Cho being released. Apparently, Cho felt no remorse in prison, or at least he never showed his inmates. Instead, he was on this high horse all the time about how he thought that child offenders were disgusting, vile people that deserved to die. Yeah. But to him, he was not one of those people because he was blackout drunk and doesn't remember the crime. He also stated to an inmate that he's a scapegoat and there is no real evidence he's not the one that did this. Yeah. Cho also complained a lot about his circumstances and being in prison. He said, I feel like a bird that wants to fly but is caught in a cage. I yearn for freedom and I count the days until that's possible. Inmates said that while Cho was in prison, he focused a lot on working out. He allegedly told inmates he was terrified that someone was going to attack him when he gets out, so he needs to work out. One commentator said, why? Why is your body that precious? Is your body more precious than an 8-year-old's body? No matter what, Cho will always care for his own physical body. He will go to whatever lengths for himself, which is terrifying. Knowing that Cho allegedly told one of the arresting officers later after the trial, I'm going to work out in prison, build up my strength, and I'll see you 12 years later. Allegedly, he would also complain about the food in prison. He would complain that he wasn't getting enough food to bulk up. He would allegedly ask the people serving the food, is this food for a human? Why are you giving me such little food? Yep. And because he was so ripped, the inmates said he actually did not get wrecked in prison like a lot of notorious child offenders would. He was kind of the top dog in the prison. When an inmate was asked why, the inmate said, I don't know. He's been in there a long time. He's old. He's got a dirty looking face. His face is, his hair is white. He doesn't shave. The inmate continued, my first impression of him was that he looked like a violent offender. How do you differentiate between a violent offender just by looking at them? It's in the eyes. You're in prison, you can tell. It's in the eyes. Cho told the other inmates that when he gets out, he wants to sell coffee on the mountainside. I don't know if that means he wants to open up a cafe. That's what it was interpreted as. But either way, it's astonishing that this man is here thinking about his future. But the most terrifying part of all of this is that it said that he still has a very high drive at 68 years old. One psychologist stated he's still excessive in his desires, and those desires are being actively expressed in his behavior. So yes, this does raise a bit of concern. According to an inmate, this is an allegation, but allegedly, Cho would tell his fellow inmates that the electromagnetic waves from the TV and the CCTV cameras were suggestive to him, and he would aggressively self-pleasure himself to those electromagnetic waves.
Oh my gosh.
So why can't the government do something? Because he does not sound like he is ready to be a part of society. The best option the government could have done would have been 12 years ago. When Cho tried to use that drunk defense, they could have thrown it out. The prosecutors could fought like hell, tooth and nail to get that defense thrown out. But they didn't. They didn't even appeal when the sentence was given. Now it's too late to appeal his sentence. He cannot be tried again for his crime because that would be against his constitutional right of double jeopardy. The government cannot now reverse the sentence or add on more years. I mean, there were conversations that he and other offenders should be held in a halfway house outside of prison when their sentence is over. So you stay in there until we are sure that you will not reoffend. But that idea, this bill, has been shut down by human rights activists because they are worried that it would be abused, and criminals could be held indefinitely in that halfway house. Human Rights Commission of Korea stated, detaining an inmate who has already finished their jail term is a violation of a human right. Netizens thought, okay, then what about we chemically castrate him? So in 2011, South Korea enacted a law that allowed judges the power to sentence sex offenders who attack children under the age of 16 to be chemically castrated. Chemical castration is when you use chemicals or drugs to stop the hormone production. The purpose is to lower libido and activity. It can also be used to treat things like cancer, so it's not just used for like offenders or criminals or anything like that. There's a lot of medical reasons why one might need one. But a lot of countries have talked about chemical castrating for offenders. And it sounds crazy. Chemical castration, like those two words sound unhinged, but it's really not. Chemical castration is not removing any organs. You're just taking chemicals to suppress drive.
So it's not even like a one surgery, one shot. It's like a constant.
Yes, it's not permanent.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's not a form of sterilization either. You can continue to have children. I mean, generally, chemical castration is reversible when you stop the treatment, when you stop receiving those chemicals. And there are some risks, like increased body fat and reduced bone density and increase in long-term risk of cardiovascular disease, but like birth control probably has same amount of risks. And compared to the injuries inflicted by Cho, I would say that these side effects seem non-existent. But that law was passed in 2011. It does not work retroactively, so no one can force Cho to be chemically castrated. He also cannot be forced to live away from schools like we talked about. In fact, he can't even be forced to live a certain distance away from his victim. He can move half a mile away if he so wishes, which is exactly what he does when he gets out.
Oh my goodness.
And side note, this is so angering. But I do think that a lot of city officials, the prosecutor that worked on this case, and someone in Ansan that's making these horrible decisions, they should feel guilt. They should feel shame for the rest of their lives. Get this. Nayoung's family were struggling before Nayoung's attack. Nayoung's dad was a daily worker, meaning he would go out and offer manual labor for the day. If someone needed his services, he would make money. If they didn't, he made no money. And the problem is, at that point, you're so desperate for any money, you just take any amount of work for any low cost. Nayoung's mom was a housekeeper and worked random other jobs to put food on the table. They did not have enough money. After the attack, both parents had to quit their jobs to take care of Nayoung, to make her feel emotionally and mentally secure, and to help her physically. Nayoung received payments from the Ansan city. Not a lot, okay? $5,000 to help pay for the hospital expenses and other things. But in June 2009, Nayoung's health insurance came through and paid the family $32,000 for the attack. The city of Ansan then went to the family and demanded the return of $5,000.
What?
The city was going to demand full repayment, and if Nayoung's family did not pay them back in full, they said that they would stop any and all government assistance payments to Nayoung's family.
Oh my
They said
goodness.
it is principle, if you have a balance of more than $2,300 in your bank account, you will be excluded from all support by the city. And the family just got paid $32,000 in insurance money.
You gotta be shitting me.
Angry netizens were the only reason Ansan withdrew their letter and continued all government assistance payments to the family again. And the whole thing was ridiculous. The government seemed more than okay with paying so much in taxpayer money to protect Cho and watch over Cho as soon as he got his right to freedom. It's kind of wild. Netizens said it's like he's some sort of incredible person that we as a society need to protect. He's not even a criminal with a high hope of reforming. From a logical standpoint, this is the worst investment of taxpayer money.
That is so because
Yes,
what is the argument behind protecting him? It's prevention, right?
prevention, yeah.
Okay, then why aren't we protecting the victims?
No, it's not prevention of Cho's crime. It's prevention of someone committing a
Yes.
crime against Cho.
That's what I'm saying. That's the part, right? Instead, the same amount of money could totally be spent to protect the people who needs to be protected.
Yes. Or just at that point, give $1 million to Nayoung and her family.
Yeah.
Let them move out of the country if they must.
Yes.
Like, what?
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, they are spending money to prevent a crime
Yeah.
happening against him.
Mm-hmm.
Why aren't we use that money to protect the people who has been hurt or could be hurt, like the kids
Yeah.
and the victims?
Yeah.
It's the same logic. It's the same reason you're trying to prevent something from happening, right?
I don't even know how to wrap my head around
Yeah.
it. The fact that he is one of the most well-protected men in South Korea. And they're nickel and diming Nayoung's family for $5,000. It got
Nobody
so
tries to
bad
defend
that in
Korea.
2009, lawyers
The
from the
superior
Korean
country
Bar
to the
Association,
USA.
the Human Rights Committee, filed a lawsuit on
Yeah,
behalf of
bro.
Nayoung's family
Oh,
against
man.
the state for the way that the prosecutors handled the case. I believe she did receive an undisclosed amount of compensation, but typically in South Korea, it's not a big amount. I mean, it's going to be nothing compared to what Nayoung had to go through because of them. To make the situation even more frustrating, Cho will be living on government assistance when he gets out. He will be receiving $1,000 a month from the government.
Wow. So they're paying it. So hold up.
A lot of people were angry for this. for
The
obvious
government,
reasons.
meaning they getting out of pocket, or we gonna have to do that? And I'm pretty sure I know what the answer is. Crazy.
But also because he didn't even pay taxes for the past 12 years. He was in jail for committing one of the most heinous crimes known to mankind. Why does he have the right to
Yo,
government
he
assistance?
has pull in the police.
A lot of netizens commented, I'm jealous. I don't have money either, but they're not giving me anything. This bastard Chodusun gets to live and eat off of our tax money. I don't usually swear, but this is unfair. Someone else commented, I can't even receive tax benefits while Chodusun can receive them and eat well. I can't help but laugh. The government did try to ease the public, and they said, well, Cho is not completely free, guys. We have limitations. He's going to wear a GPS-enabled anklet 24/7 for 7 years. His
wow.
address and personal details will be disclosed on a government website for 5 years. But after that, it will be illegal for citizens to find him after 5 years and warn friends of his address. Yeah, you could be sentenced to 5 years in prison.
Literally, why? Like, why? Why does it matter 5 years later we need to hide where he lives? Like, why?
Yeah, even now you could be arrested. So, for example, if I was a Korean citizen and I told you where Cho lives, even through a private text message, like a Kakao Talk message, I could be arrested. All I can say right now, even though his address is on the government website as of right now, is, hey, go to the government website to find his address. what? But like, why can't we just all dox him after 5 years and then state that we were all drunk?
Exactly.
We were in a state of temporary psychosis.
Exactly.
Cho was also assigned a one-on-one parole officer.
Oh, well, you know, I was drunk texting and I yeah, you know.
He stated it would be 24-hour surveillance once Cho gets out. Round-the-clock surveillance. And the probation officer is permitted to make random visits to Cho's home. But even the probation officer was interviewed and he said, there is a real possibility Cho will harm other people and enact other extreme forms of violence. Like, on the record, it says I'm supposed to surveil him 24 hours a day, but in reality, when he goes to bed, we can't keep track of that. If he's in his house before bed and drinks, we can't really control that. We are trying to do our best within the frame of the law. And fine, he has to wear a GPS tracking anklet bracelet for 7 years, but so what? The other offenders that NBC interviewed, they had an ankle bracelet, they were at playgrounds. That doesn't alert anyone of anything, other than maybe where he is, but we don't know where he is, with who he is. He could easily kidnap a kid and bring them into his house. What would the ankle bracelet tell his probation officer? That he's safe at home? That's it. And it's only on for 7 years. Cho is prohibited from drinking more than a certain amount of alcohol. His blood alcohol concentration has to stay below 0.03%, which is 1 drink if you drink it very quickly. So he's not even forbidden to drink, which is wild, considering the whole reason he claims he committed this crime was because he was drunk. But they're like, fine, you can still drink a little bit. He also has a curfew. He cannot leave his house between the hours of 9 p.m. and 6 a.m., which, okay, and what? What is that going to do for anyone? The attack on Nayeong happened at 8:30 a.m.
I don't know who came up with these type of laws.
Yeah. Like, no kids are even outside typically at 9 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Yeah.
This curfew is masquerading as some sort of big prevention tactic, and it's very odd. The whole half-mile radius around Cho's house has also been designated as, quote, I kid you not, a women's safety area.
Wait, what does that mean?
There's going to be heightened security presence there. Yeah.
So it's safe for women is what it says?
That's, I guess, the naming of it, but none of this makes sense. First of all, the name is ironic, and second of all, Nayeong was a child. Like, what? Clearly, women, full-grown women, are not his target. And nothing is being done to stop his release. He has been released. I mean, nothing was done. I don't want to say nothing so definitively. I'm not an attorney, nor am I part of the government, nor do I know everything that happened behind the scenes. But the citizens, it seems like they're the only ones that tried to prevent Cho's release. They signed a petition. South Korea has a population of around 52 million people. Of that, like 8 million are children. 1.2 million people signed the petition to keep him in some sort of rehabilitation center after prison. Nothing was done. A professor of the Korean Institute of Criminology said, it's impossible to isolate these criminals from society forever. The criminal system must ensure that they reform when they return. Everybody hates offenders. We all know that. The whole world hates them. But their return is inevitable. They will be back. And Cho Do-sun was coming back to Ansan, of all places. It doesn't even appear that he has a strong network of friends and family, so why Ansan? Like, why come to the place where everyone hates you? I mean, everyone in Korea hates you, but why not just move somewhere quiet? You have no intention of getting a job, you're living on government assistance, move somewhere quiet and live the rest of your life in solitude and try to find some remorse. Him moving back to Ansan feels to citizens and to Nayeong's family, almost like him saying, yeah, and what? What are you gonna do about it? Nayeong's dad was interviewed by Chosun Ilbo, and he said, how can Cho come back to Ansan, where his victim lives? I feel like he's trying to retaliate by moving back here.
Totally.
To make matters worse, Cho allegedly wrote in multiple letters to the judge that his last request, his last wish, was to meet his victim again.
Oh my god, that is so sick and twisted.
Yeah. I feel like he knows that the victim would read that or find out about it and it would re-traumatize her.
Yeah. And what intention for someone like him to have? Like he knows what this will do to the victim.
Yeah.
So he's obviously doesn't have the victim's interest in mind. So he has his own interest in mind.
Which means he gets off on the victim being in pain.
Exactly.
So, but he's free. It has been 12 years, but Nayeong has been on this very slow, painful journey of healing. And it's not just like a one-way road. It never is with trauma. You take 3 steps forward and 20 steps back. How can the government let this man out? Nayeong's dad said, my daughter still has to wear a diaper at home. She has to carry the largest sanitary pads in her bag when we go out. People won't know how we feel as parents if they've never experienced this before. I feel like a sinner who can't even protect their own child, but Cho is coming back near our home. Does that make sense? Nayeong only watches cartoons as an adult. She was 20 in 2020 when he was released. She can't watch the news. She can't watch crime thrillers. She will faint if there is any depiction of assault. But Cho, the monster who claims he's reformed and is remorseful, he wants to move to the town where the crime happened, the city where he knows his victim still lives. Nayeong has been here her whole life. Her friends are here. The ones that helped her through all of this, that pulled her up, they're all in Ansan. Why should she have to move? It might be the only place in the whole world that she was able to somewhat be comfortable in.
Crazy.
The government offered Nayoung's family a smartwatch that will detect a signal if the perpetrator gets close. Her
Who
dad said
freaking
that would just make them more anxious.
Yeah, exactly. What if he just plays around and then starts just walking near, so it starts beeping? Now they're just sort of think, oh, is he at the door? Is he at the door? The country does not care about its people.
It's not a way to ease the trauma. He said, if the watch sends an alert to my daughter, she will freak out. And it will make it easy for people to identify her as the victim of the attack and identify her as Nayoung.
Feels like these government officials are so out of touch. It's like they try to do things to quote help because people demand it, but I feel like if that's their family member, they would not treat it this way.
100%.
I did see some netizens commenting some enlightening things of when government officials, such as the prosecutor, does such things where you cannot understand it and it almost feels like they're on the perpetrator's side. It makes you wonder, do they just relate to the perpetrator more?
I'm telling you, that's all I'm saying.
Because I just can't. I mean, all the netizens are saying it doesn't matter what political party you're in. Nayoung's case, it's a united front as a nation. Yeah. Everyone wants Cho dead or at least in prison for the rest of his life. So it doesn't make sense in people's minds what these government officials are doing. There is no logic. There's no rhyme or reason.
You know how they say they always go after the kids.
At first, when Cho was released, I mean, absolute hell broke loose. There was a squad probably of 20, 30 police officers surrounding the perimeter of his apartment building.
I bet some of those cops were pissed off.
Months.
Like, what the frick am I out here doing this for?
In his government-issued vehicle when he was released from prison, like that's special treatment. Usually prisoners are required to find their own method of transportation back home. The crowd chased after the government vehicle, kicking it. YouTubers went and climbed on top of the government car, jumping on it. They were egging the car. The police had to barricade a whole road from the prison to Cho's house. The car was getting egged, floured. Protesters are ordering black bean noodles to the apartment, trying to pose as food delivery drivers to get into the building to kill Cho. When that failed, they just sat and ate black bean noodles in front of the cops, which honestly, the cops probably didn't want to be there in the first place either.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think any single cop in their right mind wants to protect Cho. Citizens went around to the back of the building, turned off the gas line into the building.
Oh, dang.
They said, you don't have hot water, you don't have gas to cook with. Some showed up with rocks to throw at his window. Others brought frying pans to bang on. It was a literal war zone. At least 4 people were arrested the first day. They're going to be facing criminal charges of obstruction of justice, destruction of property, and battery, which I hope they tell the judge.
Like I said, I don't want to get too political, but if the LA rioters were doing this, oh, we'd all be cool with it, right? Attacking these people, these houses and stuff, not everybody else's businesses and stuff. Come on now.
That they were drunk. But after a few months, Ansan quieted down, and there were no more angry citizens with cartons of eggs. It was just quiet. Residents don't feel safe in their own city. One resident said, what is the point of installing cameras? Here's what they're saying when they install cameras. If there's an incident, we will deal with it after it happens. Cameras are not about prevention. It's totally useless.
Mm-hmm.
The playgrounds in Ansan feel like a ghost town. It feels more like an abandoned city's playground. This is a town that has...
Yo, I'm telling you, bro. Everybody, listen. As long as I don't take somebody out, I'm just sort of plead I was drunk at the time. Or I'm just going to hold a packet. I'm just going to hold a shot glass. Like, I'm going to seal it, though. Full of whatever. And then, whenever I commit the crime...
residents. Sometimes you hear swings squeaking, but it's just the wind. None of the kids are on the playground.
They better not be.
Parents are anticipating a monster around every corner.
That's what they should be
December
doing all
4th,
the time.
2023, just a month ago, 9 p.m., the streets of Ansan are quiet, very quiet. Not a single soul goes out at night without a care in the world. I mean, everyone, if they're going out at night, they've got a destination in mind. They're avoiding alleyways. Children have curfews. Everyone except Cho Do-sun, because you don't have to be scared of the monsters when you are the monster. December 4th, 2023, 9 p.m., past Cho's curfew. He disappeared from surveillance for 40 minutes.
Wow.
Cho is not allowed to leave his house between the hours of 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. He was missing for 40 minutes between 9:05 p.m. to 9:45 p.m. 40 minutes. You can walk half a mile within 5-10 minutes, depending on your walking pace. So let's say a mile takes you 15 to 20 minutes to walk. That still leaves Cho with 20 minutes to do something. And remember, Nayoung's family home was half a mile away. In 2008, it only took Cho 30 minutes to almost kill Nayoung and then head back home to change and fall asleep. He was out for 40 minutes. At 9:05 p.m., Cho leaves his house. He walks out of the main gate of his apartment, and there's this little booth of police officers set up. They have to have stationed police officers outside 24/7. He walks up to them, and he starts talking to them. They immediately tell him, go back inside, you're breaking curfew, you're breaking the literal law. But he refuses. He says, I had a fight with my wife, I just want to cool off. As he's whining, the ankle bracelet activates, and an officer is dispatched to the scene. It takes a full 40 minutes to either persuade, coerce, and encourage Cho to get back into the house. I don't know why force wasn't an option here. Like, he's clearly breaking the law, so I don't know why they couldn't force him physically, but 40 minutes.
That they were talking?
Yeah. To finally convince him to go back in.
Convince him?
This
You are not a free man, bro. Just because you outside, you ain't free.
incident happened just over a month ago, and everyone is enraged. They asked, what if Cho didn't walk to the police officers out front? Did they even see him?
Yeah.
What if he just left somehow? Why is it that children and these parents have to live in fear every day of their lives while he gets to break laws and stroll out of his house whenever he wants?
That sounds like enough reason to throw him back in jail.
Yes, but they won't. It also feels like Cho is testing to see what he can get away with. This feels like him pushing the rules, which I wouldn't be surprised, and it works because Cho is an expert at getting what he wants out of the Korean justice system. Netizens are not happy with the incident or the fact that Cho is free. One commented, "Stop giving
story keeps getting
everyone
worse,
trouble.
I know,
Just someone
bro.
go over there and cut his Achilles heel." He approached the police first. I feel like he's just testing to see if he could get away with it next time. We should not underestimate Cho. If the police had not been there at the post, or if they didn't see him, he could have done something. Another netizen wrote.
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, most of the time you hear a lot of these police things like, oh, wow, they're just manhandling you. But over here, they're having a peaceful conversation. Like,
Yeah.
please go back home, please.
The prosecutors were yelling at Nayoungi to sit up straight.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Please, Cho, do us a favor, do us a solid." I swear, sometimes when I research these cases, I feel like evil is rewarded. I don't understand. Other people wrote, "I can't believe our tax money goes to this guy for this one devilish criminal." Thankfully, Nayoung was safe in those 40 minutes because she no longer lives in Ansan.
Good on her.
The family had to move. The family didn't have
Good
money.
on her.
The local community raised $100,000 to
good
give
on
them
her.
for all moving costs and just life.
Yes.
Nayoung is in college now, so to her college fund as well.
Yes.
Is just incredibly kind, and Nayoung and her family were forever grateful. They did not have the resources prior to this, but they're still upset. Nayoung's dad said, "We didn't want to run. We had no choice. I also wanted to deliver a message that the government did nothing but force the victim to go into hiding. It was our only option to move away. Many years have passed and still nothing has changed. The burden still falls entirely on the victim." He said that there needs to be much more support for victims. He's scared that there's going to be all this buzz and attention after Cho's release and it's going to disappear. He said, "It'll be more helpful if there's an appointed public official or social worker who can keep in touch with victims. Just once a month, give us a call. We'll feel more secure. All we want is to know that, just to say to victims, you are not alone and we support you." That's what victims' families really want to hear. How do you think this makes us as parents feel when your child tells you they're scared and we have to move away? Nayoung wanted Cho to be in prison for 50 years. Instead, he gets 12, and now he's free, and she's on the run. Parents in Korea say, you know, they used to have a saying that you got to enjoy your time with your daughter as a little kid, because once they become a teenager, they don't want to hang out with you anymore.
Yeah.
But now knowing that there are more Chodusuns out there in the world and the justice system is protecting them, a lot of parents say, we want our girls to grow up as quickly as possible. Yeah. There have been some changes made. A bill called the Chodusun Law was passed. It bans SA offenders of minors from going near schools and leaving their homes at night and during hours when students commute to and from school. But that doesn't include hagwons, tutoring centers, parks, the mall, like other places where students gather. The law has also been amended to make it more difficult for defendants to use alcohol intoxication as a defense, but it's still kind of left up to the discretion of the judges. Even in 2019, just a few years ago, a 26-year-old male essayed a college student. He claimed he was drunk at the time. He received 3 years in prison, but even that was reduced to 4 years of probation. Outside, free. And even with Cho Do-soon being a, quote, free man, the government keeps making reassurances to the public that he will be closely watched. But now netizens want to know, and then what? We're going to spend all our taxpayer money on trying to prevent Cho Do-soon from reoffending, but what about all the other Cho Do-soons? What about all the other children being hurt? How do we prevent all the other offenders from offending and reoffending? Data from the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family revealed that only about half of reported crimes against children 13 or younger resulted in a jail sentence at all. With the other remainder receiving a probation or a fine. This is between 2010 and 2015. About 61% of jail sentences were around 1 to 5 years, and less than 10% of jail sentences were more than 10 years.
Alright, that's gonna be it for this video, bro. Alright, guys, this is it for the stream. Hope you guys enjoyed. We got some things done with this one. I have so many more characters to do. So many more. But yeah, guys, it was fun. Hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. If you were willing, of course. Hope you guys have a blessed one. And stay safe out there, man. It is a crazy world we live in. And if you live in Korea out there, I don't know what to say. I have no idea what to say. Actually, if you do, like, at the end of the stream, you know, when it becomes like a video, like, comment, like, what do you think about the justice system? What do you really think about it? What are your thoughts? But I'll see you guys tomorrow for the next one. This drawing, this character. This horror, yeah. Yeah, it is. But yeah, have a blessed one, guys, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Oyasumi, 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 oyasumi. Wait. I gotta turn this off. Yeah. All right. Oyasumi. Good night, guys.